This is ChampCar. People from all walks of life experiencing the thrill of competition. With dozens of cars taking to the track. It's the thrill of real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing, testing everything within you. The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real, affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing. AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Welcome everyone to Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval with an 8+7 this weekend. This is ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, with Paul Veltum, Bill Strong, and Doc Waldrop, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. Temperatures at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, high of about 86 degrees today. It's going to feel like it's 88. I don't know how Bill's going to be able to put up with it, Doc. Speaking of putting up with people, how are we doing today?
I'm doing just fine, Paulie, and you, sir?
I'm doing just fantastic. It's race day. We're ready to go racing here in a few minutes. I don't know what could be better than that. It's the weekend, man. Let's get a race on today.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
So looking at last year, Doc, and what are your predictions? What's your outlook for this year?
Well, yeah, looking at last year, I can't remember yesterday, Paulie, but yeah. So what we got out here today, we got our normal West Coast, our usual suspects as we were. We have Alchemy Autosport in their Mazda Miata, car number 30. It's been a while since we've seen them out here on track, but they're always a fierce competitor, so let's look for them today. Arsenic Racing in their Mazda Miata, number 116. So the same can be said for them. They've got numerous wins to their credit, along with a lot of top 5 finishes. So look for them up front today. We got Door Slammers, their Pontiac Fiero and their Mazda Miata. So a 2-car entry in the 48 and the number 95. Both cars certainly capable of winning and are sure to be near the front all this weekend. We got Occupy Pit Lane in their Mazda Miata. Have you noticed a lot of Miatas here?
Yeah.
So they've won here before on Sunday last year. So let's see if they can back it up this year with another successful outing. We got a Rotopalooza Racing in their Mazda RX-7. So another winning team out here on the West Coast, having won at Willow Springs earlier this year. So look for them up front. We got the Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys, a very fast 280Z and capable hands, one of which is, I can't remember who it is now. We got Uncommon Friends in their 280Z, yet another fast 280Z and very capable hands as well, including a guest driver. So our winner, they were our winner at Willow Springs on Sunday this year. We got Wilwood in their Mazda Miata, car number 119. You know, once they sorted the bugs out of this car, they've shown steady improvement. Brakes have certainly not been a problem with them. So a lot of Miatas out here today with some folks we haven't seen in a while, along with some new teams. So it should make for a great weekend of racing.
Podcast host Adam Carolla climbing behind the Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys. Datsun Z-Car.
That's one of our guest drivers.
Getting ready to go out, and you can see they got some extra cameras loaded up in the car. Take advantage of that footage for themselves. And so we'll be following along with Mr. Carolla, along with the rest of the Flying Hawaiians team, as they look to pilot that fairly successful Z-Car up to the front out here in California. So,
when I mentioned all those Miatas, there are other different cars in this race. There's a Porsche 944 with Black Forest Racing. There's several Mustangs out here, Petroholic Racing, Holy Rollers, Barney and Friends.
Yeah.
So let's see, a couple of BMW 325 ISs, But by and large, it's a lot of Miatas. We got a Volvo 740 wagon out here with Team Tango.
Yeah.
Formula 33, Pontiac Firebird. I believe we have an in-car camera in there.
Yep.
We got Glitch Heroes in a BMW 535i. Like so, and we've got USA Racing and a Nissan 300ZX. So probably not quite as much variety as we're normally used to, but a fine field nonetheless.
Yeah, roughly 24, 25 cars came out to join us for the race today. And as you said, with these Miatas, quite prolific out on the west side, the west coast. They always showed up strong at Sonoma, and we're winning races at Sonoma this year. We'll see what happens in 2020, but you got to bring a strong Miata if you want to win out.
Yeah, and of course, Sonoma is going to be our championship race for 2019. That'll happen early in 2020.
Yeah, look, everybody's looking forward to that. Of course, we still got a few races left on the calendar. We're going to be at Barber Motorsports Park the 23rd and the 24th of November.
Why, yes, we are.
Doc, you're going to have your car out there. I'll be racing in the WM Racing Miata, and we're going to have Tiffany racing with E-Racing. And then from there we go on in December to VIR, the 7th and the 8th. And then from there, it's to Laguna Seca the very next weekend, the 19th or the 14th and the 15th. And then it's off to Sebring at the end of the year, the 28th and the 29th, and that'll wrap up the 2019 calendar for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series.
Yep. 2020, of course, all those races, well, all that are on the schedule at the moment went live, and had a pretty good night watching the old tally board. So had a good, strong turnout. Of course, for Indy, I believe there's about 80 cars registered. COTA got about 20, I want to say, something like that. And then a smattering of entries here, there, and everywhere. So looks to be like another great year for Champ Car Racing.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get the steering wheel on the Z car. This is one of those removable steering wheels. And that's the car owner there on the left, so he probably knows that system better than anybody.
Well, you'd like to think he does, huh?
So, great guy. I can't remember his name offhand. Do you remember his name?
Yeah, I sure don't.
Yeah, we've talked to him a few times in the pits, and I think they had a win. Was it here last year that they did a win? I can't remember. They've done well with this car, though. It's come a long way.
Oh, you want me to look it up, I suppose?
No, you don't have to look it up.
Nah, I don't mind. Let's see. Research finishes.
Cars are out in the paddock, on the pits, rather. In the pits, rather, ready to pull out onto the racetrack and get started for 7 hours of endurance road racing today. And if you're wondering where Bill is, as we all are, so often are, he's driving the pace car again. So, yeah.
Why don't I see Flying Hawaiians in my list here?
I'm pretty sure they were here last year and did really well.
Oh, I'm sure you're right.
So Arsenic's rolling out of the pits.
Wonder if they were called Team Flying Hawaiians.
The Flying Hawaiians and two white guys with Adam Carolla at the wheel, just getting his glasses cleaned up so he can head out onto the racetrack. Jay Leno is also going to be in one of the cars this weekend. I think it's going to be in Bruce's Uncommon Friend Z. That would be my guess, but I don't know which stint Jay's going to be driving, and we don't have a camera in that car.
I think they were going to go head-to-head, was my understanding.
Well, that makes sense. These two guys, Jay Leno and Adam Carolla, both have quite a bit of racing experience. You know, they used to race in the Toyota Celebrity Racing Series at Long Beach some years ago, and they did several of those. And actually, Adam did really well. Really well in the series. So, and he's been doing a lot of racing. He's a big Paul Newman fan. He's got several Paul Newman original Datsun Z car race cars that he drives in Vintage Series, and that's been recent. So he's got quite a bit of track experience under his belt. So if you don't know who Adam Carolla is, he's a big Datsun fan, big Paul Newman fan, as I said, and you can check him out. He's probably got, I think I read that he has the biggest podcast in the United States. There's no one bigger than him as far as the draw that he pulls in. And he does have, like, I think he has a master class. So if you know what the master classes are, you basically pay to go through these videos with the instructor, which is him, and he teaches you how to put together a successful podcast. So cars rolling off the grid now.
Looks like he's going to forsake his starting position to start near the back of the pack.
Yeah. Rolling up onto the Roval this weekend. It's so part of the racetrack is on the oval circuit, and part of it is in the infield. Here's a track map. Looks like it was illustrated by a Billy Johnson, but it's a 2.88-mile, 17-turn road course. You can see the start-finish there down at the bottom of the screen. That's taking them around turns 1 and 2 up to the backside of the racetrack. So they spend a lot of time on the Roval. Looks like a lot of fun. And then they head into turn 3, a sharp left-hander taking them into the infield. And after turn 17, they're back up onto the straightaway.
Then that reverse guitar neck infield section.
Yeah.
That's a left-handed Stratocaster, by the way.
Yeah. On board with Arsenic Racing, one of the several Miatas that are out here this weekend.
I couldn't find out your information on the Flying Hawaiians. I think they did win. But back then, we used to score EC cars in with the other cars. So I noticed a bunch of 2s and 3s. So there might have been an EC car in front of them.
Gotcha.
But regardless, it's a very well done team.
Yeah.
It's a sky shot there.
Yeah, we're on board with the Formula 3 Pontiac Firebird. Sometimes getting these cameras set is not so easy. Everybody's cage is a little bit different, and they have
right. Yeah, it looks like their harness bar is a little low.
It's a little low for our camera, so we're kind of more or less looking at the driver, but that's all right. That's what we got. The shot from inside the Corolla machine, though, the Flying Hawaiians car, is pretty good.
Yeah, that looks pretty awesome.
We can see well out to the side there. Aside from the camera that they got right in our way, but other than that, it's a pretty good image. So,
well,
that's Hollywood, I guess.
All Hollywood.
That's Hollywood. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Just getting ready to go green here at the bottom of the hour. Just a couple minutes away. We're under pace car right now. They'll take them out for a lap or two around the track, and then we'll go green. I think Dana Morrison is your race organizer, race director this weekend. So it's going to be 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing. The rules in Champ Car, well, as far as driving is concerned, the driver can be in the car a maximum of 2 hours, and they have to get out and take an hour break. So you need to bring multiple drivers to team up to drive the car. And so ideally, if you can get 2 hours out of a fuel tank of gas, then you can come in, do a driver change, put fuel in the car, and send out the next driver, and just keep going down the line until the end of the race. So they're going to need to make at least 3 stops, if my math is any good, and that will finish up the day here. Checkered flag at 4:30. Checkers at 4:30 this afternoon, local time. That's Pacific. So just getting ready to get underway here. About 24 teams, I believe, showed up for today's event. And as Doc said earlier, 2 of the teams are Wilwood teams. So we know they're going to be doing some testing. They do quite a bit of testing and development in our series for their brake systems. And, of course, Wilwood is one of our sponsors for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. So make sure you check out their website, wilwood.com, for all kinds of parts and accessories and brake components. They'll get you hooked up.
Got 26 cars showing up on Race Hero. Now we'll see if all those cars start.
The 2 Flying Hawaiians in a Datsun Z car. On board with Arsenic Racing in their Miata. And then, of course, the Pontiac Firebird, the Formula 33 team, also out here this weekend.
Now, with the 7-hour format, you'll be able to play with strategy a little bit on your pit stops. So we saw it at AMP last week, a couple of weeks ago. I don't know. It was some time ago.
Right.
We saw cars double stinting, so not taking on fuel. And particularly that strategy worked on Saturday when it was a little bit wet out there on the track. So teams weren't able to turn their fastest laps. But we saw it play into effect. That was an 8-hour race. So teams played that, a couple of the Porsches were able to do those longer stints with that big gas tank they have. And on Saturday, we almost saw Visceral Racing Group pull off a double win, even starting a lap down.
And looks like we are green here at Auto Club Speedway for the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval, as we get ready for 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Be sure and comment over here on our YouTube chat feed so we can chat with you folks. Tell us about your builds, what races you're planning on running this year or next year, and we'd love to hear from you. On board with Adam Carolla in the 2 Flying Hawaiian, the Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys, Datsun Z, coming up onto the Roval here, making a pass. That Z car is plenty quick compared to the other cars in this field. Expect to see him work that car up to the front here. Got held up by a Miata.
A little low for me, Paulie.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can make a change for you here. Back off the car noise a little bit. How's that?
That's better. Although we do love to hear the cars.
Yes, there goes Uncommon Friends. Oh, and a big lockup going down into 3. That might be Jay in the car.
Contact.
Yeah, that may have been Jay Leno in the car, and it looks like he might have taken it off track. And Adam Carolla really didn't want to lose much time, so he just kind of kept his speed up there and rode around the outside there. So don't know, but there was a big lockup. That turn 3 comes up fast, and it's sharp. You got to really be on the brakes for it. So if we get any word from control on the status of what's going on there, we'll be sure and pass that along to you. But thanks for joining us, everybody, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined today by the esteemed colleague, Mr. Doc Waldrop. And
esteemed am I?
Yes, I'm trying to backpedal here a little bit from the
additional announcer
comment that I made. Yeah, I got to get away from that. Now
That's
you're
all right,
esteemed.
Paulie. We're good.
Okay. Across the start-finish line for the first lap, it's Door Slammers and their Pontiac Firebird in the lead, with Black Forest Racing in second, Roto Plukers in third, Petrolholic is in fourth, Door Slammers is fifth, Arsenic Racing is sixth, Pit Garage is seventh, Alchemy Autosport in eighth, Formula 33, I believe, is going to come across. Yep. I think they've swapped around. So Formula 33 is in ninth. Door Slammers is actually leading.
Everybody's setting their fastest lap of the race.
It's amazing, isn't it? Everybody's on fire.
Funny how that
there.
works, huh?
They're on fire, I tell you. A little lockup again from Arsenic trying to get into turn 3. That turn is just really tricky for these guys. They come off that back stretch, the pads are cold, the tires aren't really up to temperature yet, and they're trying to get acclimated to this racetrack. Having a little trouble finding the gears, and with cars in front of you, sometimes it'll throw off your whole mojo of what gear you want to be in, your momentum. So you have to change which gear you're in depending upon the traffic that's up ahead.
Now, we might have saw a little bit of fluid coming out of the back of the BMW just up ahead as they're going through the S's there. And that's not uncommon at the beginning of these races, Doc. You know, the cars are full of fuel. Sometimes you get a little bit of gas coming out of the overfill down the inside.
Yeah, on BMWs, that's pretty standard material, as it were. A lot of people even jack up the right side of the car to really pack it full of fuel, but I don't know that that's worth it because it just comes right out.
On board with
I don't think they had a practice day out here either, so these drivers are just getting used to this track.
Yeah, and here's Corolla getting off the racetrack a little bit, trying a little too hard through the corners there, but just trying to get a feel for what this Datsun will do. Of course, he probably has experience at this racetrack, but not sure.
Yeah, you would like to think he would.
Trying to get a feel for a very different race car. Now, he does race Z cars, so he's somewhat familiar with the cars. He's got several Z cars that Paul Newman used to race back in the day.
Yep, the old Bob Sharp cars.
Yeah, and he campaigns those on the vintage circuit. So he's not completely out of his element here, especially if he's familiar with the track. But Bill says that he had to take both of these guys around the track.
I think that was just Bill being a fanboy.
I think so. I'm not sure they even got around to doing it. But whatever the case may be, they're out here turning laps now and hopefully having some fun. Looks like the Flying Hawaiian Z is working pretty good. He's got his pumping his fist in the air there. Adam's having a good time. Looks like we're still under green flag here. It's Door Slammers leading with Roto Palooka in high-speed pursuit. Then it's Black Forest in third. Pit Garage is fourth, and Arsenic Racing is in fifth spot right now. Now we got a camera in the Alchemy car, but that camera's being disobedient. So a little bit of smoke up ahead again from the and he goes a little wide, trying to deal with Uncommon Friends, trying not to run into him. Looks like he's already ready to put a lap on the Uncommon Friends Z. The Uncommon Friends just up ahead. Another competitor off to the right here. They're working through the infield on this 2.88 mile, 17-turn road circuit, Roval as we call it, because it's part oval, part road circuit in Fontana, California.
Yeah, it's more or less on the same spot where the old Ontario Motor Speedway was. Which, I mean, seems silly, you know. Of course, it's that site's not far from one of my favorite tracks of all time, Riverside International Raceway. But it was certainly a victim of neighborhood encroachment, as it were. There's that big BMW there off to the right. You know, this Fontana, their auto club, is more in an industrial guy. I can't put wrong lips. It's in an industrial area. Guy, sheesh. Scary that it's 12:30 and I still can't get my lips working.
Yeah, I got a message that from Ben. They're getting their timing and scoring sorted with the transponders. His technical jargon's a little bit beyond what I understand, but basically what he's telling me is everything's working. So all the transponders are pinging, so that's good. On board with the Formula 33 team, they're Pontiac Firebird. 1989. Looks like they're just cruising around this Roval here. Cars in the pits right now.
This will be a good view when he gets up on the banking.
Yeah, I mean, we can see a little bit more of the racetrack. You've got two cars shown in the pits right now. Alchemy Autosport and USA Racing. And looks like one of the Wilwood cars is also ducked into the pits, the number 470. But the rest of them are on the racetrack turning laps. Now, I know the Wilwood, they do a lot of testing with us. So they're not necessarily always going for the win when they're out here with us. They're doing a lot of R&D. Here's Arsenic Racing really, really putting the wheels to the ground out here, trying to get by one of the other Miatas, wasting no time getting that car worked up towards the front. Arsenic Racing, always a strong competitor. They're in 5th place right now. The Flying Hawaiians is in 10th place very early on in the race. So 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing. And the Formula 33 team, they're in 14th.
Of course, now this is going to be very confusing if you're looking at Race Hero because all the cars are salmon.
Yeah, I don't know why that hasn't cleared up yet. We're 4 laps in, and they're already complaining that we're not turning laps. So
right.
Here's a look at Race Hero. You can see, by the way, you can check this out at racehero.io if you want to check it out on the web while you're watching on your confuser, or if you can get the app in the App Store if you're using a phone. And a lot of guys start out with these Miata platforms. You know, they're really a cheap way to go racing. They got the independent rear suspension. It's a fairly durable race car. You don't have to do a lot to it to be competitive. It's pretty straightforward. You know, you got guys are putting a roll cage in the car. They're going to have to do that for safety reasons to meet the rules to be compliant with ChampCar. A fire suppression system is also required, so they got to put that in there. They have to put a racing seat in. They can't use the factory seat. You've got a window net that has to be installed. If you're not going to run the factory roof, you got to put a net in the roof, or you wear arm straps, which is kind of a pain. Better just to put the roof net up. They're going to change the brake pads. They're going to put fresh wheel bearings and maybe fresh calipers on the car. Maybe do an oil change, just an idea. And then they're going to have to put our stickers on the car, and then they're pretty much ready to go racing. They got to get some better tires. We have to use you can use 180 or 200 tread wear tires. There's just not a lot you have to do to a Miata to go racing.
And of course, I mean, the Miata's a fine platform, like you said, pretty easy to work on, fairly simple car. So
it looks like the Formula 33 car got turned around and pointed towards the wall. It looks like the corner workers have waved him on so he can back up and get back onto the racetrack. So not sure exactly what happened there. I was not looking at that particular view when it all went down. Oh, yeah, my dad's
looks like a beautiful day there.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be AccuWeather actually says plenty of sunshine today. So I'm sure we'll hear from Bill, and I'm sure he's going to complain about something.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine he's too hot. I don't know. But it is a gorgeous day out there in Fontana, California. As the race is just getting underway, 5 laps in, we've got Door Slammers leading by about 12 seconds. Turning those 2:05s. He just turned his fastest lap time for the event at a 2:05.1. Looking down through the field, boy, we don't have too many. Get the Roto Palooka, who's in second place, are turning 2:07s. We've got a couple teams turning 2:09s, like the Colafab team. Glitch Heroes also turning in 2:09s. But the other teams are struggling to match those kinds of lap times to get under that 2:10 mark. They're going to need a little bit of time to get the ring rust off and get those lap times down. So right now, Door Slammers in their Pontiac Fiero leading this race. Man, you don't see too many Fieros doing well in endurance racing.
No, you don't. And there's, of course, a lot of discussion, or, a fair amount of discussion on why the Fiero platform isn't all that great. But it seems to me the guys that have made it work really make them work well. Door Slammers comes immediately to mind. We've seen that Fiero up there constantly. So they've got something figured out.
Yeah, and I think it's Marche is asking about, was there another spin at the 6:51 mark? There might have been. You can, if you just want to look at something that happened in the past, from the YouTube channel, that red bar that you see at the bottom is a play bar, and you can grab that from the right side and actually pull it back and rewind what you've seen and watch it over and over again if you want to. So anytime you want to see something that was viewed, you want to do your own little instant replay, you can just slide that play bar backwards and look at what's been played on YouTube, even though it's a live feed. So just getting underway, 15 minutes into the race, 6 laps turned so far. I'm getting ahead of myself. Door Slammers leading the race with Rotopalooka in second. Arsenic Racing is third. Then the Door Slammers number 95 car. They've got 2 cars out here this weekend. They're in fourth. And Black Forest is in 5th place. We're on board with the Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys with Adam Carolla at the wheel, working that car up through the field. Let's see where they've gotten to so far. The Flying Hawaiians is in 9th place right now. And they've moved 5 positions to get up to where they are. Just turned their fastest lap time of 2:11.
I think he's actually moved up more than that. I think that was his, quote unquote, his official starting position, but we noticed him sitting back in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for the rest of the field to file out. So
right, he actually started at the back of the field. So he's passed about half the field or better already. Good point. And looks like Jay Leno is in the car of the Uncommon Friends mobile. So I'll try and get that camera up as we're watching and enjoying the beginning of this race here. By the way, if you want to find out more about the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, you can always go to the website. It's, guess what it is? ChampCar.org. www.ChampCar.org. And there's plenty of information on that website, Doc, especially if people want to be volunteering to serve in the events. They can do that.
Absolutely. We can always use volunteers. And mostly what that duty is watching pit road. It's making sure everybody's got their visors down. Make sure the fire extinguisher guy is paying attention.
Yep. Sorry about that, Doc. Go ahead.
And that sort of thing. So we pay you to do that. We also feed you. I mean, when was the last time you got paid to go to auto races? Come on. It's not very strenuous duty. It's not like we're asking you to go out there and be a flagger or something like that. So it's mostly working on pit road, watching these teams, making sure they adhere to our rules. So looks like only 1 car is not turning laps, and that's.
I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, Jay has just crashed. Sorry about the noise level there. He was in a crash, and I'm trying to get it under control here, guys. Sorry about all the noise.
Hey, Paulie.
Hang on a second. Sorry about all the noise there, guys. I apologize for that. What I was trying to do was bring in a camera from a YouTube feed.
Gotcha.
And as I was doing it, the volume level, the setup for something like that, usually we need to do it off the air. Otherwise, the volume level can just completely blow your ears out. Well, just as I got it going, Jay Leno crashed the car. He said somebody hit him. So I flipped it over so you guys could see what was going on real quick, but I couldn't control the feed, so I apologize for that. I'll try and get that sorted out. But yeah, boy, that's unfortunate. It looks like he was able to drive the car back to the pits so they can check it out, and hopefully they'll be able to get that Datsun back out onto the racetrack. So about 10 minutes from the top of the hour here, just getting underway. And Uncommon Friends shown in the pits now in 12th place.
It's like the 48 and the 46. Door Slammers, that's our leader, and Uncommon Friends had contact.
All right.
And I would guess that was when 48 was lapping him.
Well, that could be.
Would be my guess.
Yeah. Try and get that source back up here for you folks. Just give me a minute here and we'll try and get that sorted out for you, Doc. In the meantime, Doc, maybe you could talk to us a little bit about the sim racing that we do in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series.
Well, we do indeed have an iRacing sim series. It races every Wednesday night, 6 p.m. on the East Coast or 6 p.m. on the West Coast. There's two separate championships. There's the Atlantic and the Pacific Division. And the winner of the championship rounds gets a free entry into an actual Champ Car race. So we tend to mimic our real schedule. And generally, we'll have a practice round on one Wednesday, and then the next Wednesday will be the championship round. Now, you must have a minimal license to compete in the championship round, and all those races are broadcast live, thanks to our good friends over at Huge Jazz. So check it out if you could. If you want to sometime, you can also just hang on as a spectator there. So give us a shout out and check them out. Like I said, we're usually getting pretty good fields out there, with the only danger being perhaps a dented pixel or two. So the races do require a fuel stop, and that's just built in. It's all based on the Miata MX-5 Cup car. So familiar to the Mazda crowd.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a good little platform. It's a pretty well handling car. And just everybody has a blast out there. So, again, it's mostly for bragging rights, but those two grand prizes are the two free entries into an actual Champ Car race. So,
yeah, we're just looking through some of the information. Sounds like the number 48 spun, and number 46 tried to evade, but could not. So the 48 is the Door Slammer Sphere, like you said, the leader, and the 46, that's Jay's driving the Uncommon Friends Z car.
Looks like they're having a little bit of problems with that mirror.
Yeah, looks a little tweaked there as he got into contact with the leader of the race, but not sure if he's heading behind the wall. Looks like he's heading back out onto the racetrack. Yeah, he's ready to show him his driver's band, so it's like Jay's taking the Z car back out onto the racetrack. That's good news.
Looks like from what we see, sounds like the 48 spun and the 46 tried to evade him, but couldn't.
Right.
Car's got a little bit of a crumpled right front fender, but that's about it.
This too shall pass.
Yes.
And we'll try to get the standings here running for you folks as soon as we can get our equipment to get all the feeds to agree with us. But right now you've got Door Slammers leading in their Fiero. Arsenic Racing is second. Door Slammers in the number 95 Miata is fourth. Excuse me. Is this scrolling properly? Roto Paluker's leading. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
That's
so, yeah, we've got with that incident, Door Slammers, their Pontiac has slid down to second place. So it looks like Roto Palukers is up leading this race right now. It's a long race, though.
Oh, it
Plenty stuff can happen.
This is true.
A little 3 wide up there on the banking.
Of course, we're just getting started with the race, too. We've got so much racing that's up ahead. So, just trying to get the cars out there onto the racetrack and get started with this thing. Drivers trying to get comfortable behind the steering wheel. So there's your top 10 right now, folks. Roto Palooka leading with Door Slammers in second. Arsenic Racing is third. The other Door Slammers car is in fourth. Waiting for Data is in fifth. Now, who is that clown?
Do we really have a waiting for data?
No, but we've often been threatened.
Oh, yes.
I've threatened many times.
I still think it would be one of the better team names.
It's the Pit Garage team, actually, that's in fifth place, folks. So Black Forest is shown in sixth, along with Petrolholic shown in seventh. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is eighth. The Flying Hawaiians and two white guys in their Datsun Z with Adam Carolla at the wheel is ninth. Das Idios is 10th. We got Barney and Friends 11th. Glitch Heroes is 12th. Then it's Team Tango in that Volvo 740 wagon. Then it's Wilwood 2 in 14th. Formula 33 is down to 13th. Zoom Zoom Kaboom 16th. Holy Rollers is 17th. USA Racing is 18th. Uncommon Friends in 19th. The Wilwood team number 119 car shows they're in 20th place with Occupy Pit Lane in 12th. Alchemy Autosport still in the pits in 22nd. Speed Doctors in 23rd. And Acme Racing is 24th. It's like the Coal Fab team is 25th, and the ZPT team doesn't look like they've turned any laps yet in their Miata.
So, hey, look at that.
The
salmon starting to disappear.
Yeah, there we go.
So it looks like we've got a report of number 31. That's Acme Racing in the on pit road with their hood up.
Okay. Looks like the number 338, they're working on the suspension of that car. That's the Occupy Pit Lane car. And looks like it's overheating too. They're going to drop a new tire on it. So I wonder if they got off track and damaged that tire. You wouldn't wear a tire out this soon.
No, you wouldn't think so.
And Jay Leno loses control of the car again, and he's sliding backward through the cones and may have stalled it. There, he got it going. That's a nice, safe place to lose it down there. There's a lot of runoff room. He's trying to get, looks like back onto the front straightaway. So that's that the curve that takes you around 16, 17 back onto the front straightaway.
I can give him pointers on hitting cones.
Well, these guys got a lot of racing experience too. They did a lot of racing at the Long Beach, the Toyota Long Beach Grand Prix for celebrities in the Toyota Celica.
Very different course though.
Oh yeah, very different street course. You're really close to the guardrails, and of course the speeds you pick up here are going to be higher as you're coming around the Roval here.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever seen these speeds. Certainly not at Long Beach. Maybe on the back straight, you might maybe do, I don't know, 110 maybe.
Right. Of course, I think it was actually Jay's idea to get Adam Carolla to come out here and race with us. He called up Jay. Jay called up Adam and said, "Hey, why don't you come Champ Car racing with us?" And he hadn't heard of Champ Car yet. He thought it was still the Indy team, the Indy series back from the day, in the 90s or whatever it was.
Right.
And no, this is endurance racing. It's very different. So, these two buddies got together and came out here to go racing with us. And it looks like they've got some of their cameras in the car, too. So they're doing some of their own camera work for something they're working on, too. Making the downshift. Heading up through the infield here at Auto Club Speedway on the Roval. Try to give you a little bit of audio. Hopefully we can still hear enough to get Doc in here. There we go. So just getting up towards the top of the hour here. First half hour of racing. And I don't know how much Datsun racing that Jay Leno has done. I know that Adam Carolla has done quite a bit.
I'm sure he owns one.
The car leaves the racetrack and kind of comes right back over as Jay's coming by.
Close.
Yeah. It could have been ugly. That Z is so fast. Man. Nice clean up shifts. Up on the roval now. It just seems to go forever. You coming from the front straightaway all the way around to the back straightaway.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of that might equal Auto Club is Charlotte. You're on the banking quite a ways there as well.
I'd buy that. This does seem to be a track similar to Charlotte. It looks
Daytona,
a little rough.
Of course, you have the bus stop breaks everything up.
Yeah, the track looks a little bumpy, and it's just kind of a man's track. You know, this is a place where you're going to work hard. Working his way through the infield now. A little bit of oversteer there on the way out of that corner. Looks like Adam Carolla coming out of the car. He wasn't out there for very long.
Wonder if something's wrong with this car.
I can hear, it sounds like Bill's down there, our fanboy.
Rather unconventional way of exiting.
He's having trouble getting out of the car. That's the Flying Hawaiian Z.
That's going to be I believe our show car for the SEMA show. Yeah, I think something's wrong with this car.
It could be. They don't have a driver jumping in right away, but the hood's not up either, so.
True enough.
Not sure what the story is there. Looks like Bill's saying the car is okay. So that's the story there. The Formula 33 Pontiac is also in the pits. They've got the hood up on that car. So working on the Pontiac here as we take a look at Arsenic Racing. So standings right now, you've got Roto Pluker leading with Door Slammers and Arsenic Racing, your top three. We'll break for commercial and be back here in a few minutes, folks. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from diversified cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Auto Club Speedway. Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong, who's trackside, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend of the 7 hours of endurance racing here at Auto Club Speedway. Just getting things, drivers just getting acclimated here with Roto Palooka Racing. Looks like leading this race right now.
Yeah, Door Slammers, we had a report that they had contact out on course with Mr. Leno, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to have to recover from that. They're about 22 seconds back from our leader, Roto Palookers. So Arsenic, Pit Garage, Door Slammers, their other car, round out our top five. Not a whole, it's funny. It's not a whole lot of C-Class cars here. Got a couple of B-Class cars leading, followed quickly by 4 A-Class cars. And then you see our C-Class cars with Das Idiots and their Mazda Miata and Black Forest and their Porsche 944, our first 2 C-Class cars.
So this was the scene from the Jay Leno car that he was driving. This is right before the accident. He's working his way through the infield here. And somewhere around here, he loses control of the back end of the car. He just kind of backs it into, it looks like he's off the racetrack. He's just kind of hanging out there. And it looks like he's trying to restart the car. So he's in that situation. And then look to the driver's right. Here comes the leader and smashes into his car.
Oh.
He's sitting there. So he's not the only one losing the back end of the car coming through that corner there. And then they both take off and head back onto the racetrack.
The damage.
Yeah. So he's like, hey, somebody hit me. I'm coming in to have you check it out. Now, we did get a message also. Bill let me know that the Flying Hawaiians car, they're going to put another guy in that car and take it out to the racetrack. So the Adam Carolla's out of the car, but they put somebody else in. And there isn't anything wrong with it. So it could be maybe he's not really familiar with the track. Maybe he's not really familiar with, he's been in the car for over half an hour. Most of the racing that they've done in SCCA, you get about a half hour, 40 minutes, and that's it. You don't stay in the car for 2 hours. That's insane. That's what we do.
Yeah.
So that's about, a normal race, what we call sprint racing, which is actually just normal racing. So that's probably about all that he's really interested in doing. I can't say that I blame him. Sometimes you just want to get out of the car. So they're putting another driver in the Z.
You know, when I first started my team, you know, I told the guys, you know, you can only do a 2-hour driver stint limit at a time. And it's like, what? Just 2 hours? Like, trust me, guys, you're going to be begging to get out of that car at about an hour and a half. And sure enough, you get this call breathless over the radio. How much longer? You know, they're totally gassed.
So it looks like Jay's still in the car, but parked it here.
Yep, they reported going slow on the front straight, so.
We're trying to talk to him now. He's saying, I can't move it, something's broken. So he shut the car off.
So Richie's asking, why are the face shields up? A fire would toast the eyebrows. Well, it certainly would, but I mean, most people race with their face shields up. I know I do. Just trying to get air in there.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, in our series, you're not allowed to take the net down. You can't take your helmet off. You can't do any of that. You need to stay totally buckled up and suited and everything in case there's a fire. So, and these guys aren't used to racing with us. They don't realize those are the rules. So he's been instructed by the corner worker, you know, you need to stay, you know, completely suited up. You got to get your gloves back on, which when your hands are all sweaty, it's not easy putting these OMPs back on. I got to tell you, they have kind of like a rubberized coating on the inside so that they don't slip and cause blistering. And they're fantastic, but you wouldn't want to try and put them back on when your hands are sweaty.
The Marquita Farmer's back with us. Hey, y'all. What's up?
It sounds like Bill's found his way down to, I think he's the one yelling at Jay Leno, too. It's amazing how well he gets around pit lane.
Yeah, when he wants to.
It's amazing, isn't it? The guy that can't seem to make it, suddenly he's all over the place talking to these guys. Oh, it's so funny. I can't wait till he gets back. Oh, well. So the Flying Hawaiians heading back out, adjusting the mirror for the new driver. This might be the owner here. I think I recognize the posture and the suit. And bringing that car up through the gears and working his way around the racetrack. So your standings right now at 19 laps in. Rotopalooza leads with door slammers in the Pontiac Fiero with the fastest lap time of the day. That stout 2:01. They just set that lap time,
making
by
up
the
some
way.
ground.
Pit Garage in third place. Arsenic Racing, they've just set their fastest lap time with a 2:08. They're in fourth. Door Slammers is fifth. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is sixth. Das Idiots is seventh. Black Forest is eighth. Petroholic is ninth. Barney and Friends is 10th. Then it's Glitch Heroes in 11th. Wilwood 2 is 12th. Team Tango is 13th. Zoom Zoom Kaboom in the 184 car is 14th, with USA Racing in 15th place. So cars we show not turning laps right now. Uncommon Friends, we know that car is stranded on the racetrack right now, but they're pulling it back in. The Flying Hawaiians has actually just gone back onto the racetrack, even though they're showing in the pits.
Yeah, we'll see that clear up once they cross the race loop.
Formula 33, they're definitely still in the pits, so that's accurate. Alchemy Autosport also shown in the pits. They haven't hardly turned any laps today. Then we've got Acme Racing also shown not turning laps right now.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at Alchemy Autosport. That's well, I don't know if I'd classify it as a new build, but they've been out for a while. So that was, of course, our display car at the Long Beach Grand Prix, I believe.
And it looks like the Uncommon Friends Z car, looks like the transmission is the issue, according to what we're getting back from Bill here.
I see.
He really needs to be riding that brake. That'll keep that tow rope taut.
And he looks like he's doing a fine job at that.
So,
now, of course, once he comes to a stop, they'll get up some slack. He wants to go to his garage.
Right. They want to take it back to the garage there, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bruce does have a spare transmission in the trailer there. So I don't think they're going to be done yet this weekend. Plus, they're They're kind of close to home plate. They're in California, so if they have to make a run, they can do that, being in California. Beautiful day to be racing, of course. The high today, about 86 degrees. A little toasty out there in Fontana, California for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Welcome, everyone.
There's that Volvo station wagon.
There you go. Yeah, up on the high bank there, on the high side of the bank there. Yeah.
That's one of the cars you'll be able to instantly tell which it is.
Yeah. Of course, the Arsenic Racing Miata picking up a little bit of a tow from the other Miata just up ahead as they roll around the inside.
Like a BMW blew past them both on the outside.
Jay Leno hopping out of the Z.
Peek out.
Yep.
Gets him under braking as they enter the infield.
20 laps completed so far, guys.
Fontana must be a classy track. Wouldn't allow Bill in the announcer's booth. Well, Bill's playing fanboy today, so
Yeah.
I don't know that he'd spend much time in the booth anyway.
Real close there between the BMW trying to get around the outside of a corner and Arsenic Racing working their way around the racetrack. Yeah, it looks like when they got up, when Jay Leno brought the Z car up onto the front straightaway is when he was having trouble with the transmission. He pulled over just at pit out, so they were able to grab that car from there and pull it back into the paddock area there. Jay just getting out of the car now. And of course, the Uncommon Friend Z is they've got that fuel tank situated in the passenger compartment right next to the driver. Got the bulkhead there. Glad to see he's all right after that bump that they took from the leader. Lost control, and that's not embarrassing at all. I crashed into Jay Leno, for crying out loud. Of all the people on the racetrack I could run into, it had to be him, right?
Yeah.
So just about 20 minutes after the top of the hour. So almost 10:20 local time, Pacific. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Appreciate you over here on our chat feed.
Y'all are pretty quiet today, though. You don't give us something to talk about. We're just going to talk about what we want to.
Yeah, which isn't going to be Bill. It's going to be us.
Yeah.
Shoot. A look at the front straightaway there. You can see the flag stand, that little box just off to the right there. It's a gorgeous day in Fontana.
Yeah, if you're not involved in one of the fires out there.
Oh, yeah, it's terribly, terribly dry out there. So it's a
and of course,
big
Fontana's
issue.
well east of the city of Los Angeles, where most of the fires seem to be.
We're getting plenty of rain up here in northern Indiana. They could have some of ours. Be happy to hand it their way. Rounding the oval here, this 2.88 mile, 17 turn road circuit. The round 3 racing guys got the jacking the car up now, getting to work on it, as they've got a transmission problem they need to deal with on that car.
Round 3?
Or excuse me, Uncommon Friends. I'm just not even thinking straight. That never happens. Who, me? Misspeak? No.
Never.
No. You must have heard it wrong. That's what it is.
We got door slammers continuing to gain on our leader, the Roto Palooka Racing, and their Mazda Miata. They've got that gap down to 6.7 seconds.
Yeah, obviously things turning around there up at the front of the field. And there's a look at the top 15 for you. Now the green that you see there next to, over the lap times, the last lap times, that indicates that's the fastest lap time so far for that car today. And we're getting a message that the Fiero may have a rear tire issue.
Rotopalooka just reset their fastest lap.
And we got a message, the number 96 has a lot of grass in the radiator. The number 96 is the pit garage team. The Pontiac of the Formula 33 team, they're still in the pits right now. Still got the hood up on that Pontiac, working on that car. Things getting busy in the Arsenic Racing Miata here. They're working their way back up onto the Roval here, the oval section, to restart another lap. You can see the transition there is a bit aggressive, heading up onto the racetrack and then coming down off of 3 into the oval, into the Roval, the infield section rather. It's a bit jarring right there, so it's kind of hard on the cars as they make that transition.
Yeah, we saw that at Charlotte, certainly, with the transition coming out of the infield back onto the banking.
Yeah, that Rotopalooka car is an RX-7. You're right. You are correct, sir. And by the way, you get free shipping on all orders over $50 through TireRack.com. That's right. Tires, wheels, brakes, suspension, and all parts and accessories. It's the way tire buying should be at TireRack.com. Make sure you check them out. Tire Rack, of course, the series sponsor for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We appreciate them.
Quite a gaggle of cars here in the infield.
Yeah, we started the race with about 25, 26 cars. We've got a few cars that have ducked out right now. We've got Uncommon Friends with that transmission failure. We've got Alchemy Autosport and the Formula 33 Pontiac Firebird working on their cars, but really close door handle to door handle racing here in Fontana, California.
It's like a car got off wide there to the left, locked them up.
Quick downshift into third. Nice rev match. Down to second here. He's getting held up a little bit. Up into third. Having to work that steering wheel a little bit to keep the car under him. Big transition there. And then there's another one up here as they glide back up onto the racetrack in the oval section.
Looks like those cones have taken quite a bit of abuse. I'm not out there. I want to clarify that.
This is not your fault. It's not your fault.
Yeah, they'll never pin this one on me.
In the draft, trying to find a way around. Can't go left. There's another car coming up, so takes the high road. Another Miata looking really strong, passing them both by himself.
That's something we'll never be accused of, taking the high road.
Right. Yeah, that accusation doesn't come our way very often.
No.
Down into the infield again after completing another lap. So that's 25 laps completed. The Pontiac still in the pits right now, along with the Z car of Uncommon Friends. and the Miata of Alchemy Autosport.
Door Slammers retaking our lead over Roto Palooka.
Yeah, 6.7 seconds the gap between the two, with Pit Garage in pursuit, running those 2:07s. You know, if Roto Palooka keeps turning those lap times, the Pit Garage, it's not going to take long for them to get their lap back and make the pass. All three of those cars, you know, they're running 201s for Door Slammers, but 204s, 205s, 206s is the rest of the top 5 teams, top 6 teams are all turning those same lap times. So we'll see who can get the lap times down and hold on to it consistently. Those are the guys that move the car up front. If they can get those lap times close to as fast as the car will go and keep them down there managing traffic well, those are the guys that will be passing cars and reeling that car up to the front of the track, or the front of the event, rather, the race. Black Forest in their Porsche 944 back in 8th. 9 seconds is the gap to the Das Idiots Miata, and they're gradually gaining on them.
Marquis to Farmers asking, is Waiting for Data really the team's name in third? Why, no, it's not.
No.
That would be Pit Garage in their Mazda Miata.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea, but no.
I've got Race Hero on, and it's listed as Pit Garage. So,
yeah. Right now, our Race Hero feed over on our broadcast isn't cycling yet. I'll take a look at that here in the next break and see if I can get that spun up for you so we can enjoy that. But this is the standings you see coming from Race Monitor, which is the same except for that.
Except it's different.
Third, yeah. Except for being different, it's the same.
Yeah, actually, they're both third-party applications, so it really doesn't. You know, a lot of times it's not synced with our timing and scoring. So, and they both go up and they go down, and it's quite a complicated system out there. So.
Braking hard in third gear, overshoots the corner just a bit, but doesn't look to be anything significant there. Looks like the getting a message. We got a car waiting.
It's like the Pontiac, the big Pontiac, the Firebird is waiting for a power steering part.
Yeah, so that explains why they're still in the pits. They need to get that power steering unleaking.
Now, we don't run power steering, but I imagine in some of those big American V8s, the old muscle cars, as it were, I would imagine power steering comes in pretty handy.
Looks like the wagon, also the Volvo wagon, is ducked into the pits too. Cars are beginning to spread out real good. But some of these other cars are really on the move up there. You know, we've been watching Arsenic, and they're really passing cars. They're in 5th place right now. We're on board with them now. Flying Hawaiian's a little bit behind the 8 ball with an early pit stop to make a driver change, but I think the owner of the car's in there now, wheeling that car around the racetrack. Now, he's really familiar with this track and, of course, incredibly, intimately familiar with the race car. So, Flying Hawaiians in a vintage Datsun Z, just turned a 209 on their last lap. They're in 18th place right now. So, got some work to do to get that car back up to the front over the course of the next 6 hours of racing. Just blame it on the guys not in the room. Sometimes we blame it on the guys that are in the room. But yeah, we'll be happy to blame things on other people. Why not? Making that shift on the very fast Z car. Looks like one of the neons in their sights. Making 5th gear now up on the oval section of the racetrack. Just looking to the left, sighting that turn 3 where you slow way down and dive into the infield. Car goes back around the inside. Trying to be patient here. I'm not sure if that's an S2000 maybe, or is it a Mustang? I'm having a little trouble identifying the car. Maybe it was a Mustang. The way he came around, maybe it was a Mustang.
Well, we've got 3 Mustangs in the race. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
I think that is a Mustang.
Maybe it's a Miata. I don't know.
It's like a Miata.
I don't know.
Of course, you can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Miata out here today.
They are pretty popular out here in the West.
Well, there's a lot of hairdressers out there.
That's the 515 car, definitely a Miata. And out here slinging away. The 515 is the Das Idiots team. Good-looking car. I would like it.
Das Idiots, of course, a well-recognized competitor out here on the West Coast with ChampCar.
And I like it when they put the big black Mazda lettering on the side on the quarter panel. I think it looks cool.
Well, you know, part of that's that contingency money that Mazda's spreading around in our series.
Yeah, and we probably don't talk about that enough because, frankly, we don't understand it. But it's it's on the website. It's
on the website, yeah.
It's all right.
There's a lot of things I don't understand.
Yeah, don't come to us to understand things.
Yeah. Why would you ever listen to us to understand anything?
So rather than listen to us, listen to these messages from some of our astute and more intelligent sponsors of this racing series. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching Champ Car Live. It's brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
And welcome back to the Champ Car Live presentation presented by AutoZone here at Auto Club Speedway for the Wilwood Grand Prix in Fontana, California. I'm Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop here, bringing you live coverage of today's event. And we've got door slammers back up at the front in their Pontiac Fiero, leading by 38 seconds over the Mazda RX-7 in second place, Roto Pluker. Pit Garage is third, Door Slammers is fourth in their number 95 car, and then it's Arsenic Racing rounding out the top five. On board with Arsenic now.
Yeah, it looks like Door Slammers just reset their fastest lap of the race with a 2.4.
Looks like the Volvo heading back out onto the racetrack, and Bill says that Roto Pluker RX-7 sounds like a prop plane when it goes by.
Sounds like a what?
A prop plane of all things, which would be strange because there's such a, usually it's a real high-pitched, shrill sound that you get from those rotary engines.
Well, I know at AMP last weekend, I guess it was last weekend.
Hard
I don't
to believe, huh?
Something like that.
You're right.
Several teams ran afoul of their sound limits, and I know Cone Crushers did some modifications to their exhaust, and it sounded like a jet dryer going by.
Oh, yeah. As the sound of the exhaust whistling out of the pipes can make kind of a whistling sound, right? So if you're with us earlier here at the beginning of the race, we were watching Jay Leno and Adam Carolla driving separate Datsun Zs out on the racetrack, and that was really entertaining. I don't think Jay had a lot of fun. He spent a lot of time trying to recover the car, but Adam Carolla was doing a great job out there. I think he had a little bit more fun.
Well, he's probably got a little bit more experience behind the wheel.
Yeah, he's got a little more time on his hands, maybe. Both those guys have racing experience in the Toyota Celebrity. They were doing that for several years, racing those Toyota Celicas at Long Beach. And
yeah, that was always a popular race. It was studded with Hollywood celebrities and quite a few pro drivers too. So they used to have the pro drivers start like 30 seconds in back of the celebrities, and then watched them all move up through the field, as it were.
Right.
Didn't take them long.
And it was more of a sane race time frame. I don't know what it was, 15 or 20 minutes long.
Yeah, it wasn't very long, like 30-minute race.
That was always a lot of fun watching them because they would have a banner on the top. The windshield banner would have the name of the driver.
Yeah.
So you knew who was in what car, and because they were all identically prepared Toyotas. They were painted the same and everything.
Yeah, we've actually seen a couple of them in our racing in our series.
Right. They've restored the one that Jay Leno raced. That one's been restored and I can't remember who's hanging on to that car right now, but I think it's at Toyota. I think somebody's hanging on to that car. So if you're American Iron fans, well, the Formula 33 team, they're in the pits right now working on the power steering system. It developed a leak early on, and they're working on getting that fixed and getting it back onto the racetrack. We got a message they're waiting on a part to show up at the track.
Got 3 Mustangs out here with us today. That's the Barney and Friends and the Petroholic Racing.
Looks like we've already got a car coming in for fuel and driver. That's the Wilwood, one of the Wilwood cars, the number 119. They're going to put gas in that Miata and send it back out. Looks like the number 777, the Holy Rollers Racing in their Mustang. They're heading back out onto the racetrack. They were in the pits for a little bit.
Is there any in-car footage for Pit Garage?
Pit Garage.
No, there is not.
No, I don't have a camera in that car. Sorry about that. Actually, I only have 3 in-car cameras right now. And then, well, I've got a 4th one, actually. I shouldn't say that. I got 4. And then I've got a camera inside the Doc Waldrop garage. Right here. It's amazing. You didn't know that I was here, though, did you, Doc?
No.
You'd probably
How did you get a hold of my car?
You'd probably rather I'd get to work instead of that car. Maybe it's better I don't work on your car. I don't know. You look at that. Yeah, where's the guys? Why aren't they back there working?
Why aren't they back there?
What?
Dang it.
Come on, guys. Get with it, will you? Get to work on that car. Now we're on board with Flying Hawaiians. We got a race to watch, don't we?
Why, yes, we do.
So we've got cars coming out of the pits. Black Forest in their Porsche 944, the yellow Porsche, in the pits right now, along with Holy Rollers. 2 cars that just turned their fastest lap times of the day so far. Barney and Friends and their Mustang in 9th, and the Miata of Wilwood 2 also turned their fastest lap times as that car heads back out onto the racetrack.
So nobody's able to come close to door slammers in that Pontiac Fiero.
Oh, man, he just set a 2-minute flat lap time. I mean, he's crushing it out there.
Yeah, he's consistently down in the low 2 minutes, whereas everybody else is 205, 206s.
So really impressive for a Fiero to be doing well. We just don't have that in our series.
No, but they seem to have made it work.
Well, they got it running quick, that's for sure. We'll see about the durability as the race goes on. That's one of the biggest challenges in our series is the durability aspect of things. As Flying Hawaiians whistles by the Volvo that's out here with us this weekend, trying to work that Datsun back up into the field. They're 15th right now. They're about 3 laps down from the U.S. racing team in their 300ZX. Turning 207s, though, they're 7 seconds a lap faster. I mean, they're so much quicker. They belong up in the top 5, really, with those kinds of lap times.
Track length is 2.88 miles, 17 turns.
Yep. We got a track map here provided by Mr. Billy Johnson, apparently. But there you have it, 17 corners, as Doc said. Just under 3 miles. It's actually, it's kind of a long racetrack, using all of that oval and then coming through the infield like that. This is one of the longer racetracks, so yeah, pretty cool. On board with Arsenic Racing and one of the many Miatas that are out here this weekend. The weak spots for the Miata really is just in the front hubs, the bearings, and the way they break and crack, and the bearings get wiped out.
All right, so Richie's son, his 2-year-old son, is loving our coverage, but says race car's not loud enough.
Yeah, I know it.
So let's crank up the volume.
All right, we'll turn up some volume on one of the in-cars here and see if you can hear it. But unfortunately, when I do that, then Doc can't hear anything but a bunch of blaring noise. But here we go.
That's fine. I don't need to hear anything.
The sound's not very good, as you can tell. Lots of wind noise. Well, you can really see how aggressively the car gets pitched as he transitions up into the oval section there. It looks like they're putting a driver. They might be putting a driver in the Pontiac, so I think they might have that power steering system fixed. So maybe they'll be heading back out onto the racetrack here pretty soon.
.48, it looks like our leaders did a little spin.
Spun in turn 19. You know, we saw a lot of spins. We saw some spins by Jay Leno, in fact, having trouble with the inner part of the racetrack. You know, it might be pretty dusty out there. It just seemed to look kind of ashen here in the infield.
I've looked ashen before.
Yeah, but that's because you're coming off of a long, hard night.
Ah, that's right.
All that hard living.
There was a reason.
Yeah, Alchemy looks like they're still shown in the pits, so it doesn't look like they're turning laps. You know, they were ready to go this morning. I think actually that's the team that had to still go through the through tech. So I don't know if they ever started. Let me see. Did they start the race? Did they have laps in? Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got laps in.
Yeah, they're credited with only 6.
They did 6 laps, and then they had to pull the car in. So something's up with the car.
That's normally one of our more reliable cars, so a little strange to see them off track.
Yeah, and I can never remember here. Was it Alchemy or let's see? One of these was Miata PI. Was it Alchemy that was originally Miata PI?
That sounds right.
Okay, I think it is. Which you're right. I mean, those are the guys. They've been racing with us for a long time. As the Pontiac heads back out onto the racetrack.
There's your car sounds.
Yeah, he's in high gear, rolling around the roval there, the oval part of the track. And you can see the palm trees just off to the right there, around the perimeter of the racetrack. So it looks like Bob Briggs in the Fiero, the number 48. And Bo Bridges is in the number 95 Miata. No, it's Bo Briggs, excuse me. So Bob and Bo Briggs driving 2 different cars.
Yep, now the
door slammers.
The door slammers cars have run afoul of the officials for kind of hanging together a little too closely.
Yeah, they might be the nose to tail, the bump drafting. That can be frowned upon by the officials. Looks like the number 248 has come into the pits. 248 belongs to the Speed Doctors in their 89 BMW 325i. So door slammers, your leader, crossing the start-finish line, clocking in another 203, which nobody can touch. Continuing to gap the field in their B-Class Fiero. So it's 2 B-Class cars leading the field with 4 A-Class cars behind them. The first C-Class car is back in 7th place, a 535i, the Glitch Heroes Racing Team. That's the black Beamer you see out there. Black Pontiac, or excuse me, the Formula 33 Pontiac back up onto the oval. It's like he's up in 5th gear and just going to cruise around there and save fuel, keep those revs down. 37 laps complete out here so far. 1 minute and 5 seconds the gap from first to second place. Continuing to gap the field is the Fiero. Of course, the big question is going to be, can the Fiero, what's the longevity look like on that car? You know, Door Slammers have been racing with us for a long time. So it's not a new team. Not sure how many races they've done with that car, Doc. I don't remember another Fiero offhand other than the one that the Wilwood team used to bring.
Yeah, there's Fiero's not a popular platform because nobody could seem to make it work except for these Door Slammer guys. And I believe they're out of Canada, if I remember correctly.
The Uncommon Friends Z car is still, looks like there's a camera crew huddling around it, but there's the car is still up in the air, and it doesn't look to be anybody working on it. So I'm not sure what the story is with that car, but if we hear anything, we'll certainly let you know. But it's all quiet around the vintage Z car of Uncommon Friends. Back on board with the Flying Hawaiians, who's started out today's race with Adam Carolla at the wheel. They're currently, they were in 13th. Let me see where they're at now with that car. They're in 15th spot right now. And we're getting close to that pit window. You know, with the 7 hours of racing, they don't have to go the full 2 hours. They can pit a little bit early and still get those 3 pit stops in that they'll need for the day. We'll see what kind of fuel they have to make it. The Flying Hawaiians guys pitted at about the 40-minute mark, so they may have topped off at that point to send this driver out.
There's that Firebird in front, from what it looks like. Is that?
I don't know what that thing is. The taillights are pretty unusual for a Firebird, so I don't know.
It looks like a big D-class car.
Well, and you know, the guys do often change their taillights out for these LEDs. It's definitely a big car. Here's the Pontiac. We really can't see out the window very well, so. But,
Mama Lowe. I believe that's Ethan Lowe's mom, probably. I would guess.
Watching from
Maybe
Clearwater, Florida, on the other side of the United States. And thanks for watching. Auto Club Speedway, one of the tracks we kind of an annual tradition to come out to this racetrack and bring our guys out. Give the West Coast guys a chance to race with us. I'm a little trouble making that downshift. Makes third gear finally. Sometimes they just don't really want to agree with you. Don't really want to go in. Heading into the inner part of the infield. Going in the direction of the rotation of the racetrack. Fast section down here, kind of dog legs to the left. And then turns back around up here to the right. Downshifting into third. Sounded a little rough going in there. Now one of the old Mustangs just up ahead. They're even using some of the hay bales, which you don't see very often anymore in racing. That might be the leader there, the Fiero going by.
That was definitely the leader.
Well, the Fieros, you know, they had a V6 version. And,
yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're running. They just turned a 2:01 in their last lap, just spanking the field in that Pontiac. Putting another lap on the Flying Hawaiians as they're trying to get this car up to the front of the field. And they've passed Wilwood to kind of zero out where they started on the grid, although they actually started at the back of the field.
I don't know, Ray was asking, his door slammer's the old Ferrari-looking Fiero. I don't think it was.
Yeah, they just went by here a moment ago if you didn't get a chance to see it. He's having, that's a heck of a clunk going into third. He's able to slip it in there that time without any trouble, but kind of noisy going into third. It almost sounds like, I don't know, sounds like he's grounding a pound. Some of the cars that are in the pits right now, we got Wilwood 2, the number 470. Uncommon Friends, they're working on that car at some point here. Alchemy, we've also got Acme Racing shown in the pits. But the Pontiac Firebird of the Formula 33 team, they're on the racetrack after having to come in and solve a power steering leak. And we got a report that the number 248 has a loose wheel. 248 is the Speed Doctors team. So looking at the standings right now, at 40 laps into the race, you've got Door Slammers in their Fiero leading. That's the number 48 car. Then you got Rotor Palooka in a Mazda RX-7 running second. Back about 1 minute and 18 seconds that last time through. Their turning lap time's about 6 seconds slower than the leader. And the leader just sets the FTD for the race with a 2.4. In third place, it's Door Slammers again in their Miata. Then it's Pit Garage in fourth. Then it's Arsenic Racing, Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Das Idiots. Petroholic is in 8th in their Mustang. Barney and Friends in their Mustang is 9th. Then it's Glitch Heroes. Looks like they're not turning laps right now. Zoom Zoom Kaboom rounds out 11th place.
You know that Door Slammer's car, he wants a 159.
so close, too.
So close.
Just to get under that 2-minute lap time. Arsenic Racing rejoining. Flying Hawaiians working their way around the track. Formula 33 back on the racetrack in the American Muscle Machine. The driver looks pretty relaxed, so it looks like they got that power steering fixed, Doc.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's working too hard.
Just motoring around.
Got a really nice fabricated dashboard there. Tachometer just up in between the steering wheel web there, just above. I got to drive a sportsman car, which is basically a toned-down stock car at the Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. And there's 550 horsepower.
Nice.
3-speed. So, which you didn't do a lot of shifting in an oval car. You just get it going and then just to get out of the pits, you know. And it was part of the Rusty Wallace experience like 4 or 5 years ago when they let you really drive the car. If you didn't look like you were going to kill yourself, they'd let you go. And that was it was a good time. Most powerful car I ever drove for sure. That was the thing was a monster, and it's carbureted, so you didn't really get all of it until you put the pedal all the way down. It was that last 1.5 to 2 inches would open up the other two barrels, and it would just thunder down the racetrack. I mean, it was crazy. I was hitting 110 at the at the corners, going into the corners, and it was just a little racetrack. It was a quarter mile or something. But yeah, the noise was just deafening. We didn't have earbuds. They used the speaker pads, like you find in the Steelos. It was just rattle your ears. It was so stinking loud.
Used to drive my father crazy in my GTO when I switched to a Holly 850 double pumper from the Rochester Quadrajet. I found out that, if I flipped the air cleaner lid over, it would still seal, but it made a much cooler sound. And, no matter how hard I explained to him, that it still sealed perfectly, it just drove him nuts.
Oh, Ray's saying that the Fiero was from Canada 1 Laguna and had an FTD. Huh. Okay. Cool. I don't know why I don't remember that, but there's lots of things I don't remember. My wife is always wondering why. Arsenic racing in some traffic here in the infield, while two other cars are battling for position. Trying not to get held up too much. So 3 Miatas, similar power, outbraking. Bill saying that the Fiero is making 2 V8 Mustangs look silly on the front straightaway. Looks like.
Now, are those both V8 Mustangs?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Bruce Mills' car. That's the Uncommon Friends car. Almost back together, says Bill. So that's good.
Bruce Mills, of course, one of our board of directors, representing us well on the West Coast.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what they're working on, but they're not up. They don't have the gear shift out, so they're not replacing the transmission. They're obviously doing something different to that car to get it put back together again.
And/or Bill's is lying to us.
All right, looks like we've eclipsed both our listeners' patience and the top of the hour, so we'll break for commercial, and we'll be back here in just a few short minutes here, folks. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment. Stay with us. Yippee-ki-yay.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from diversified cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back to the Auto Club Speedway Wilwood Grand Prix here on ChampCar.Live, brought to you by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop, as usual, bringing you full-length race coverage today of this 7-hour contest. We're going to go checker at 4:30 local time. That's Pacific. It's going to be 4:30 to determine today's winner. Right now, your current leader, Door Slammers, at 46 laps in, up almost a lap now, I guess, over the field with Rotor Palooka in second. Door Slammers in the number 95 cars in third in their Miata. Arsenic Racing in fourth, and Pit Garage in fifth.
So, of course, this 7-hour format's going to mess with our pit strategy. Teams are going to be able to be a little bit flexible on that, so we can't expect to see everybody incoming soon, but certainly we'll have some cars come in as they approach this 2-hour driver stint limit.
Looks like the number 446 was in for a fuel and driver. That would be the Barney and Friends Mustang. And the Volvo has headed back out onto the racetrack.
I'm amazed at some of these drivers we're in car cameras with. They're sitting way back on this wheel.
Yeah. And, you know, as I was talking earlier, how it just seemed kind of ashen out there on the racetrack, and Bill's confirming there's a lot of dust on the racetrack. He said when drivers get offline, it even looks like they blew an engine. It's so much. So that certainly explains why the guys were having some trouble keeping cars from fishtailing through the infield. So more and more cars coming into the pits now. Reported as the number 19, which is Petroholic Racing, and number 227, which is the Colfab team. Didn't get off to too good of a start, that team. They just really couldn't get the car running on the racetrack, and now they've been able to get some laps in. Just pulling that car into the pits. Looks like the number 248 is on the rollback. That's the Speed Doctor's machine. A look at the front straightaway here. Just a gorgeous day at the racetrack. But it's California.
Yeah, it doesn't
right?
look half bad, does it?
Doesn't look half bad. They could use some rain out there, though.
Yeah, they sure could.
several parts of the state struggling right now with drought and the possibility of fires. So a lot of concern out there in California this time of year. Weather at the racetrack supposed to be in the mid-80s today as the high.
See, he's got his arms almost straight out.
Yeah, you do want a little bit more of a bend. He's like straight arming it just to make third gear. Probably got, longer legs, so he's got himself back in the seat.
Right.
To make his legs comfortable, but his arms are stretched out quite a bit. Not even really comfortable to hang onto the wheel. He's kind of putting his hand down on his thigh. That looks like the Volvo wagon just up ahead.
Why, yes, it does.
Cowabunga, baby. Here we go. Rotopluker dives into the pits. That's the number 37. And USA Racing in the number 891. So USA Racing in their Z car and the Mazda Rotopluker, their RX-7 in the pits right now. As more cars come into the pits. And it looks like the streaming is offline in Uncommon Friends, so if we see them come back online, we'll certainly bring that up. But yeah, Jay Leno was in the car earlier driving that car and had some problems, got himself off track in the infield, spun the car, and then got hit by the leader as they were coming through. So more than just driver issues, navigating that infield there. It was pretty slippery.
Yeah, and you don't know. I mean, sometimes, it doesn't take much to get you off your rhythm. You see a car sideways in the track, even if he's offline, it still disrupts your thinking.
Sure. Right, you're concerned about it. It may have taken him offline, to avoid, he may have seen something going on and he went offline, but this was to avoid getting too close to the car that was off, and that could have set him off. Here's a replay of what took place. This is Jay losing control of the car, and he just kind of backs into an area. He's not really on the racetrack.
That was Adam Carolla right behind him.
Yeah, actually, this was a different spin that he had been involved in.
So it is.
But there was another spin where he was involved in where the leader slid after he was stopped like that, trying to get the car going again, and then got hit in the right front, excuse me. There he slices through the cones to get back onto the racetrack. So that track was slippery this morning. Back on board with Arsenic Racing as they're working their way around the racetrack. A lot of guys carry communication systems in the cars. That's really helpful for endurance racing. We didn't really use it too much in the SCCA because you're just out there for 20 minutes. You're not going to pit unless there's a big problem, and then your race is kind of done anyway. But, boy, racing radios, they've really, helped us step up our game when it comes to communicating from team car into the pits, back and forth. Looked like there's a car off driver's right that stopped in the infield. Wow.
I think that was a safety vehicle. We've got a report that there's 3 cars stranded out on track.
Okay, I saw the yellow.
But, yeah, you're right. I mean, we use a racing radio setup, and they're awesome. It's a little pricier than some systems, but the reliability and the trackside support has been awesome.
Yeah, so you can check them out at racingradios.com. They've got all the equipment you need, and there's a significant amount of equipment. You need to have a radio in the pits. You need to have a dedicated radio for the car. All the drivers, they need to be able to plug into that system. So they need to have a microphone in their helmets. They need to have either earbuds to listen or built-in headphones inside the helmet. And, of course, the guys in the pits, they often use headphones too. So there's a significant amount of equipment, a significant amount of things that can go wrong. So buying quality equipment, turns out, is really important to having consistency and being competitive in this series. So we got a message number 48. Looks like they got front end damage. Yeah, damage to the nose. Some slight damage there.
Of course, he had that contact.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the 891 USA Racing looks like they just crawled into the pits in their Mustang. Or excuse me, that's a Z car. It's a 300ZX. So yeah, some of the more unusual cars we have out here is the our leader, which is in the Pontiac Fiero. And then we've also got a Volvo wagon. So that's kind of interesting. That's 740. So looking over at Race Hero, you can see we've got quite a few cars in the pits right now. Just scrolling through, I think 49 laps turned. Looks like our leader's in the pits. So's the Pit Garage team. Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Rotor Palooker, Petrolholic, the Glitch Heroes, USA Racing. So a lot of teams up in the front of the field in the standings are in the pits right now. Back on board with Flying Hawaiians. And two white guys. They're in 14th now. Just turned in a 220 on that last lap. But a lot of their lap times are around the 208s. They just actually at 206. They turned about 6 laps ago. That's their fastest lap time of the day. So looking across his lap times here, I'm seeing a lot of 207s and 208s. At 220 significantly slower. Might have got backed up a little bit with traffic. Same driver in the car, it looks like. No, maybe not. White helmet. This might be a new driver. Not sure. And just turned in a 213, so a little bit quicker that time through than the previous lap.
This track, it looked like he was just checking his watch. Of course, last week's track, you had no time at all. You barely have time to check your gauges at AMP.
Definitely.
One of our smaller tracks.
Looks like Zoom Zoom Kaboom. They're done with their pit stop. And the number 96, Pit Garage. As I mentioned earlier, they're in the pits. Just getting a feed that's coming back to me from Bill as he's giving me information. A little bit of tire protest there. Really slinging that Datsun through the corner there. Could be lowrider style of driving. Remember, it is California. I don't know. They're lowrider style. Kind of recline back. Yeah, could be, man. Could be.
You know, you hide back there by the B pillar so you don't get shot.
Yeah. I wouldn't know about that stuff. I'm an Indiana guy. I'm not streetwise like you are.
Yeah.
I'm not streetwise like you are, Doc.
Right. Yeah, because there's a lot of drive-bys up here in Lake Hartwell.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I mean, I went out early this morning and, man, the bass boat traffic was ridiculous this morning. They're evidently practicing for an upcoming big tournament here on Lake Hartwell. So it was like Metal Flake City. All these nice bass boats.
Yeah. Blinded by the light as those things go by. Some of those that glitter is really amazing. It's like a light show.
Well, some of these, I mean, we get the Bass Pro Tour through here, and these rigs are nice. You know, they've got their regular pickup truck, like an F-350 dually, and
Right.
it's towing the show truck and the trailer with the boat on it, and they're double stacked and stuff. It's pretty impressive.
A lot of American Iron out here this weekend with the Pontiac, Firebird, several Mustangs in the field. Holy Rollers
listen
bringing
to that
an LX.
motor.
Yeah.
Crank that up for Richie's son.
All right. They're not winding it up too high, but we'll take a listen here. It's hard to believe, you're driving a V8 Pontiac around, you got people whizzing by you. Like, you're not fast enough? I mean, what more do I need to do? But, yeah, some of these cars are really quick. The front straightaway out here at Auto Club Speedway. It's a 2.88-mile road circuit with 17 turns, what we call a roval, part oval, part road course. There's a look at the track map. Want to get an idea of what's going on there. So they come out across the start-finish line, round the roval, driving in the counterclockwise position, or rotation. Then it's down 3 to the sort of a hairpin turn 5. You could hear the tires really protesting as they come around that corner. And then they rush down into 6 and 7, a tight turn 8. It kind of cuts back on itself. Then 9, 10, through like a chicane almost, the 11, 12, 13, 14, that whole complex there. And then once you get through 15, it's really just trying to gather speed and get a good exit up onto that the oval again. On board with Arsenic here. Looks like the Pontiac right there. Still has the factory taillights in it. Just a beautiful day for racing. 86 degrees the high. Feels like it's 88. The AccuWeather actually says plenty of sunshine right in the weather forecast.
It's a beautiful day here, too, at Lake Hartwell. Nice sunny day. We've had a couple of days of pretty hard rain.
Up here in northern Indiana, it's partly cloudy. Temperatures are probably in the mid to low 40s. It's a little chilly out. We've had some rain with the cold weather, and it hasn't been all that pleasant. But here in Fontana, California, let's see, 37 started.
Now that you've received the weather report from around the country.
Yes. You're completely up to date on what's going on here in the grand old US of A. Looks like the number 30 has left the paddock with the splitter removed.
That's Alchemy Auto Sports.
So there's your update on Alchemy, someone was asking about. The number 891 is pretty beat up. It headed back out on stickers. That's the USA Racing team. So I guess that splitter in the Alchemy car was dragging like really badly, so they at high speed, so they had to get that off the car. So yeah, with your leader pitting there about 5 minutes ago, that's definitely within the pit window to optimize, how they're going to handle these pit stops. They just brought in their sister car, the Miata, that's in second place. So the Fiero tumbles down to third with Arsenic Racing now taking the lead of the race. On board with the leader. This is another tough team in the series.
Now, Arsenic doesn't look like they've pitted yet.
I would say you're probably right on with that. Technically, they've got a window here, a little bit of a bump draft, which is, by the way, not permitted in Champ Car. But it's a, yeah, they could go another 5 minutes and still be legal. But then they're going to need to come in. Looks like Bruce's car broke a half shaft is what we're getting, so they're having trouble getting that apart and getting it fixed. The half shaft this is on the Uncommon Friend Z car. So the half shaft is one of the drive shafts that connects the rear differential to the rear hub. And if you break one of those, then you really can't race with it. You need to fix that so that you can get back onto the racetrack. And they might be having a little trouble, I guess, getting it apart.
Yeah, I don't know what's involved in that.
I don't know either. They've got a custom differential in that car. I don't know if it's, there may be like some trailing arms or some support beams or something in the way that makes it difficult for them to get it out of there. And it might be just that it's kind of tight, kind of a tight fit. We'll see. Got the Pontiac in the pits. So again, we're reaching that time frame where some of the teams are going to have to pit. Looks like Arsenic is coming into the pits now to do their required pit stop. And looks like he stalled it at pit in. I wonder if he ran out of fuel.
Car won't start.
Actually, it's not even turning over.
No, he's just kind of coasting.
Yeah, it's not that it's out of fuel.
He's ever so slowly.
He's cycling the power switch, trying to get the starter to engage. He's shaking the shifter, thinking it's neutral safety, but it's not going to be neutral safety. It's going to be clutch related. And he's making sure it's in neutral, but
here comes some of his teammates to his rescue.
It's not starting.
The teammates think that he's got power. They just, or we can just push it down to the pits. There it goes. So he does have power.
Of course, now they got to run all the way down to their pits.
They got to run all the way back and fuel the stupid thing. Of course, when he shuts it off, he has to shut it off to make the driver change. So must have stalled it on the way in. So this is really curious at exactly what's happening with this car.
Looked like he had a couple other guys in the pits, so that it looks like they'll be able to start their service.
Yeah, and if it's just a matter of push starting it, they can do that. That's kind of the Porsche way of doing things. So Porsche 944 guys anyway. Us Boxster guys don't have to worry about that, but that's definitely a 944 thing. Don't envy them at all on that. That doesn't sound like a good time.
No, push starting cars sucks.
Looks like the Speed Doctors BMW was brought into the pits. So that's the latest word we have on that. Right now, Arsenic Racing pits from the lead with perhaps some mechanical issues with that car. I imagine it could be just the neutral safety switch is on the blink. It's just not going to let that starter engage.
Yeah, because it started right up.
Yeah, as soon as he dumped the clutch, it was fine. Yeah. So we've got
Arsenic.
Arsenic
He must have tried 6-7 times.
Cycling the power switch. He was doing everything he could do. They're making that driver change right now. New driver, in fact, already in the car, strapping in. That's your leader with door slammers, and their Fiero is now in second place. They've already done their pit stop, so they're back on the racetrack. And Das Idiots and the other door slammer car, the number 95, they're both in the pits right now. So we've reached the bottom of the hour. We're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back here in just a few short minutes. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Arsenic Racing is your leader. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
And welcome back, everyone, to Auto Club Speedway. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here. Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. We're following along with Arsenic Racing, who's currently in third place, with Door Slammers leading the way in their Pontiac Fiero again. 56 laps in, up 2 laps over their sister car. How about that? A 1-2 lead out here with their team cars. Arsenic in third. Zoom Zoom Kaboom out of the pits as well, now in fourth place. Pit Garage also emerging from the pits in fifth. DOS Idiot still shown in the pits, although they may have already headed out, and we're just waiting for them to come around and trip that timing loop that's out there on the racetrack.
Of course, we've got some questions on our pit road rules over on YouTube. So is there a minimum pit time? I think there's a 5-minute wait time at pit out, probably for visual inspection for fuel leaks and safety gear. Well, anytime you take fuel, there's a minimum 5-minute pit stop, and that time starts at pit in and ends at pit out. So, and yes, they do check you at pit out. They check to make sure your belts are tight, your window net's up, that sort of stuff. A quick visual inspection. They may check to see if you've got your armband, or they should check for that. But after a while, you get used to seeing the same guys, and so you know that they're good to go on that. So it's mostly a visual inspection and make sure your belts are tight. And then, like I said, your window net's up, that sort of thing. So, but now if you stop and you don't take fuel, there is no minimum pit stop time. So if your car can go longer than, say, 2 hours on a fuel stint, and you just come in and change drivers, now there is a maximum time limit that a driver is allowed in the car of 2 hours, and then you have to be out of the car for an hour. So if you come in and just change drivers, you can go right back out on the track again. But anytime you take fuel, anytime the fuel cap is cracked and taken off, you're there for 5 minutes minimum from pit in to pit out.
Right. So
and that's plenty of time.
Yeah, it turns out it is. Once you get into the groove of it, it's really not a problem.
I mean, when we first were doing our stops, it took like 7 minutes, and now, you got time to update your Facebook status. There's a lot of time.
Yep.
Time to check your tire pressures, torque your wheels, check your oil, clean the windshield, all the normal stuff you'd associate with a pit stop.
So let's see. We got the message that the number 248, which is the BMW Speed Doctors. I reported earlier that the car was being brought into the pits. They actually lost the radiator cap on that car. So I don't know how that could happen out there, but anyway, they've got it taken care of. Of course, in our series, you're not allowed to run coolant. You have to run water, and that's just
now you can run water wetter.
Yeah, you can put that in there, which helps. It helps with the heat sinking, getting the heat out of the engine into the water.
I think it's just as slick as antifreeze, personally, but
yeah, the idea is that they don't want antifreeze on the racetrack. It is very slippery when it goes down, but it's also really corrosive to the surface of the pavement. So they just don't want us running coolant, antifreeze. They don't want us running that. So we most of us just run water. Yeah, if it's hot out, it's 86 degrees out here in Fontana, that could be grounds for running wetter to make sure that you don't have a temperature issue, I suppose, but you really shouldn't. I mean, unless your car is set up in such a way that you run into problems like that, then yeah, you probably should run the wetter. The biggest thing is a lot of these BMWs, like the E36s that we used to run, we take all the fans off of them because we'll put a cooling fan and maybe an electric in there. But
yeah, you put an electric fan in there because you don't want it dragging on the engine.
Yeah, but you don't even need a fan.
That helps quite a bit.
a lot of teams, a lot of the E36 guys, they don't even run a fan. They'll just leave it open because as long as you're moving, you've got ram air. That's all you need in an E36. But it's the guy maybe the rental or something, the guy that gets stopped on the racetrack and he doesn't remember to shut the engine off. He's just sitting there idling. That's when you run into a problem. So, we went ahead and I put a fan on our car reluctantly. I really didn't want to. The boss wanted one on there. So I went ahead and put a fan on there for him. But you really don't need one as far as, racing is concerned on an E36. And the factory is a double fan, and it's got all these baffles, and it's very restrictive, and it weighs like 83 pounds. It's really heavy. So getting rid of that garbage is some of the first things you do when you start prepping a car for the racetrack. You just got to make sure you're doing the right thing. So, I did my research and asked around, and it's not, it's remarkably not difficult to find people who race E36s. So you can find people that will answer those questions if you're putting your build together. Or if you don't want to build a car, you can check in with Doc Waldrop here. He occasionally has seats available that he rents out when he takes his car to the track. Isn't that right, Doc?
Yeah.
So
occasionally we indeed do.
So there's opportunities out there that maybe you can rent a seat in a premier famous race car, such as the one staged behind me here, the number 860 of Brew Crew Racing.
There is Kenny in all his glory.
Yeah, I'm going to cover up the fender there so nobody can see.
Yeah, it's a little dirty.
It's an old picture. So
yeah, it is. It is.
Picture? What do you mean picture? I'm in the garage. That's not a picture. So a message that number 777 is in the pits right now. It's like it's their first time in Champ Car. It's a bunch of Lemons drivers, and they're loving it. It's the Holy Rollers.
The Holy
team.
Rollers.
Yeah, they're Ford Mustang LX. Out here running with us for the first time today. Great to have them along.
Barstow Poe says, "Go Holy Rollers."
Of course, you saw the driver kind of waving off traffic behind him. You'll do that typically if there's a yellow up ahead or, some kind of a track emergency going on up ahead. But typically for yellows, if someone's coming up behind, you don't want them to try and charge you or pass you because that's dangerous. Of course, Bill does that to everybody who's coming up behind him because he doesn't want them to pass him. After a while, you become wise to his hijinks, and you pass him anyway.
Well, if he's in the Opal, you can't help but pass him.
Several times, maybe once every lap. Yeah. I love it when he's not here.
Because we care, Bill.
I love it when he's not here to defend himself. Arsenic Racing.
In the pits.
Once again. The number 18. Excuse me. Is that right? Oh, he needs water, I guess. That's the 116 car. And he's telling his team, I need water. Oh, the radiator needs water. Sorry for the language there, folks, but it's the engine's running hot.
Funny, we were just talking about that.
Yeah. So the hood goes up on the Arsenic Racing machine, who pits from, they've tumbled to 5th spot. They were leading the race earlier. So, yeah, I got a report from the pits that the 116 is getting hot. That is the Arsenic Racing team. And the 37 Roto Palooka car is also in the pits. They're down to 9th place now as a result of coming into the pits again. So on board with Flying Hawaiians right now as they're working their way back up through the field. That's a really fast car. They're up in 11th place right now. They just turned a 209.
It's like he's on pit road as well.
Oh, yeah. He, too, has come into the pits. They're a little off sequence. You know, Adam Carolla, the podcast of podcast fame, I think they call it CarCast, was driving this car in the first stint. Did about a 40-minute stint. And then they did a driver change and took fuel, I imagine. So this is the end of this driver's stint, the second stint, and they'll plug a new driver in, refuel, and head back out there. And it looks like Arsenic Racing has topped off their radiator, and they're heading back out of the pits. So Doc, in this case, when he gets to pit out, they're going to say, "Did you take fuel?" And he's going to say, "No."
Nope.
And they'll say, "Okay, well, then go ahead." Actually, his window net didn't get put back up.
The window net was down.
Which, of course, you've got to have that window net up before you can go onto the racetrack. And it can actually get you in some trouble, too, at pit out. Sometimes if you show up there and you're not completely ready, that can get you in some trouble, too. So heads back out onto the racetrack with the window net up this time, as the Flying Hawaiians make a driver change and get ready to head back out there. So it's 62 laps so far. You've got Door Slammers in the Fiero leading this race. They just turned a 2:04. Still just crushing the lap times out there. Pit Garage is in second place in their Miata, the number 96. Then it's Zoom Zoom Kaboom. Door Slammers in the number 95 Miata. Then it's Arsenic Racing, who's just left the pits. Das Idiots, Barney and Friends, Black Forest is in 8th, Petroholic is 9th, and Rotor Palooka back out of the pits in 10th place.
And when they ask you at pit out if you took fuel, it's kind of a courtesy ask or a rhetorical question because they know. The pit marshals on pit road, they will call in your car number and says 116 took fuel, 116 no fuel. So they know already.
Well, the guy up in the tower does. They're tracking everything. The guy at pit out may not know, but that they're just, you know, it's to your benefit, to be honest with him, because if you roll out of there early, they're totally going to bust you.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's there to help you. He's saying, "Did you take fuel?" Because if you did, he's going to watch that clock for you and roll you out right at the 5-minute mark, so that way you're legal. So it's really just for a matter of, it's really to your benefit to be straight with him. We did have a team that was trying to play games. I think it was earlier this year or last year.
Yep.
And they were totally busted. It's not
they got totally
work.
Busted.
It's not going to work, guys. But
like
anyway,
I said, it's more or less a rhetorical question.
It is effectively a rhetorical question. That's right. That's true. So about 25, 26 cars out here this weekend with us at Auto Club Speedway on this 2.88 mile, 17 corner roval, as we call it. It's part road course, part oval. They ride around the outside of the about 2/3 of the racetrack maybe, and then they dive into the infield and drive around the infield before they come back out. There's a look at the an illustration by a Billy Johnson. Put that together.
Thank you, Billy.
Yeah. Swell guy.
You see that reverse guitar neck there, the left-handed guitar.
Yeah.
The Fender Stratocaster. Very popular in California, of course.
Flying Hawaiians commands coming into the cars. They're getting ready to roll him out. And a lot of teams, Doc, you know, they'll kind of hold them, even though they're already done with their pit stop, they'll kind of hold them watching the clock until the last.
Well, I mean, there's no sense in getting to pit out with timeout on your clock because then you're just bottlenecking everybody and tends to get people upset.
Right. You're rolling up to the pits and you've done your job. You're rolling up there with 15, 20 seconds to go or whatever. And this Yahoo up ahead is just parked in front of you, and you're kind of trying to get around him and hoping they get to you, and you end up losing some time because this other guy wasn't being as responsible.
Well, it's especially nerve-wracking, say you're low on volunteers, and we are occasionally, so I urge you to volunteer your time. You get paid, you get fed. Geez, what more could you want? So, if there's a person working pit out, I was working barber pit out one time during an 8-hour race, so I knew, there were a bunch of top teams there, and I knew, that last pit stop, everybody was going to come in at the same time, and they were all going to come out at the same time. So sure enough, I look down, and here comes like 15 cars towards me. And, I'm working, there's nobody even pitted near me. So I can't even get anybody to help take the timers. So I'm trying to juggle timers. It was brutally cold, so all I had on was my driver's suit. So there's not a whole lot of storage capability in there. So I was juggling timers like there was no tomorrow. I like to get there, 5-10 seconds early. That way the person working pit out can go ahead and do their check on you to make sure your belts are tight, your window net's up, your Hans device is secured appropriately. And then that gives me a chance to kind of wind down and concentrate, from the adrenaline from the pit stop. So, you get time to relax and get your head together and head out on track.
Which has just been done by the Flying Hawaiians as they head out onto the racetrack.
Marquita Farmer says, yeah, it looks more like a Telecaster. That's a good point.
Oh, we got a message too that the Black Forest team has come into the pits, and I guess when the 116 was in, which is the arsenic, they found a screwdriver under the hood too. So put water in it, and there's a screwdriver there. Yeah, it's amazing how they hang in there.
We found tools everywhere. Bill's lost a camera in a car before.
Right. Who was it? Was it you that had the camera rolling around in the floor pan like weeks later, or somebody?
No, it was somebody at VIR.
Right.
Vimmer World, maybe.
Okay. Had it rolling around on the floor, and they found it like a week later or 2 weeks.
I find those
later.
little egg timers in the car all the time.
Oh, you find the egg timers, yeah.
Yeah. Because what happens is, when it's raining, you don't want these little cheap electronic egg timers up on the roof so they get wet. So they stick them on the roll bar. Well, then, our roll bars being round and magnets being square, there's not a whole lot of contact area there. So sure enough, we get to pit out and it's like, where's your egg timer? And it's like, I don't know. I wasn't in the car when they put it on.
Right.
So sure enough, we'll come in at the end of the race and we'd find like 3 of them in the floorboard rattling around.
Oh, and Quentin's asking about Adam Carolla. Any idea what car he is in? As a matter of fact, we do.
We do know that.
Yeah, he was racing in this car here. It's not that one. In the Flying Hawaiians car. The first stint. He drove about 40 minutes. So unfortunately, you missed it. I don't know if he's planning on getting back in today or not, or tomorrow.
Why not? It's a beautiful day.
I certainly would. But yeah, he spent about 40 minutes in the car, which is about a normal race, maybe a little long for the kind of racing he's accustomed to, which is he's actually never raced in Champ Car before, so this is his first exposure to it in endurance racing. He typically races in the Vintage Series with his Datsuns, and so he did a fine job and handed the Datsun over to, I believe it was the owner, for the second stint.
So Richie's asking, how does he volunteer? Well, funny you should ask.
Funny you should ask.
On the ChampCar website, there is a section where, what is it, in the rules and regulations section?
I'll tell you what, I'll pull it up for you so we can
Okay.
find it, because I believe there's a link right off the main page. Hey, Oh man, I got something right. Don't tell anybody; they'll expect it from me all the time. So here's a look at the Champ Car website, the main page, and if I can grab this and pull it over it all. But yeah, as you scroll down, here we go. You can
so
see
there's a sign-up form.
Right here's volunteer.
Yeah.
So this is off the main page. Then you can become a volunteer. And then go ahead, Doc. You said there's a sign-up.
Yeah, there's just basically a sign-up sheet. Says what race do you want to sign up for, that sort of thing. So print's a little small for me, but I think that's the list of the tracks and the races. And then there's a form here that you just fill out.
Yeah. So right off the main page, you can click on volunteer on the left, and then you can check that out.
Look, there's a that's a Laguna Seca muffler set up.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That was a message that was put on the website regarding that whole thing. It looks like someone maybe scavenged their rental car or something. I don't know what. No, those are like cherry bombs. You know, with some hardware they picked up at.
But anyway,
AutoZone.
yeah, if you volunteer, they ask you to come in. What do you come in like 30 minutes early or something? They have a brief meeting. They go over to the pit road rules. You should familiarize yourself with them because you're going to be working pit road as a marshal, and it's mostly telling people to put their visors down when they're fueling. But yeah, you just look for the catch can guy that he's got the an overflow pan underneath the gas tank. Normally, that's your fire extinguisher guy, so he places that pan, goes back and assumes the position of the fire guy, and that's all he does is concentrate on the fueler. Generally, the guy pops over with a 5-gallon Hunsucker jug and cracks the cap, starts fueling the car. You've got another guy that exchanges fuel cans with them. The drivers getting in and getting out all need to be in full Nomex with their visors down. Now, the pit crew is allowed, the only thing you're allowed to have is a pair of tennis shoes instead of driving shoes. Other than that, you've got to be in full regalia.
Yeah.
So these driver shoes, they don't do well with fuel.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to soak it up right away, and then you kind of got a problem on your hands. So it's good to have another pair of shoes, as Doc mentioned, for the fueling part. I always carry 3 pairs of shoes, couple racing shoes, and then I've got some
and a lint brush.
Oh, don't forget my lint brush. Yeah, I got to have that. Got to leave the track to go get one from Walmart if I forgot that. That'd be terrible. Yeah, just call me Hollywood. I can't though. I got to call Bill Hollywood from now on. But yeah, and you get paid too. I don't know if we brought that up. What's this? A water pistol to keep built like a cat, like a trained cat. Yeah.
You know what really works well, and Mike proved this at AMP, is a Nerf gun. Really works well with Bill.
Does it? Yeah. A laser pointer that keeps him entertained for hours.
Yeah, it keeps him entertained. Yep.
But did you mention the payment part on the for the volunteers, Doc?
I don't know that I did.
Well, we can talk about that because I did ask Mike about the particulars on that. It's basically, I think it's $100 a day, so it's 10 hours. It's $10 an hour, or $100 a day. Okay, so that's what you pick up, and you can apply that to racer credit. So, bring your team out. This is a really common thing. You just bring your whole team out to volunteer at a race for a weekend. All of you get some money together, and that helps you towards your entry fees.
Right, and we keep you generally give you some sort of breakfast and then lunch, and of course waters are free. You can probably scrounge up a beer after the race from somebody.
Yeah,
that big Volvo wagon there.
So thanks for asking about that. That's one of our favorite topics. And out here in California, I don't know why, but I got a message back. Well, I know why, because he wanted me to know. But I got a message from Bill that none of the volunteers showed up. So they're stretched a little thin on pit road, and Bill's working 1 or 2 positions there. which he's probably not happy about because it, work.
Bill having to work, yeah, he's definitely not going to be happy.
Probably not a very happy person right now. Look at the front straightaway there.
But anyway, I think, volunteering is an excellent way if you're new to the series or looking to get into the series. You can talk to teams. You can see who's doing things right and who's doing things wrong. You can find out, what to buy if you're not sure. So you can probably save some money by purchasing your equipment wisely. Don't get the cheap easy ups. They don't work. Trust me, I know.
Yeah. So lots of benefits to volunteering in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We're going to take a quick break here, folks, for commercial. We'll be back in just a few short minutes. Stay with us, everybody. Door Slammers is leading in their Fiero on ChampCar.Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I'd buy tires online. But then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, folks. We are here at Auto Club Speedway. It is the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, and I've got Doc Waldrop here with me, and we're covering the race here for you this weekend, or today at least. It's Door Slammers leading after 70 laps, up about 2 laps over Pit Garage in their Mazda Miata. Then it's Zoom Zoom Kaboom in third. Arsenic Racing shown in the pits right now. Let's see here. Looks like something's up with that car. Looks like Bill took the camera out. They might be having an overheat problem with that car, Doc.
That certainly looks like a lot of water there. Yeah.
Oh, it's a lot of rattling going on in that engine. So they're looking the belt, make sure the belt's hooked up. It's apparently overheating, and they don't know why. Of course, Arsenic Racing was up at the front of the field.
It's sparkling water.
It's sparkling water.
Yeah, that belt didn't. Well, it could have been the ice too. But we were having problems with the belt, but we thought it was cutting off. Maybe not.
So they're putting more water into that engine. And you just got to wonder where it's all going. This is the Arsenic Racing team. And these Miatas are kind of funny. That engine, the 1.8, it's hard to get air bubbles out. They tend to go into overheat before you can really get all of the air out. And I found it's best to jack up the front of the car to try and get that air forward to the radiator. So it can be a bit of a pain. I don't know why they never bothered to put a bleeder in. Now, a lot of manufacturers will put a cooling system bleeder in at strategic points. It could be they never really had one to use, so they just don't put it in there. But yeah, they can be a little tricky getting all the air out of these cooling systems on the Miatas. And somebody had asked me, I think it was Quentin, asked me about, you were asking me about Adam Carolla, what car was he in? You can actually, you can scroll back and watch him driving from the beginning of the race. That red bar, that's the play bar that's on the YouTube player there. If you just grab that and slide it backwards, you can watch anything, rewatch anything you want to. So you could take that all the way back to the beginning of the race, watch him getting in the car, and watch the whole stint with him driving if you'd like to. Just and then when you want to go back to live, you just slide it all the way to the right and release it, and then you'll be current again. Back on board with Flying Hawaiians and 2 white guys. This is the car that Mr. Carolla was piloting earlier today.
So let's see. Over on our YouTube channel says Mashi Tobolo, I guess.
Yeah.
Watching some F1 from Coda concurrently. Can't wait for that race next year. And that's the number 742, the Casserole Prefect folks that we saw at AMP just last week. They had a pretty good run there.
Yeah, Champ Car is going back to Circuit of the Americas, and sign-up is already available. Our sign-up opened yesterday. So if you'd like to get signed up, you can head out to the ChampCar.org website, get your drivers into your pool, and go ahead and sign up for the event.
Looks like about, let's see, how many cars signed up for Coda?
I know we got about 80 that's already signed up for Indy.
Yep.
So
Coda has currently 29 cars entered.
Yeah, so you've got some time to get in there, but you don't want to wait too long. You could find yourself on the outside looking in. So Flying Hawaiians navigating their way around the racetrack. Looks like Arsenic, did I say that right? Yeah. They've plugged their driver back into the car. They've closed the hood, so they're going to go back out there and see if maybe they got this overheat situation taken care of.
Yep, Indy's got about 80 signed up so far.
Okay. And I've been watching the Uncommon Friends page, and I haven't heard anything new as far as are they going to be heading out onto the racetrack yet, if they're working on it, what the story is. So looks like the number 119, that's one of the Wilwood cars. That's the, that's the 99 Miata. They've put fuel in that car and changed drivers. So thanks, everybody, for joining us over here on ChampCar.Live and on our broadcast, and for your comments on the thread. It's great to hear from y'all. Arsenic now heading to pit out. And just checking the driver band there real quick. Got to be ready for that. Always put that driver band on your left wrist. And I even like to wear a watch now. Because I'll put the band in front of the watch, so the band's not going to creep away. I can pull that glove down, and it's right there. But jewelry is kind of a no-no from the old days when I was first started racing. They didn't want you wearing any jewelry.
Yeah, jewelry is a big no-no working around Navy jets too. In fact, when you went into your first week of technical training, the first week was nothing but safety, and so your classroom was basically a room with a wall of mason jars all the way around the room, and it was nothing but detached digits.
Nice.
It was a rather sobering reminder.
One way to go about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Photographs would have been fine, but
yeah, exactly.
We're going to do the whole.
But no, it was much more impressive to see all that formaldehyde and degloved fingers, if not outright chopped off. And they'd take a greasy tennis shoe with a pan of liquid oxygen and toss it and see how far it went up in the air, because liquid oxygen and grease don't mix.
So if you're interested in joining us, like Adam Carolla did this weekend, he didn't know about anything about Champ Car and came out to race with us. If you're interested in doing something like that, you can find out more information at the ChampCar.org website. As Doc suggested earlier, it's a great idea to come out and volunteer for a weekend. You'll learn a lot about the series and the way it operates. And then if you want to get in and try it out, you can do the same thing as Mr. Carolla did. You can find a team that you can rent a seat with, rent some seat time. And there's a lot of teams out there, and often there's at least one team, often 2 or 3 or 4 teams that are looking for drivers for an event. And so maybe you can get signed up with one of them and get some track time in. You don't even have to buy much of your driver gear. You can rent that from websites. There's companies that rent driver suits. There's like a driversuit.com rental site you can check out with them. So that you can come out and start racing with us. So you don't have to have a race car. In fact, there's some teams that are professional support teams. That's what they do. They rent out seat time to drivers who just want to race with them. Round 3 Racing is one of those. The Porsche Boxster team that I raced with a couple weeks ago.
9-4 Motorsports.
Yeah, we say in stereo altogether then. Altogether again, 9-4 Motorsports. That's another team that rents out seat stints for racing in Champ Car. And so you can find out more information about those teams right on the Champ Car website.
TLM Racing comes to mind.
TLM, which is big in Florida. We got a lot of drivers in Florida, a lot of teams in Florida. So lots of ways you can go racing. You can check out some things on the forum, too. There's somebody skipping the chicane there.
It's like he took the scenic route there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of dust there that Bill had brought up. There's a lot of dust on the racetrack offline, and there's hay bales there. And when you blew through that, somebody had already blown through there, and there's a lot of hay that's scattered across the left side there off track. So Champ Car is just really tailored towards, it's a starter series. So it's a way that you can get started in racing. It's very budget-minded. So it's endurance road racing series. It's for people just like you who've always wanted to go road racing, but without all the hassles, huge rule book, or obscene expense.
And face it, it's about the most fun you can have with your clothes on.
All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams, or you can build your own race car. It's the simplest path. That is Champ Car to North America's largest endurance road racing series.
Boy, Dorschleimers is really putting a spanking on this field. I mean, we're not even 3 hours in yet, and they've already got 3 laps on the field.
Yeah, they keep turning these crushing lap times, a 2:03, a 2, and the look at all these 2:03s and 2:04s in here. And that's
everybody else is 2:07s, 2:09s, 2:10s.
You got some teams that have hit some of those lap times, but they're consistently up there, and they're just walking away from the field with those kinds of lap times. But the question is in endurance racing, can they maintain? And we've seen so many teams that went out like the rabbit, went out fast and were really doing well, and then something mechanical came up or a simple mistake. It can be missing a yellow and passing under caution. That can put you in the
I've been
pits.
saying Barney and Friends. It's actually Barney and Fiends.
Oh, I think I've been saying that too. Well, they caught us off guard on that one. Yeah, Barney and Fiends. And I try to be responsible, and I look at the team names before the race, so I've got it sorted out. That one got by me. Barney and Fiends. Okay. Well, that makes more sense, I guess. Something, a play on words instead of the actual Barney and Friends, which probably gets you a cease and desist letter.
So Team 227, the Colfab 27 Club Racers, those are brand new Champ Car drivers in our series for their first race, I would imagine.
Yeah, we had, I don't know why this even comes to mind. We were talking about stuff that you find floating around in the floor pan of your race car. And I'm thinking about that time that, I don't know if I should mention their names. I won't. I'll just say it was one of the prominent teams in the series. Went out onto the racetrack, and it was during the start of the race, like the pace car lap. And he's driving around, and he realizes that the 10-pound fire bottle is still in the car. Like the one that's supposed to be in the pits. Like,
ouch.
You load all this stuff up into your car and you drive it to the pits so you don't have to carry everything. Well, they'd put the pit fire extinguisher bottle in the race car.
Man, I don't think you'd want that rolling around in the car.
And forgot to take it out. So here it was rolling around in the race car. It's like, yeah, that has to come out.
That's got to come out. Number one, if God forbid you should knock the neck off that bottle, that becomes an unguided missile.
Well, and it would just be, it would be an epic moment.
We've gone out on track before in the car, and it's like, man, something's clanking in the back, And so we did the whole stint with it. Open up the trunk to do the cool box, and there's an alternator sitting in the rear tire well. It made a hell of a racket.
Well, I guess if you stopped on racetrack somewhere and you really needed it.
Yeah, well, but so that's on our notes now, our pre-race checklist. Empty the trunk.
Empty the trunk. That's kind of the 101 in like your in autocross. They always want you to empty the trunk.
Yeah. It's one thing to have a spare tire back there. It's rubber. It doesn't make that much noise. But that alternator raced hell back there.
Yeah. And it really dents up the quarter panels, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, luckily, in the E30, there's a rear, the spare tire well, kept it out of the quarter panels. But, yeah, it would do serious damage on the quarter panels. We dent our quarter panels the old-fashioned way by running into things.
The joys of motor racing.
Ah, yes.
Well, guess who's coming back into the pits? Actually, looks like they're going back into the garage area. Arsenic Racing in their Miata. It seems like they can get maybe, close to 10 laps out of it, and then that's about it. Something's wrong. They finally brought it into the garage. It's like, look, we've got a big problem here. So
when there's a little handy idea, folks, is in your car, you might want to put your pit number and your garage number in the car. And that way, if you get stranded out on track, that's the first thing the tow truck driver, other than are you okay, is going to ask you, okay, where do you want to go? And so you kind of need to have that pit number and or your garage number handy so you can give him a clue.
If you say Disney World, they're not going to laugh at that. They really have no sense of humor. They're very serious about their job. And they really just want to get you off the track and put you out of their misery.
Right.
I'm going to say this one last time. Where am I taking you?
Yeah.
One more wisecrack out of you, and I'm taking you off the premises.
I dump you outside the front gate.
See how funny you think that is, Buster?
Yeah. Mr. Smartass.
Oh, jeez. So 20 minutes after 12 local time, 79 laps in. Door Slammers crosses the start-finish line with another 2:05, with Pit Garage in pursuit back 3 laps in second place. Then it's Zoom Zoom Kaboom in third, Door Slammers in fourth, and Das Idiots in fifth. And as you're looking across that, you've got Door Slammers turning a 2:05. Everybody else turned a 2:09. Except for the lead. Well, Pit Garage turned a 2:08, but it's these guys are just in another gear, and it's going to be tough for them to catch and do anything with them. If they make a mistake, if they have some kind of a mechanical issue, there's a lot of racing to be done here. You've still got it's coming up on 12:30. They're going to go checker at 4:30. So another 4 hours of racing yet. I found a hammer and a pair of safety glasses behind my seat after a new seat install. It was a quiet clank. What's that sound back there? Yeah.
I never did find the MiFi I lost at Daytona.
Yeah. It went, right out the window, and that was it?
Yeah, pretty much so. Outside the BMW, the E30s have 2 drain holes that are about, I don't know, 4 inches in diameter.
Right.
And we lost the tape. And so we're trying to, talking to Bill. It's like, Bill, how come my camera's not working? Well, it's working, Doc, but it's working in like turn 6. So evidently when the camera would come by, it would get, like 10 seconds of broadcast time.
That's awful. Flying Hawaiians just sets their fastest lap time of the day, though. They're in 11th place, so they've moved up a few more spots since we last checked in with them. And we're kind of low on camera cars, unfortunately. We've got the Flying Hawaiians here, and we've got the Pontiac, the Formula 33 team. We're kind of, that's really all we've got right now.
Of course, the other thing you tend to collect in your car is tire rubber.
Yeah, you get tons of that stuff.
I mean, I swear you could order your GoPro videos by the amount of tire rubber seen accumulating in the passenger floorboard. And you find that stuff everywhere.
And I'm trying to keep an eye here on the Uncommon Friends team, just so you guys know who are trying to keep track of that team. Their live stream's not back up, and I haven't heard anything about them returning to the racetrack. Now, let me just look through the standings here and just see. Yeah, they're not turning laps right now. They're shown in 24th spot. So last we heard from them, they've got a broken half shaft, and they're working on replacing that. And they're having some problems replacing it for some reason. So, don't know if maybe when you break a half shaft, it could do a lot of damage on a car. So, that flopping around in there. So, we don't know what the whole story is there. But if we hear anything more from that crew, we'll let you know. Of course, that's
those cones exiting back out onto the oval portion of this track are looking pretty ragged out there.
They may have been violated.
They might have.
The Fiero, our leader, going by the Flying Hawaiians there. It looks like he's just up ahead. So maybe backed off the throttle a little bit, or the Z car catching him in horsepower. Not going to try and outbrake him. Really no point. Much faster, much further ahead.
Boy, look at him just accelerate away.
Yeah. Of course, the Fiero's got an interesting history. If you haven't seen the donut video on the Fiero, it's really interesting. I used to work on them. I used to work in the automotive repair business. And I've done some work on V6 Fieros and four-cylinder Fieros. It's kind of a tragic story, really, the story of the Fiero.
It's a sad and poignant tale.
It really is. It's sad the way it started out. The way the intention was one thing for a really great car, and then money came into the picture, and it turned into a very compromised car. And it wasn't until the last model year they really were getting it right, and the whole thing got canceled. But they did make at least that last year. They made some good cars. We don't see a lot of them in our series. Certainly not spanking the field either. This is really something. So I guess Ray says, yeah, there's cones all over the place out there. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to? I don't know.
It's like an autocross out there.
Yeah, I don't think he knows where to go. They're scattered all over the racetrack. But yeah, I guess they did really well at Laguna Seca, set FTD and won a race. So
CC Speed is asking, how old do you have to be to race on or rent a seat on a team? Basically, to get into the Champ Car Series, you have to have a state-issued driver's license and the ability to fog a mirror. That's the only license requirement. Can I race? I'm 15 with a permit. I'm not really sure on the permit part. But really, I mean, it's up to the team. Now, a lot of these, the higher end teams that you're going to pay more for a seat, they're going to want an experienced wheel to wheel, to make sure you've had wheel to wheel experience. Other teams, they are not that critical. And a lot of it probably all depends on the track. Daytona's an easy place to race. It doesn't take that long to learn the course. There's very few places where you can get in serious trouble there. Whereas Road Atlanta is I'm not going to say dangerous, but it's a much more difficult track to learn to drive quickly. So that's kind of going to be the more salient point. But I think a learner's permit or a permit it's possible. It's a valid driver's license.
Well, the permit in Indiana allows a young driver, a new driver, they're allowed to drive, but they have to be accompanied by an adult, like someone who already has a license.
Right.
So there's some stipulation there. I think we've had some young men and some young ladies racing with us that were 15 years old. So
yeah, exactly.
I don't think you're necessarily counted out because you have a permit, and I would say it's a possibility. You could send an email off to info@ChampCar.org. That's going to get to the CEO of ChampCar, and he's going to be able to help you navigate those waters. Certainly when you hit 16 and you get your license, you're going to be good to go.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of finding the right team and, like Doc said, the track, and it's getting it coordinated. That's all. Because it's possible. Doc is the secretary of ChampCar. He at least has some, official status. I don't.
He knows nothing.
I'm just a media guy, so I'm just a commentator.
I'm just an additional announcer today.
Today's just an additional announcer. But anyway, if you send an email off to info@champcar.org.
Yeah, I'm sure we can get you an answer.
And go from there.
Now, the one thing is I say Daytona is easy to drive. The track itself requires that you have previous wheel-to-wheel experience. So, that might not be the best way to go, but it's an easy track to learn. Like I said, Road Atlanta is a very, it's a high-speed technical track, and it takes a lot of getting used to. Hop over onto our sim series if you've got a simulator rig and get some practice in there.
Yeah.
But then it's really going to be up to the individual teams.
Right.
Some of them may require that you put, some of them have insurance available. Some may require that you put a damage deposit down on the car, because if you wad one up, you are going to be expected to pay for its replacement and or its repair. And or doesn't work there. It's either replace or repair.
With that said, every team's a little different. Some of them have contracts, some of them don't. I've signed on with some teams that just had a waiver. It wasn't even a payment commitment if you broke the car. So it's just
some
about
teams require that you have somebody vouch for you. Yeah, that guy's a good driver. He takes care of your car.
A racing resume, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some options there for you, my friend, and look forward to seeing you in the series. We got a break for commercial, but we'll be back here in just a couple short minutes. You're watching the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval at Auto Club Speedway here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway. It is the ChampCar.Live brought to you by AutoZone. Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop here calling the race for you this weekend. And here's the picture of the Uncommon Friends machine. They've retired the car from the race this weekend. They're going to take it back and fix it for SEMA. Because,
did get it autographed.
He did get it autographed there by Mr. Jay Leno saying, sorry, you know. But in all fairness to Jay, it really wasn't his fault. He was just he was kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time and was hit. So, yeah, obviously, consummate gentleman there.
offering his condolences to the team. They have a bench shock, so the Uncommon Friends team not able to finish the race today, and they're going to take that car back, though, and get it fixed up for SEMA, which is tomorrow, right? That's
Something
where
like
Bill's
that,
going,
yeah.
so they got to get it fixed up for tomorrow.
We're going to have a booth out there, so if you're at the SEMA show in Las Vegas, stop by and see us. Say hi.
And
we had a great turnout at our booth at Petite Le Mans out at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks back. It was gorgeous weather. So we had a lot of folks stop by. We had the Cone Crushers 944 in our booth looking great. So we want to give them a big thank you. And it was good seeing all of the prospective teams out there. So a lot of interest in our series. And strangely enough, a lot of people had not heard of us.
Yeah, and so I guess, I guess we need to do some more of these shows, Doc, so we can get the word out. We've been around for a decade. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year. And,
yep, about 604 races in, something like that.
So I guess we need to...
Or 304, I'm sorry, 304 race weekends. So close to double that number of actual races. These 2-day races are scored as separate races. So 304 weekends. I'm going to say offhand 500 events. We have our format. They vary. They're 7+7s. In other words, 7 hours on Saturday, 7 on Sunday, or 8s and 7s, 8 hours on Saturday, 7 on Sunday. The other popular format is 14-hour races continuous, and we do that at Charlotte, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and then we generally do at least one 24-hour race a year. The other format is at Indy, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We do a double 10. Most of the team owners said, "Look, we can't afford this because that race does carry a premium price. We can't afford this with 4 driver stints, so we could do it with 5."
Right.
So we made that a double 10-hour race.
Right.
So, but the Brew Crew Racing, we just did our first 24-hour race this year, and frankly, I was sitting up in the booth. So there's Kenny.
Yep.
So so anyway, that was a blast for the team. I think the guys had a great time out there. It requires a lot of logistical planning in addition to the normal planning because you've got to have basically double the fuel you normally have. So you can't carry so many bombs with you. So we had to go out and refill up our fuel drums and that sort of thing. And of course, you want to go in there with new pads, new that sort of thing, of a thoroughly prepped car, new hubs. You want to change those because anytime off track, I mean, we spent 2.5 hours off track and still managed an 18th place finish. So those races are brutally hard, but you get such a great sense of accomplishment finishing a 24-hour race.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
we had a hub fly apart, sheared basically off the right front wheel, and Arjun took a little ride down the back straight, not on the course. So we managed to get that replaced and truly finish the race. You'll see a lot of these cars, if the walking wounded, as it were, or rolling wounded, they'll come back out and finish the last couple of laps to say they finished, and yeah, they do. But it's one thing to get the car repaired and truly back out there competing. So
on board with Barney and Fiends in their 96 Mustang. I'll have to take a look now at where they stand in this whole crazy thing. They're in 9th place. They are in second place in the D class with their another D class car just ahead. The looks like they're back almost a lap maybe from the Petroholic Racing Mustang. So the two Mustangs kind of hanging out together, occupying 8th and 9th place. Door Slammers looks like they're in the pits right now. They're in 5th place in the number 95 car. But the leader, another Door Slammers car, their sister car, after 90 laps, is up now, get this, scored 4 laps over the field, over Pit Garage.
Marquis is saying, guy down the street has a 63 bug. I wonder if I punched it out to 1776, they'd let me race it. Well, you know, the worst thing I could say is no. But we got a couple of bugs. JB Bugs is a very popular car down in Florida that races in our series. And we've also had one of those, the European Bugs. I can't remember the name of the series, but it's a center-seated Volkswagen that he raced with us at Daytona, I believe. And then CC Speed saying he's located in Cumming, Georgia, so that's kind of near me. And he says he races karts at Atlanta Motorsports Park up there in the 206 junior class. And he took 3rd in the championship series and lost 2nd by only 5 points. So he's on AMP on their YouTube channel. I'm part of their Hunt for Speed series in episode 9.
Yeah, and obviously, if you come with that kind of experience, that kind of background, that's going to make it much easier to get into the series. So you probably
you're used to racing wheel to wheel.
Yeah, you've probably already got a racing resume, or you know what that is. You can put that together if you want. No one's ever asked me for a racing resume, but I suppose some teams
Paulie,
do.
I mean, you're famous.
That must be it.
I mean,
that's what it is. Yeah, I'm world famous. It's because of the show. Anyway, but anyway, I mean, maybe being a younger fella, having that racing resume, that'd probably help you out with some of the teams. But yeah, there's plenty of opportunity. Champ Car is a starter series, and so it's the easiest way to get started racing wheel to wheel on these bucket list racetracks. So look forward to seeing y'all out there.
There's certainly enough teams around here that you can check with.
Yeah, looks like these two camera cars are right nose to tail with each other. Flying Hawaiians trying to get by the Mustang. I like the Barney and Fiend's name with the green paint. That's a great idea. They probably got some purple on it too, looks like. So
you would like to think so.
That's hilarious. Up onto the bank. I don't know if he's got the legs to get by the V8, but this would be a great drafting opportunity. Looks like he's got the draft.
Yeah, that car's purple up on top.
There goes a Pontiac around the outside there. So I'm not sure. I thought we had the two cars figured out. I guess not. I don't know. I was expecting to see the whole Flying Hawaiians car come by, which I don't think is red.
That Flying Hawaiians?
Maybe they repainted it, huh? I thought it was
that
black.
car was white.
Well, I thought it was black. I don't know. But they just went
Bill,
by.
what color is it?
You're asking Bill? Is he listening?
Well, he's the one that's always shouting out the car's color.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's listening today. I don't know. Maybe he is.
I doubt he is. He's loafing.
He's all excited about his interviews. He interviewed Adam Carolla, so he's Hollywood and, fanboy. He's putting that up on YouTube right now.
So the 119, we're getting a report that that's the Wilwood car.
They need a new oil cooler because the tire rubbed a hole in it. And the number 113 came in for fuel and driver. That was the Pontiac Formula 33 team. Yeah, the Formula cars. So we get a fair amount of D-class cars, these Mustangs, the American Iron, as they say. They don't typically do really well, but occasionally we get some that win a race here and there. And
yeah, well, I mean, their biggest bugaboo on that car, as it were, is that they have a bigger engine, more horsepower. So guess what? They use more fuel.
yeah, so they have to come in and make more fuel stops and that actually sets
That's
them
a
behind.
5-minute minimum penalty, or the
Stay. It's a stay.
A minimum time in on pit road.
Yeah. So every time they do that, they're going down laps. And so that's what the strategy is, to stretch it out to the edge of the driver's stint limit, which is 2 hours. So that way you're only pitting when you absolutely have to. Just, 3 it'd be 3 times this race. And then they put fuel in it, change the driver, and send you back out. That's the most efficient way to go about it anyway.
Looks like they got the hood up on this Pontiac Firebird. There's no driver. Yeah, there is. I can see him moving around there.
I am the legendary who. That is true.
Well, that cardboard cutout and all those AutoZones is going to pump up that popularity, Paulie.
I thought about going to AutoZone and having a picture taken and making like a standee with it.
I know. If I had some money, I'd do that.
Too busy investing it in that race car of yours.
Yeah. This is true. Baby needs new shoes.
And, of course, with that ABS you're going to be putting in, I think those shoes might last a little longer.
Yeah, hopefully so.
The yellow Porsche 944 just up ahead. .93 laps completed so far. We've got Door Slammers leading the field with Pit Garage in second place. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is in third. Das Idiots is fourth. Door Slammers is fifth. Roto Pluker is sixth. Zoom Zoom Kaboom in the 184 car is seventh. Then it's Petraholic Racing in eighth. Barney and Fiends in the pits, but scored in ninth place with Black Forest in their Porsche 944, which is actually yellow, in 10th place. Sailing around the oval here at Auto Club Speedway.
Marquis saying, as long as the cardboard cutout doesn't end up at a gun range. I could certainly understand it.
Yeah.
So there's CC Speed's email there. If anybody wants to email them that's listening, that's looking for a driver.
Yeah. And we got word that the number 446 is headed back out, which is the Barney and Fiends guys that we were on board with. So that news is a little bit old. Yeah, the tire just rubbed a hole in the oil cooler there. I think I can bring that up here. There you go. There's a picture of it. So looks like as the tires turned in, it's just rubbing. It was rubbing up against the oil cooler, and that was enough to take it out. So thanks so much for joining us, folks, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're here in Fontana, California for the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. So if you've never heard of us, you can find out more at ChampCar.org. It's a budget-minded starter series, if you will. We have cars that are We have basically 5 classes of cars. The A-class cars are It's by engine displacement, 191 liters and under. So B class. So that's the A class captures a lot of Miatas. And then you get the B class is anything from the 1.92 up to 2.4 liters. C class is anything from the 2.41 and 3.91 liters. And then displacement above the 392 is going to be your D class cars. So that's where the American Iron fit in. The bulk of our cars tend to land in the C class because there's a lot of BMWs, those straight inline sixes that run with us. And then we have an exception class for cars that land outside of the rule set enough to where they're not going to be competing in those 4 classes. And those cars are not eligible for the podium finishing position. So they're scored differently. You can find out more information about the classes for Champ Car in the Champ Car rulebook, the BCCR, off of the website. We got some more cars coming into the pits for fuel and driver. So that's the 227 car of Speed Doctors. Also the number 146 Team Tango in their Volvo 740 wagon. And the 114 Zoom Zoom Kaboom Mazda Miata ducking into the pits. Pontiac back out onto the racetrack, turning laps. Looks like Alchemy is on pit lane, and they're heading into the paddock, so still having trouble with that car.
Rather uncharacteristic of them. That's normally a pretty reliable car.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's just a bad weekend for those guys. Looks like the sun might be behind a cloud right now as we look out across the start-finish line from the pits. They got a big safer barrier up there, but looking at the where the camera's mounted. But beautiful day of racing out here at Atlanta. I almost said Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm stuck on last weekend. No, it's Fontana, California, Auto Club Speedway. 86 degrees the high. Feeling like it's 88 degrees. Plenty of sunshine according to the AccuWeather forecast. So beautiful day of racing to be had. Checker's going to be at 4:30 today, local time. It's almost 1 o'clock. Almost 4 o'clock out here in the east. So in the east, we're going to be up till about 8:30 tonight, or 7:30, I guess. Get my hours right.
All these time changes, they're difficult. Math is hard.
Math is hard. So the Cole Fab 27 Club Racers BMW, they're not turning laps right now. They're down in 14th. And the Wilwood car, apparently the one that they're working on, that oil cooler, they're in 15th spot. They're not turning laps. So Zoom Zoom Kaboom, the 114 car that's in 4th place, they're in the pits right now doing a driver change and taking fuel, as I said earlier. Also, Arsenic Racing is in the pits. Well, they're behind the wall, actually. They're the ones that had that overheat issue with their engine. Flying Hawaiians, although I don't have a camera in their car working right now, they just set their fastest lap time of the day at 2:05.5. He's back in 9th place right now. That's the car that Adam Carolla started in, and they're bringing that car up through the field gradually. But with a 2:05, that's fantastic lap times right there. They're going to move up quick.
All right, so Richie's saying, hey, we're back from lunch. More in-car race car sounds.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got a Mustang here, so we'll see what that sounds like. Looks like Black Forest and their Porsche 944 is in the pits right now. And the Occupy Pit Lane Miata is leaving the paddock. And the number 19, the Petroholic Mustang, they've come into the pits. Up on the banks with the Barney and Fiends Ford Mustang. So sorry about all the racket. Not much to hear there, but you get the idea. It's American Iron in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to pick up what's engine noise and what's wind noise.
Yeah. There have been times when I've made the car noises myself. Now, I'm not going to do that anymore. I promised myself I wouldn't do that, so I'm not going to do that. Looks like our leader is come into the pits for a pit stop. And this would be a little off sequence. So I'm not sure why they're pitting so early, but that's okay. It's a 7-hour race, so this could be just fine for them.
Yeah, they can play with it. They've got some time to spare, as it were, and still get away with just 3 stops.
And Bill's telling me from outside of the car, this Mustang sounds a little off, like it might be down a cylinder. I can't really hear anything wrong from inside with all the wind noise, but
it sounds pretty stout there.
Yeah. But from the outside, it's probably a little bit easier to hear. But then, Bill, we're talking about Bill though, so
yeah, that's a good point.
He has trouble differentiating between a Camaro and a Pontiac, so I don't know. So number 96 is in for fuel and a driver, and that would be the Pit Garage team and their Miata. So lots of drivers, lots of teams coming into the pits right now. As we take a look at Race Hero, you can see there your Pit Garage is in the pits, as I reported earlier, along with Door Slammers. So Zoom Zoom Kaboom, Petroholic, as I said, Black Forest. Got a lot of teams up at the front of the field pitting right now. And for the number 114 team Miata, it's the Zoom Zoom Kaboom, being reported some steam coming out from under the hood, which is never a good thing.
No, all mechanical things are built with a certain amount of factory smoke built into them. You let that smoke out, it never works correctly until you do some fixing.
Another half hour has eclipsed as we head to commercial break. Well, this race has been all about Door Slammers in their Pontiac Fiero. We'll see what happens as they come out of the pits when we get back. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back to Auto Club Speedway. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here on ChampCar.Live, brought to you by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop, as 98 laps have been completed. And it looks like Door Slammers has left the pits and crossed the start-finish line for the first time on their outlap to, continue on with their spanking on the field. They're out about 3 laps over Das Idiots, even after a pit stop. Pit Garage is in third. Door Slammers in the number 95 car is fourth. Roto Paluker in their RX-7 is fifth. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is sixth. Then it's the Flying Hawaiians. The team Zoom Zoom car, second car, the number 114 car is in 8th. Barney and Fiends is 9th, and Petroholic is 10th. So that's where things stand right now, folks. Back on board with Formula 33 in their Pontiac Firebird. And they started well down the standings. They're 21st place right now. They spent some time in the pits trying to deal with a leaking power steering system. So I guess they had a line they had to replace, and that set them back a ways. Barney and Friends not really having too many problems with that machine. I don't remember them being off sequence in any way. They're in 9th place right now in their Mustang. And they have overtaken the Petroholic team for the D-Class lead. So up in 8th place. Looks like they've passed about 10 cars for position. That doesn't count all of the other cars they've passed. This is just the 10 cars for position to get themselves up into 8th place. Now, the lap times that they're turning around, they just turned a 2:14. They've done a couple 2:14s in a row, some 2:16s and 15s. The car's capable of going much quicker in the early part of the race, but they've slowed a bit. And that could be just the how comfortable the driver is with the track, or it could be some issue with the car. You don't know what causes that, but it's the same for everybody. I mean, we're all amateur drivers, so every team has that mixture going on, and that's just the way it is. So always interesting to hear Bill's pit lane interviews, because you just never know you learn so much, about what happened during the race for that team, and often even the winning team, will have some issues that they have to work out during the race, and so it's always very, very interesting to hear those interviews that Bill publishes up to our ChampCar.Live YouTube channel. So we're getting a message from Bill. The number 248 is in the pits right now. That's the Speed Doctors team in their 325i. That's an 89 325i. So that would be an E30, I believe.
Indeed, that would be an E30. That's the same year as Kenny.
Same year as Kenny in the background here. So get out of the way so you can kind of see. The front end of the car says a lot.
Oh, that left front fender looks so bad.
Got some character.
Yeah, he does. He does indeed have character.
Some war wounds. Taking a look at some of the other options they have here on cameras. I just don't have anything running right now. Sorry about that. But you get a pretty good idea of what's going on at the racetrack. By the way, if you want to follow along with your favorite teams for the timing and scoring part, although it's unofficial information, you can go out to racehero.io on the web, or you can pick up their app in the App Store. There's also racemonitor.com, which is it's race-monitor.com, or they too have an app in the App Store that you can look at. I'm not sure that one's free though. But
no, that's a subscription-based service. It's not much. I think it's $4.99
$5.
a
Yeah,
year,
right.
and that's $4.99.
Right. Back on board with the Mustang,
and I think you can have it on up to 5 devices, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Whoa! I'm seeing what looks like some smoke from up ahead. But I'm not sure. And the car up ahead might have had a tire lock up there. Not sure. But yeah, and obviously, if you think you're having problems with your car, if you think you smell oil, if your engine is going, you're going to probably smell it. You really need to get the car off the racetrack. If you dump a lot of oil on the racetrack, you're going to get a nice love letter from our CEO. And it's going to have a dollar sign attached to it.
Yep.
Somebody's got to pay for that cleanup.
A bag or something, you have an engine let go and you get off track right away and they got to spend a bag out there. That's not that bad, but you start to talk about 20, 30 bags if you decided to stay on course and oil down the entire surface for your fellow racers. You're going to get a bill.
So just think about that. Be smart. Obviously, if you're losing oil, the back tires might be oiled down too. So you just want to be careful leaving the racetrack. You don't want to leave at a high rate of speed. You want to get off the racetrack in a safe location. If the grass is high, you probably don't want to get off there because you might catch on fire. So you got to think about these things. But yeah, I mean, usually you can find a relatively less hazardous spot to be on than in the racing line where you can get your car off the track. Okay, so we've got the one, Bill's just observing that the Pontiac 33, the Formula 33 team, and the Holy Rollers Mustang are really running at the same speed. And he's off track. Barney and Fiend's trying to gather it up. He's still sliding out of control. The car's still sliding. Finally gets it under control. Looks like he's rolling in the right direction now, but things got a little excited right there. Fortunately, he's in the infield, and I don't think he really hit anything. We're getting a message that the speed doctors are in the pits right now. And somebody accidentally popped their fire extinguisher when they were coming over the wall. So that's something to be careful of. The way these fire extinguishers work, once you pull that pin, that top lever, if you push it down, like you're bracing yourself to get over the wall.
You can use it to brace yourself.
It will ignite. It'll go off on you. So you pick up the fire extinguisher from the bottom handle. So you cup your fingers around underneath the handle and you pick it up, but you do not ever press down on the top of that handle unless you want it to go off. And it happens a lot, unfortunately. At least a couple, 2 or 3 times a year, we'll catch somebody doing that.
Oh, yeah.
And unfortunately, once you break that seal, that fire extinguisher is no longer usable for the rest of the event. It has to be recertified. So you got to borrow a bottle from a friend or another team or something.
Dan King said the Mustang thought it saw a crowd.
Yeah, there was nobody there, though.
Yep. It
Good
was
one,
an
Dan.
illusion.
That was good, Dan. It was real good. How are the celebrities doing? Yeah, well, I imagine they've left the track. Yeah, you're probably right, Doc.
Yeah, we haven't heard hide nor hair of them. Bill evidently does not have his pit lane reporter kit gear with him to get any interviews. So, but I'm sure he was a fanboy at some point today and got some interviews with them. So we'll see what they have to say about Champ Car.
Oh yeah, I've got one of the videos here where he talked to Adam Carolla.
Ah, there you go.
We can try and bring it up. I don't know how blaringly loud it's going to be, but we can give it a shot.
Oh, give it a shot.
All right, we got nothing else going on, right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll give it a shot here. How many times will Bill say his own name in the interview, I wonder?
How was it out there? It was fun. It was like, kind of reminded me of the vintage races I do, minus some of the costs of the vintage cars, you know?
Yeah.
So you can get into it a little more.
So, do you have any issues out there, or was it just pretty clean for you?
I didn't have any real issues. My only issue was with Jay Leno.
Was he bump drafting you?
He was dive bombing on turn 3.
He was.
He was all over the road. He lost the respect of all the drivers.
Yeah,
He lost the respect. I gained the respect of the drivers. Like when I would go by people, I got the shaka bra. Jay got the, I can't even do
you know,
I can't do what
that's
Jay
all right.
did. But he lost the respect of not only the drivers, but his crew in America.
Now they got to wax the car now because of him.
Yeah, I know. The guy got all. The guy. I saw him.
Did you were about ready to lap him. You brought it in because you really didn't want to.
Well, you know, look, Hollywood's a small community. He can still do things for me professionally. And, you know, one time, true story, Jay Leno was playing. Jay was playing in a softball game, you know, celebrity softball. He hit a lazy lollipop out to center field. Young comedian caught it. He never worked again. He never worked in this town again. Jay blackballed.
Yeah.
So you don't lap Jay Leno.
Yeah.
It won't work.
Yes. Yeah. All right, man. You gonna get back in the car a little later?
No. I'm gonna go home and take a nap.
There you go. All right. Thanks for racing with us, man.
Thanks for having me.
I think he's had enough Champ Car for the day.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a workout. It's a busy racetrack. You get some time around the oval, but yeah, you're busy in the infield.
Yeah, he did pretty good out there.
He did, of course. Yeah, he did.
I like that. You just don't lap Jay Leno.
He'll blackball you.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Those two guys are buddies. They go back a ways. Now, these comedians kind of hang out with each other. And Jay Leno, I don't think, Jay Leno did if you've ever seen comedians in cars getting coffee with Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld, if you haven't seen that, you got to check it out. There is an episode in there where he goes out with Jay Leno. And so the premise of the series is Jerry hops in a car, and it's a different car every episode. And it's never his car. Well, I take that back. There was an episode where he took his car, but he gets in these classic cars, and he'll go pick somebody up, another comedian, and they'll go out and have coffee and talk. And they're only about a half an hour long, but they're really cool. And he talks to all these different comedians, but and the cars are pretty neat too. he's really good at picking out a car that kind of personifies the person he's going to be picking up. So anyway, it's on Netflix. So yeah, check it out. You know, if you got nothing going on, you might check it out. It's kind of interesting. And it's funny, too. On board with the Barney and Fiends guys as they're rocking around the racetrack here. Up in 7th place right now. So, moving that car up. You turn to
You know, of
212.
course, what would skyrocket us to fame is if somebody got on there and requested that Dinner with Racers go out with us sometime.
Dinner with Racers, huh?
Dinner with Racers.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if the Mustang guy is showing off for the camera. I don't know. I surely do. I absolutely show off for the camera.
You do a little flourish with your gear shifts and that sort of thing.
Oh, jeez.
Stick your pinkies out.
Stick the pinkies out. You got to be fancy. Car number 82 is shown in the pits right now. That's the Flying Hawaiians. Okay. So I guess send him. So, Paul, got to be a racer.
You don't have to be a racer, Bill.
And that camera is down, Bill. So if
He's
you're within,
listening to us.
If you're within
to work,
arm's
Bill.
reach, yeah, reset that stupid camera if you're able to.
No, one of the most entertaining Dinner with Racers is the one they did with Paul Decal Kelly. So,
yeah.
Paul is the fueler to the stars.
So Pit Garage and their Miata in the pits, not turning laps, Flying Hawaiians in the pits. Das Idiots comes out of 2nd place to pit as well as we're getting to the bottom of the hour here. Door Slammers and their Fiero still putting the hurt on this field because now Das Idiots down to 5 laps from the leader. So it's Door Slammers at 105 laps leading with Das Idiots. Door Slammers, their sister car, the number 95 in 3rd. Pit Garage is 4th. The Flying Hawaiians is 5th. Roto Palooka in their RX-7 is 6th. Barney and Fiends in their Mustang is 7th, whom we're on board with right now. Zoom Zoom Kaboom in their Miata, they're in 8th. Then it's Petraholic Racing in their Mustang. And then it's the yellow Porsche 944 of Black Forest in 10th place. It might be fun to drive a Mustang in a race once. It'd probably be fun to do that. Get some American Iron going.
Well, Rodney Earwood, yeah, I can't remember whose car he was in, but he was in one of the D-class big bore machines, and it's like, oh, I got to build one of those. So he's got the ZMW, which is a right-hand drive 240Z with a BMW engine in it.
Right.
Wish we could hear the old Stang scream around the banking. Well, bud, today is your lucky day.
You can hear some of it screaming. We got a lot of wind noise there, so.
Well, he can pretend it's engine noise.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds enough like an engine.
Yeah. Here comes that big transition up onto the oval. You'll really see the car pitch here as he gets up onto it. There we go.
It's not bad.
No. It's like he's going for 5th gear. There it is. Yeah, a little trouble getting it in there. It should be pretty devastating if you made 3rd right there. If you made 3rd gear and released the clutch, it would be bad news. Fortunately, I don't know anything about that. That'd be tragic. So he's downshifting now, heading into turn 3. Again, a rough transition getting down into the infield. We had Adam Carolla and Jay Leno racing with us this weekend in different cars. The Uncommon Friends Z car. He started that stint for that team. Unfortunately, some car-to-car contact, and not to mention a lot of ribbing from his friend Adam Carolla. But that ended the drive for the Uncommon Friends team. They're going to take the car back and get it ready for SEMA. Repair that damage so they can be ready for the SEMA show. And Adam Carolla spent about 40 minutes in the car with the Flying Hawaiians, and then got out of the car for another driver to take over, and did well. As expected, they both of those guys used to race in the Toyota Celebrities event back, I think it was like around the 90s, racing Toyota Celicas. So they both have racing experience, and Adam is a big Paul Newman fan, has several vintage Paul Newman Datsun race cars, so he's got a lot of Datsun racing experience under his belt.
Yeah, he had several of them out here at the what they call the Midi here. That's the big vintage race here. When John Morton was the Grand Marshal. That was a lot of fun. John Morton, of course, regularly races with us with Uncommon Friends, along with Troy Ermish and Steve Nichols and Bruce Mills, the owner of that car. Also one of our ChampCar Board of Director members.
So the 777 of Holy Rollers coming into the pits. Bringing their 89 Mustang in for, hopefully for just a driver change and fuel. It's that time of the race again. Another 2 hours has elapsed. My math is any good. Yeah, Bill saying, both our celebrities that joined us this weekend were pretty surprised that our drivers are driving for 2 hours at a time.
And trust me, about 2 hours is all you want to do in one of these cars. And it's not so much that it's that physical, but it is mental. When we're all mental, but when you get out of Daytona and there's 120 or so cars on track, you're either passing or being passed constantly. So you're making a lot of decisions. I would imagine it's a lot like a NASCAR driver at Talladega or Daytona in the big drafts that you're always jockeying for position. So Dan is asking, is there a Champ Car election coming up? Funny you should mention it. Yes, currently the elections are open. You should have gotten a ballot in your email because it is time to elect 2 new directors for the board of directors, and that election will run through November 30th. We'll tally up the results, and they'll be announced. I believe it's on December 11th, and those officers will take office on January 1st. So the folks that are running is Tyler Pedersen, Chris Huggins, myself, and why can't I think of his name? Help me out here, somebody, quick.
Sorry.
It's Bernie's.
He's with Blue Shells.
Yeah, Bernie with Blue Shells. Gosh dang it. Hang on. Let me find it. I got to give Bernie his due.
Yeah, we need to give Bernie his due. He's willing to put up with us jokers and help out to the best of his talents. But here we go.
I'll come up with it.
Okay, I'll let you handle it.
Well, no, if you can get to it quicker.
I was digging and I didn't see it, and I got to erase it.
I got it here. Let's see. Board member ballot.
As Doc is looking through that information,
It's Bernie Myers.
There we go.
So Bernie Myers has been involved in racing longer than probably most of us. Anyway, he was with Dale Coyne Racing for a long time. They are a current team with Blue Shells Racing in our series. So everybody, all of us, I'm going to say, are eminently qualified. And it, there's a lot of discussion going over on Facebook and also on the forum about what each of us believe to be the right direction for the series. So check it out. Please vote. It's kind of important that you be represented in the club by somebody you want and you believe has the best interest in the hearts. We all have a more or less, I think, everybody wants rule stability. But we all have our different viewpoints on certain things. So check us out. There's biographies. So the email was sent to all the current members unless you opted out of getting our notifications. And then in order to get back on to opt back in, you have to send a note to ChampCar. So vote. Hiller says vote early and vote often. No, don't do that. Don't listen to Hiller.
You really can't anyway. It won't let you. But
no, it won't let you. So now, the way the ballot's set up, you can vote for the same person twice, but only one of those is going to count. So
yeah,
you can't stuff the ballot that way.
Great racing going on here in front of us here with the Flying Hawaiians and the Barney and Fiends team. But we're going to break for commercial, and we'll be back here in just a few short minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Door Slammers leads the race at 110 laps. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. And welcome back to Auto Club Speedway here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum along with Doc Waldrop, bringing you full-length race coverage today. At 112 laps into this race, the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval, it's Door Slammers leading the way with their Pontiac Fiero up about 5 laps over their sister car, the number 95 Mazda Miata, who's in second place. Then it's Roto Paluker back 8 laps from the leader in their RX-7. That's in third. Then it's Das Idiots in their Mazda Miata in fourth. Barney and Fiends, the Mustang we've been watching here recently, is in fifth place with Zoom Zoom Gaboom in sixth. Then it's the Flying Hawaiians in their Datsun Z back in seventh place. Petraholic Racing is eighth in their Mustang. And then it's Black Forest in their yellow Porsche 944 in ninth. USA Racing in their Nissan 300ZX is 10th. So that's a quick look at where things stand right now, going back on board with the Flying Hawaiians.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Adam Carolla bring that car in fairly early, maybe 35, 45 minutes into the race, and then didn't seem to be in any hurry in getting another driver in, but, you know, they've steadily climbed up the standings.
Mm-hmm.
Just logging laps. Nobody's got the speed to touch that Pontiac Fiero, though.
Yeah, this is a quick and competitive race car that especially the last couple of years, seems to have really come a ways when it comes to the reliability. Putting a vintage car up on the podium is pretty tricky. It's really difficult, so they're doing really well. They've been doing really well with this car recently as they make the 4-5 gear upshift up here on the oval and pedals it a little bit. Looking for a way around the inside, but the competitor up just ahead, not quite giving him enough room to make him comfortable to make a move down there. And here it is under braking, going down into 3, goes for the outbrake, downshifting to help out a little bit. Gets a little loose on the way in, no problem. Easy to catch. These cars, the Z car is really easy to drive. Get him to hang loose there. Enjoying the battle that he's having with that car. That car passed him earlier. I think they're kind of going back and forth here. He's just having a really good race with that driver. So Pit Garage looks like they're in the pits right now. Zoom Zoom Kaboom number 114 also showing that they've crossed the start-finish line, the pit loop rather.
So this 944 that's running with us, evidently that's a spec 944. I'm not sure if that's SCCA or NASA, but he's running under our rules this weekend. Out for a little visit with the Champ Car folks.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cheap track time, too. We have several pros that will come out and run with us just to get that, or aspiring pros that just want that cheap track time.
There's that Volvo wagon.
Yeah. The 740s are just so tough. They're not, super quick, but they're just always out there. They're so strong.
It's certainly not the most aerodynamic car we've seen racing with us.
Which is great. I mean, it's hilarious to see them out there. It's fantastic.
I think that was the Fiero that just went by.
Now, the Fiero is, I believe, like a darker color.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who's fast enough to pass them. They're running 206s.
The Fiero is white with a black lower part.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be the Colfab team.
Okay.
They're running 203s
yeah, they're running pretty fast.
In a 330. I don't know. That's not a BMW 330, is it? Maybe if you can catch up with them, we get a better view of what that car is. And, yeah, he just kind of whistled right by him on the straightaway there. He's got the top end horsepower.
That's that. It was a BMW that was in earlier.
Oh, okay. It's a 330.
Yeah, I think it's a 330.
Okay. That is the Colfab team then. They didn't really start with everybody. They were in the pits for a while, and now they're out on the racetrack, turning some laps with it. So if you're just joining us, the Uncommon Friends, they've retired their car. That car was, unfortunately, got into contact with the leader. Leader lost control in the infield. At the beginning of the race, the infield was really slippery. There was a lot of dust that was down. And Jay Leno was driving the Uncommon Friends Z, spun, and as he was waiting to rejoin the track, the leader spun and backed into the right front corner of the Z car, doing some damage to the shock. And so they ended up retiring that car. They got to get it ready for SEMA, so they're going to be they're leaving to get that taken care of. That's about the most action that we've seen. We've had Adam Carolla was out in the Flying Hawaiians car early on, and did well, brought the car up. They actually started where they didn't start with the rest of the field in the normal grid position. He let the other cars go by, as I think he was still kind of getting ready. Wasn't really completely ready when they rolled off the grid. But brought the car up to a decent position, and then did a driver change around 40 minutes into the race. And I think the owner might have gotten in the car at that time. There's the 330 just off to the right. And, it's interesting how close these two cars are performance-wise. The Flying Hawaiians driver, they're having a lot of fun with these cars.
Now, the owner hasn't driven yet. He's letting his rental guys go first. It's a new car. He's really freaked out about sending all his guys out on a brand new, untested car. So he was super nervous this morning. But the car's performing, knock on wood, because I have wood in here, knock on wood, the car is performing flawlessly.
Yeah, I saw he was having a little trouble getting the steering wheel on first thing. I could tell he was just a little bit. It was kind of a nervous day, having Adam Carolla in the car and all this stuff going on. There, one of the cars goes off track, takes the long ride through the chicane there.
Yeah, it's hard telling if that's done on purpose or not.
Yeah, it looks like somebody blew that corner previously, knocked the hail bay apart, and occasionally guys just go right through in there. Here's that rather odd pylon section here going onto the back onto the oval.
They're getting Bill for all that, by the way.
Making the upshift to fourth gear.
On who's hitting the hay bales.
There's a big shortage of hay bales in California, so if you hit one, it's going to cost you big, buddy. Hay is really a big deal around here.
I can tell you from my motorcycle racing days, they hurt like hell when they hit.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't want to hit that. Yeah.
Wait, Doc. Do the hay bales hit you, or do you hit the hay bales?
I hit the hay bales.
Oh, okay.
I hit cones. Yeah. Doesn't matter to me. Guardrails.
Yeah. So me, Dana, and Dave spent about 2 hours last night putting up hay bales and cones all over this track, setting it all up.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
It was good. We took the Mercedes rental car and we did a lot of track testing to make sure that everything was right. That you could take it
now.
Yes, and it worked out pretty good.
Flying Hawaiians on board with them right now. These guys are having a lot of fun racing out here together. Just going back and forth.
There. That's Jamie.
Okay. Just going back and forth, having a lot of fun. Bill, if you can mute your microphone, there's a lot of
Sim Series racers.
There's a lot of background noise there, Bill. If you can mute your microphone for me, there's a lot of background scratching or something going on. Unless you had something else you wanted to add.
His ice cream is noisy.
Sounds like
today.
He's eating, so maybe we'll just let.
Well, he's got this annoying habit of scrunching up his water bottles.
Ah, yes, he's very he's very conscious about that,
No, actually, it's my bag of purple Doritos. Sorry.
Okay, all right, Bill. Anyway, back to the race here, folks. You see what I have to work with?
Yeah, it's terrible.
It is. It's exhausting, really. I don't know. Anyway, that's all right. Back on the bumper of the 330 is the Flying Hawaiians as they head back out into the front straightaway.
Yeah, these guys are having a blast.
They really are. This is what makes the racing so much fun, is when you can find somebody you can really connect to and hook up with and just race with throughout your stint. And that's one of the benefits of racing in Champ Car, because typically the fields are large enough you can at least put a couple cars together on the racetrack, and it makes it so much more fun than just driving out there by yourself. I mean, it is fun in the beginning, but after you've been doing this for a while, it just gets a little bit boring when you're just doing laps and there's really nobody within eyes reach, for you to race with like these two guys are today. So heading down into turn 3 here. Gives him some room on the inside. You can see he's right there. Makes a quick downshift. Oh, didn't quite make the downshift, and that sent him out wide, so he's apologizing. Don't know if he had contact or not. Giving him some room on the outside. He's right there. Down to the next corner here. I believe this is the area that kinks off to the left, and there's a super tight right-hander.
I think they call that the playground.
Okay. The doc said it looks more like a left-handed guitar neck,
Yeah. Oh, that part on the inside. Yeah, it looks something like something else, but we won't get into that one.
It looks like a guitar neck. It does look like a guitar neck.
A flying V? Yes, it does. So it's 84 degrees out here. There's hardly any humidity at all. We have some clouds over the top of us that are shading the track every now and then, but there's no wind. And it's pretty warm. It's really hot.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. 85 degrees is fantastic.
it's hot.
Yeah, I know.
And then Dana keeps messing with me, making me walk back and forth. I think he's getting back at me for Dana picked up a tire in his or a screw in his rental car last night. So when he was fixing it with a plug kit, I just sat back and made fun of him the whole time. So now it's payback, I guess.
It's like Pit Garage is in the pit still, not turning laps. Not sure what the story is there. And Speed Doctors, Pit Garage and Speed Doctors both in the pits right now, apparently. Zoom Zoom Kaboom has come into the pits too, now down in 14th spot. That's the 114 car. Their sister car is up in 6th place right now. And Das Idiots has just set their fastest lap time of the day. They are the lead C-Class car, currently 4th overall with a 2:05.686. 119 laps turned so far today.
Now, what would make a Miata C-Class?
Well, maybe they got a turbo on it.
They could.
That'll move you up a C-Class. That would put them in B. So maybe they've done like a larger engine swap. That's about the only thing I could think of. Because if you're an A-Class and you throw a turbo on it, they're going to move you into B.
Right.
Now, if you go to the Ecotec engine, they're going to put you into B.
Ecotec.
So right, that's what I said. If you're in the Ecotec engine, you're going to be in the B class unless, well, they have different engines out there. Maybe this is one of a bigger Ecotec engine.
Yeah, I think I want to say 2.5 Ecotec.
Okay.
You can say that if you want to, Bill. We won't stop you.
Well, I spoke to him last night, and
okay.
Because we were talking about we were talking about me again, because that's what happens. But we were talking about the Opel, and they said it had an Ecotec, and I should put that in instead. Yeah, things like that.
Right. So if they're hitting 2.5, that would put them into C. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. So
there you go.
It's a fast car. They were, I guess, the original developer of part of the original development team of the Ecotec swap. So they used the kit, and it actually, compared to theirs, it moved the engine forward, and it really sits up front in that car compared to what I've seen with other cars. I mean, it's way up there. Instead of sitting as far back as it used to with the Miata.
The Miata engine.
It's right up. Yeah, it's right up against the almost the radiator. It's pretty wild. The cars. I'm down here at Pit Inn right now, just watching the cars go by, and there's some pretty good speed here. Some of these teams. There is a 4-cylinder Mustang out there. They're a normal Lemons team, and they thought they'd give us a try, and they're absolutely loving it. They said, and they're just putting along in that car. I would say it's equal. Well, it's a little faster than our Opel, so that'll tell you they're kind of the speed differential here. But they're having a blast. They're holding their line. They're staying up top.
They're probably just glad not to be dealing with 150 other cars on track.
Now,
yeah, that's kind of why they came over. They didn't want a big field. They wanted to try us with a small field.
Now, is that the 777 Holy Rollers car?
Yes.
Okay, because that's the
bunch of
LX.
guys.
I wondered because the LX model would be the 4-cylinder, and I wondered about that. So they're in 17th right now.
I thought the LX was like the cop special with the 5.0, or is that LX 5.0 or something like that?
Yeah, I think the LX. I thought the LX was. You said it's a 4-cylinder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it's.
2.3 liter.
I think that's what it came with. And
carbureted too.
Barney and Friends off track again, sliding out of control. Getting it gathered back up and back on the racetrack.
He's got it pointed the right way now.
Yeah. All right, it's back on the racetrack and rowing up through them gears. No problem. And looks like the Flying Hawaiians are coming into the pits.
Yep.
They'll stop here at Pit Inn and pick up their clock. And they're waved on to the...
well, that's a weird stop. Why are they stopping? Because they just left pit lane just a little bit ago.
Well, I don't know. This would be premature.
This would be a great time to have a pit reporter.
If we just had
Well,
some...
I'm at lunch.
Oh, listen to this. That doesn't sound good.
No, that doesn't sound good.
So they were thinking that they were seeing 14.4, 14.5 air fuel ratios, which makes it really lean. They were a little bit concerned about that, and but it was still nominal.
No, it's beyond nominal now. It's hurt.
Yeah.
It's hurt bad. It's knocking, and it's they're opening the hood to answer the door. It's really bad.
Well, as long as all the parts are still in it, they can fix it.
I think all the parts are still in it.
It's nothing worse than losing the magic smoke, right, Doc?
That's right.
Okay, so the word coming from the crew is it sounds like a rocker may have broken on the engine. So
I know all about those.
That's something Doc knows a lot about.
So we should go inspect this car for a cheaty cam.
Oh man! Ow!
You wouldn't know a cheaty cam.
I was breaking rocker arms long before cheaty cams.
So
nobody would
too
know.
soon?
You wouldn't know if it had a cheaty cam.
So I heard that we're going to be inspecting the camshaft on the RX-7 later on. Is this thing on?
Yeah, we just Sorry, we're waiting for somebody who cares to log in. Let me get... Sorry, Bill.
It's all right. I'm still on East Coast time, so I'm way out of it today. Plus, it's been a rough weekend, a rough week.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's been torture. So we all feel sorry for you, man. And it's so hard on you, man.
I mean, it's like 85 degrees out here, sunny. There's women running around, scantily clad women everywhere. It's
movie stars.
It's just rough.
Yeah, oh, I know.
Brutal.
I know. We
Race
feel for
cars
you.
all over.
You really should take a vacation. Oh, wait a minute.
And then he's got to go to Vegas.
Oh, God.
Make it stop.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is there justice in this world?
Well, the hard part's like trying to decide what shows I need to go see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the off button on this guy?
So, Doc.
Yo.
So I've been talking to there's a couple of women racers here this weekend.
Yeah.
Talking to them about Shift Up Now. They seemed really excited.
Yeah.
I spoke to the NBC folks with Jay Leno about Shift Up Now. There's a couple of folks that seemed really interested, so they'll be contacting you soon, I hope.
Cool. Yeah. Excellent.
So we got Shift Up Now. We'll be racing with R3R, right?
That is correct.
The Shell folks.
Looks like R3R is going to have two cars out there, I believe, for Shift Up Now. Pippa Man is going to rejoin us at Barber. And not sure who else is going to be in the car, but that's something Mandy McGee may. Yeah. I haven't seen the driver lineup yet, but I know Shift Up Now is going to be out there joining us at Barber, thanks to Shell, I believe, and in those R3R Porsche Boxsters.
Yep.
So we're looking forward to having them out there.
Maybe they'll take the top off of the Porsche so that Mandy can, so that Pippa will feel more at home.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Well, they'd have to take the fenders off too. So.
Right. That's right.
That's not allowed. But no, we look forward to having them out there. Shift Up Now, if y'all aren't familiar, is an organization that promotes women in motorsports. So they have, I know, let's see, who am I trying to think of? There's Pippa, Mandy McGee. Christina is a young lady that races with them. She was down with us at Sebring. Don't know if she's going to be at Barber. But let's see. Oh, who am I trying to think of? It's not Ashton Harrison. But it is, oh, what's the redhead?
Tiffany Alexander. No.
Well, no, it's not Tiffany. I don't believe she's an ambassador for them yet.
No.
Tiffany's going to be racing with E-Racing with Elon's group. Gosh, why can't I think of her name?
Hold on, I'm using the internet. There's Karen Salvaggio. There's Pippa Mann. There's
Right.
Shea Holbrook.
Right.
Sarah Montgomery.
Sarah Montgomery. That's who I was trying to think of. So
Michelle
Karen,
Abate, Mandy McGee, Tegan Hammond, Sherry Storms, Christina Esposito, Emily Linscott, Hannah Grisham, Samira Rashed, Kelsey Rawlings, and Lonnie Unser. Lonnie Unser is going to be racing with him with Chloe Chambers.
I think they were trying to get Lonnie down to Barber. I don't know if she's going to be available. But I know Karen just won a championship out on the West Coast. She's got a Factory 5 Daytona Coupe that just looks gorgeous, and she won like 11 out of 13 races or so. So she handily wrapped up that championship. So look forward to having the ladies down with us and getting a couple of interviews with them as they return to the Champ Car Endurance Series.
All right, with that, we're going to take a quick break for commercial. We'll be back here in a few minutes, folks. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and Door Slammers leads the race. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You could do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. And welcome back to Auto Club Speedway here on ChampCar.Live, brought to you by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series as we go on board with Barney and Fiends as they are bringing that machine back into the pits. And they were off track a little bit earlier, we were watching. And unfortunately, our other in-car camera, the Flying Hawaiians, they've brought their car into the garage. So it's not looking good for the Z car. Barney and friends coming into the pits now. Looks like they're shutting that car off. Making their driver change. So the way it works in Champ Car, you can only have your driver out there for 2 hours a maximum at a time, and then you've got to make a driver change. That driver needs to take an hour's rest before they could technically get back in. But most drivers
2 hours and 24 minutes to go, they're going to have to come in again.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have to come in and make another driver change, but usually 2 hours is about all anybody wants to be in the car for a day. Sometimes, if the car's really well suited to the driver, he might be comfortable enough to drive another 2 hours in the car or something like that. But they're just making a seat adjustment. Driver's getting ready. And I will warn you about this part when you're trying to see how close his helmet is to that mirror.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of broke the mirror in the Porsche at Road America because my helmet made contact with the mirror, the Longacre mirror, with just the lightest
those
amount of
Longacre
effort.
mirrors, it doesn't take much to bust them up.
They're made of micro-thin glass. It doesn't take hardly anything to break them, so you got to be really careful with them. I've seen guys break them just trying to adjust them. They reach up and grab it and turn it, and it breaks the part in their hands. The lens part does. So you got to be really careful with those things. If you mount them, you don't want to mount them too tight. So that way, if somebody does go to adjust them, they're not going to break it for you. Of course, it's going to happen at the beginning of the day, right?
Yeah, of course.
Fortunately, when I broke the mirror, it was at the end of the day, so I was the only one that had to live with it. But driver getting suited up, unfortunately, that's our only in-car camera right now, so we can't really flip to anything else. But we can talk about what's been going on today in the race. And really, the story has been all about door slammers so far in their Pontiac Fiero. They're up 6 laps over the field. They've been consistently turning faster lap times than anybody else.
Now, as I look at that, I'm seeing a 206, and as we break that down a little bit, we're seeing 206s, some 204s, and 203s. Those are wicked fast lap times, but there are some other teams out there that are turning similar lap times, but very difficult to catch. So door slammers really ruling the field out here today in P1 and P2 at 128 laps into the race. Roto Pluker's in third. Das Idiots is fourth. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is fifth. The Barney and Friends team that we're just on board with, they're in sixth spot. Then it's Petroholic in seventh. Actually, they just passed Barney and Fiends for sixth. So behind them, though, it's Black Forest in eighth. They're shown in the pits as well in their yellow Porsche 944. USA Racing in their Nissan 300ZX is in ninth place. And then it's the Colfab 27 Club Racers in 10th place in their BMW 330.
They seem to be about the only team that's capable of matching those lap times by our leader, the Pontiac Fiero door slammers.
Yeah, they're 17 laps down, but man, if they are, you're right, they're turning 203s, 202s. I mean, they're consistently quick. So it's interesting that they're just a little bit more consistent with those fast lap times than the leader. And that could spell trouble for them, especially tomorrow. As the race, they do another race here tomorrow that'll be around 7.5 hours or so. They're going to try and start a little early or something. I don't know.
Wait, what's that?
Well, the plan was to have an 8 and a 7.
Right.
We're in California, so we did a 7 today, and then tomorrow they might do a 7.5. That's what I heard from Bill. I don't know where he got that from.
You know, Bill.
Yeah. But that's what we're hearing. So anything could change between now and then. And that was this morning when he told me that. So it could have changed already for all I know. Oh, okay. So we've got a camera that's been moved. Bill moved a camera for me, and we put it into the Black Forest yellow Porsche 944. Let's see if we can bring that up here.
That's our spec 944.
Yeah, that looks good. So that's great. I guess he's done with lunch, huh? Or maybe he took a break from lunch to... Oh, there he is.
No, Lord.
That was frightening.
God, that was frightening. Speak of the devil. You didn't say his name 3 times, did we?
No, I didn't.
We might have.
Yeah.
I can recall twice.
And Das Idiot's leading C-Class. Good observation there, Richie. Thanks for bringing that up.
The number 7's got to change a right front tire. It's down to the cords. Like, there may not be cords left in it. They may be down to the lower rubber on the inside of the tire.
Right.
That's how fast these guys are out there.
They drove past the cords. Darn it! Forget the cords. That's
getting all their money's worth.
They were about ready to send this car sideways, basically.
Sure. Oh, jeez. Well, thanks for that reporting there, Bill. I don't know. I wonder if this track is hard on tires.
Hey, not the 515. We showed that in C class. That was a typo. It should be A class.
The Das Idiots car should be in C class.
It was the 515 was listed in C class. It should have been A class, so they're redoing that one in A class.
Okay, it shows in Race Hero that it's A class. So apparently it's been corrected, at least in the Race Hero.
So yeah, leading C classes should be the Black Forest Porsche 944. Porsche. Sorry, Bill.
Right, and they're sitting in the pits right now. So
they may have the wrong size lug wrench for it. They're having a hard time getting the bolts off or the nuts off because they replaced the German bolts with nuts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you stud it, and then like the BMWs. Well, you figure they got them on there. They must have a right socket somewhere.
Maybe.
I mean,
You have to use German sockets with the Porsche, don't you?
Yeah, sure. It's a German 19 millimeter. You got to say it.
It's very different from the Japanese 19 millimeter, which is totally different from the SAE 19 millimeter.
Right. And when they say it,
what?
I got the info from Harbor Freight.
And when they say 19 millimeter, why is it the Germans always sound like they're angry and cussing you out when they talk to you?
Exactly.
Yeah, even I love you in German sounds mean.
So, I posted up a picture last night of the drivers meeting for the new people, and I said blah blah blah, and it supposedly put a translation at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that translation came out to be "I love you,"
which is true. You love those meetings. There's nothing Bill enjoys more than sitting in drivers' meetings.
And making fun of Dana. It's fun.
No, Dana's meetings are great.
They are. Just when you go through them every other week with him, it gets a little boring for a while, so you have to make them fun.
I mean, there's just the right amount of humor,
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. Dana and humor?
Yeah. Dana's a pretty funny guy, Bill. You should spend more time with him. I'm sure he'd love that.
Yes, I'll recommend that. Here, let me radio him. So the 470 is in pit lane right now. They're putting a driver in. Looks like Bill just got out.
That's the Wilwood 2 car.
The other car got messed up from the tire. Hit the oil cooler, fell off its mount and came into contact with the tire and rubbed a hole through it. So that car is done for the weekend. So everybody's piling in 470. Not all at once though.
Try to tell people whose car you're talking about, Bill, if you know who it is.
Is the Wilwood.
There you go. It's Wilwood 2.
Miata.
There you go.
Use your colors.
It's yellow, white, and blue, or navy, white, and yellow.
Oh, wait, Doc. I thought colors was your thing.
No,
you're the color commentator, right?
Yes.
So the colors.
Additional commentator.
The additional announcer. Thank you very much.
So why aren't you announcing?
I am announcing. It's hard to get a word in edgewise with you on here, though.
All right, I'll leave you guys alone. I want to go on.
No, don't leave us alone.
He wants to
start
go.
my vacation early.
Yeah. Well, you can keep sending us some information, maybe. I don't know.
Yep. Well, there's nothing going on right now. Cars are just circling the track, and like I said, we have the Porsches just leaving pit lane right now.
Oh, there you go.
The Miata from Wilwood is they're putting their ice in their cool shirt, so that's big news right now. And other than that, cars are just circling, doing their laps,
logging laps.
Back to you, Paulie.
Well, splatting bugs is what we do best. That's when it's fun. And I think we took out the majority of the insect population at Road America a few weeks ago because we were cleaning windshields in the pit stops. It was crazy. I think there's a lot of bugs back there in the Kettle Bottoms area, in the wooded area of Road America. But that's a good sign. If you're splatting bugs, you're having fun.
Yep, you're moving through.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Hey, Doc.
Yo.
Okay, so you know how we've been talking about Laguna Seca coming up, and Laguna Seca is one of our tracks where we have to, every car needs to be really quiet.
Yeah.
Because of the sound ordinances there. It's 80 dB at 50 feet. And if for some reason the car can't pass 80 dB for 50 feet, that they will be given a strike, and you get 3 strikes the whole weekend from the practice day all the way to the end of the race. So you get only 3 strikes. If you get more than 3 strikes, you got to put your car on the trailer and leave the premises. So we've really been pushing getting cars quiet. Unfortunately, a track where we don't have that rule, this track is pretty quiet this weekend. There's a lot of cars testing their systems, making sure it works for the upcoming Laguna Seca race.
That makes sense. Good.
Yeah, we had some cars that actually brought their cars out to the to be teched before Laguna Seca. They weren't racing this weekend, and they had their cars tested, and they weren't really. They kind of wanted to take it out and test it during the out laps, because where they live, they don't have a place to really crank on the car. And we wouldn't allow them to do that, unfortunately. But 777 is coming into pit lane. They're pulling the car in.
It seems to me 80 dB is rather draconian.
What was it?
Draconian.
Yeah, but it is what it is. So they
well, I mean, that's quieter than the freeway.
Headphones are my earplugs in.
So Uncommon Friends saying they're back at the shop. They're stripping off the broken bits, getting ready, and that car is going to SEMA, Bill?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, they should leave that fender on there since it's autographed now.
I said that too, but Mike and a lot of folks have what they think it should be, but they'll get it all fixed up the way they think it should. And I thought it'd be cool, leave it like that. It'd make for a good conversation piece.
Right. Exactly.
So
we'll leave that up to Bruce. Bruce knows best.
I'm sure he'll keep
I
the
heard
fender.
through the grapevine that there was an automobile stolen this past week, maybe a couple of days ago, that was made of carbon fiber that was supposed to go to SEMA. Okay. Supposedly they had a big car chase in Las Vegas with it. It got all beat up and it crashed a bunch of cars. But they recovered it. They're actually going to take it to SEMA. I don't really know the whole story. I just heard it third hand or fourth hand. Have you guys heard anything about that?
No.
I guess it was really big news or something. You guys are on the wrong coast.
That might be why.
True.
That might be it. The news travels slowly
yell
over
at
here.
the Mustang guys, because they got their car started and they're fueling. Hold on.
So Uncommon Friends reporting what we kind of knew. Bob Briggs spun the Fiero and made contact with us. And our front strut knocked his right rear wheel out of alignment. They are crab walking down the straight.
Yeah, we watched the replay as well. If I can bring it back up, I will. But yeah, it's unfortunate what happened out there, and the track was just really slick, and these guys were having a hard time with the infield.
Well, of course, we don't know how often the infield is used there, but yeah, I mean, if you don't get it swept off pretty good, you're going to have some problems.
Yeah.
And especially, when you hear about these Santa Ana winds and out in the east part of LA, it's pretty sandy out there.
Yeah, you got a lot of sand blowing in off the desert.
Yep.
There's really nothing
So yesterday I was doing some I was doing some laps, and I came down the front straightaway, and I look in the mirror and I just see this smoke, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I just did something really bad.
Blew up the rental car.
And then I'm like looking at gauges, nothing's out of the ordinary, and it's like, I did it again, and because the sun was going down, so you had the dust reflecting, getting seen by the sun rays coming down at the angle. And then I came down pit lane, the same thing, so I figured, it's really dusty. So this morning when cars started the race off, because of the angle of the sun, as they were going into turn one, it looked like every car was blowing their engine just from the amount of dust being blown up. It was insane, dude. It was insane. It was pretty wild. And but yeah, it's pretty clean. It's clean now. It's not, these guys have picked it all up, blown it off, and it's probably all over my arms and shirt and clothing. But 777 just finishing up their driver exchange as the 48 goes down the front straightaway.
The 777 is Holy Rollers Racing in a Mustang. The number 48 is the Door Slammers Pontiac Fiero, who's leading the race.
Yeah. See, I have to give you guys something to do. Isn't that what you said to do?
That's exactly what we said, Bill. Your memory is uncanny.
You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, so I'll show you this. We'll show you the video here again of the crash with the Uncommon Friends. So let me just kind of mute get the sound under control here. There we go. All right. So here's what it looked like. Jay spun the car. He's kind of rolled back off the track, and now he's noticing somebody's. Now watch off to the right here. This is the leader. He's trying to start the car. And it's really a pretty good hit that he took right there. His neck might be a little
How come
sore.
I'm not seeing that?
You know what it is? I need to do it again.
I heard it.
Okay.
But I'm on board Barney and Fiends.
Yeah, I got to get it switched over. I apologize. I will get it corrected.
Yeah, the Barney car stalled out. He's trying to get that car started.
And he's not having a lot of luck at the moment.
Mustang guy's having a little trouble.
He's a long way from pit in, too. He's on pit road, but, with the smaller field out here at California Auto Club, it's a long way. Like curvature of the earth style. So it looks like he's got it underway.
So he's just going into a corner, and the back end gets loose. The car slides out from behind him. You can see he's kind of lets it just roll back off the racetrack. The car's not running, so he's trying to start it. Oh, man, that was a hit. Oh, man.
That was a significant hit.
Yeah. So Jay took a pretty good shot.
Thanks. I didn't need a bump start.
So anyway, that's yeah.
So back on board with the Mustang. He's got it rolling again now. And it looks like he's headed straight to pit out.
Yeah, his team members were at the wall waving their hands as he went by. I think it caught them all by surprise. So he's headed back out. He got it started and moving again.
I got to change that label, folks. That's the Porsche 944 of Black Forest, actually.
Yeah.
So I'll get that fixed.
Is he up to speed? Yeah, I guess he is. Takes a long time to get around that oval.
So the other thing, too, is that's a four-cylinder 944. It's not like the 944s we usually see with the big sixes. Don't they use a six, or are they four cylinders?
They're fours, aren't they?
1983. Sorry.
Is a 3-liter a four-cylinder?
No. It'd have very, very large pistons. I mean, you have V6s that are 3 liters.
Wait, they might be. What's Ron running his?
I don't know, but he can run it a long time.
It's like a 2.4 or 2.5. It's a 2.4 or 2.5 Porsche engine.
Oh, yeah. Ron runs a smaller one, whereas the Cone Crushers runs the big one, the 3-liter. I think it's 3-liter S2. So I think it is a four-cylinder in those. Yeah.
Okay, I think I got that.
So they have to run a minimum, I believe, 2,700 pounds with driver. So they're pretty heavy, whereas because that's a spec. It's kind of cool. We're getting to see how a spec 944 does, because I know we saw a lot of interest at Petit Le Mans from PCA drivers that showed interest in running their spec 944s with us. And I think it'll do pretty good. The 133 is going down a straightaway, and it sounds like it's missing a cylinder or maybe two of them.
The 133 is the Pontiac, the Formula 33.
Yep. Yeah, it sounds pretty nasty, actually. Like an odd fire V8. But yeah, it's watching that spec out there running on our tires and the brake pads is kind of cool, because I think they run slicks on those when they rest. The 515 Miata passes the 944. You'll see coming down here on the street. There might be there he goes. Might be a little delay from what I'm seeing and what you're seeing. Now we have quiet again. How many cars do we have running, Doc?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to guess we have about 20 or so running. We had 25 cars start.
Pit lane seems a little less crowded than it did before.
Yeah, I mean, we show the Flying Hawaiians. We know they're back in the garage. We show
I need to go get their camera. Right.
So the
we
940
got Pit Garage. We show them not circulating. We got Zoom Zoom Boom showing in the pits. We have the Speed Doctors and their BMW. They're not shown turning laps. We have Wilwood not shown turning laps. We have Arsenic Racing shown in the pits, but we know they're behind the wall. And Uncommon Friends, we know they're back at the shop. And then Acme Racing, we're showing them not turning laps. So there you have it.
Yeah, I mean, labels are all messed up.
Got several teams turning their fastest laps of the race. Das Idiots and their Mazda Miata just turned a 204.332.
Okay.
And we've got USA Racing in that Nissan 300Z showing them as turning their fastest lap of the race. I don't think it's going to do either one of them any good, though, catching door slammers. They're putting a spanking on this field. And their sister car, well, it's not really, it's like a stepsister car. The Pontiac Fiero is leading the race, and they've got a Mazda Miata that is their team car running in second place. So both those cars doing very well. That's the Volvo we see right in front there. That's that 740 wagon.
Yeah, I was just looking through. I've got a Porsche book here, and the 2.5 liter engine they put in the Porsche 944s is a 4-cylinder engine.
Okay. I thought it was.
Yeah. And in fact, this somebody that I've been, I guess you'd call mentoring here in Fort Wayne, Josh Collins Autosport, has entered their Porsche 944S for the very first time in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series for 2020.
What race are they going to do?
They're going to race at Gingerman, and they're going to race at Indy. So they're very excited about that.
Is referring to the Volvo 740, is that a school bus? No, it's not painted yellow. It can't be a school bus.
Barney and Fiends is the name of the Mustang team we have an in-car camera for. So I'm just getting some things finished up there for you folks. But you're on board with the, I think this is the Porsche 944, so I'm not sure. I just got it all messed up. Yep, this is the Black Forest team here.
Isn't that little chicane there with those cones gotten narrower and narrower?
It's a mess out there. I wonder who set that up. Oh, that's right.
Oh, I'm sure it was set up fine, even though Bill was involved. It's just been rearranged.
It has been rearranged, not in a good way.
Not in a good way, yeah. It's narrow through there. Look at the carnage.
Hey guys, so what car number is it? 227. Our second place car will be coming in about a lap to put a new driver and put some fuel in it. They're kind of afraid right now that they're going to run out of fuel like right at the end of the race. They may not be able to make it to the end.
Okay.
So I asked them, "Are you friends with Bill Riley?" They looked at me like, "Huh?" So we're going to stick our camera in that car. I have fixed the CCL 100, CCL 1, Paul.
Yep.
That was an Alchemy.
Yep.
And we'll put it in their car when they come in. So that gives us one of the leaders. So we got a car going really slow on the front straight. It is, hold on, car number 17. Driver's left at the bottom. So if you're listening to the show and you're in your car, you guys got to pull over. Driver's right. He's coming down. He's coming into pit in. He stopped it right at the end of the pit lane. I don't know what he's going to do. I have CCL1 on it. So it's pretty far away, though. But yeah, he just stopped the car right at the right as you come off the tri-oval. Oh, he's got it going. Now he's turning into pit. Yeah, he's going to behind the wall. That was a little scary. There were some really fast cars coming up on him on the front straightaway at a very high rate of speed.
Car number 446 is the Barney and Fiend's Mustang. Okay, just getting all this fixed up here for us as we need to head off to commercial break anyway. So we'll take a break and be back in a few short minutes. Stay with us, everybody.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway. It is the Wilwood Grand Prix in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Broadcasting live, it is ChampCar.Live, brought to you by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltsum, along with Doc Waldrop and
Hello.
Bill Hollywood Strong, I believe he's on the line with us too. Oh, yeah, he's giving me the silent treatment. Oh, how do you like that?
Figures.
All right.
He's vindictive like that sometimes.
Oh, man. He's probably...
he hit me at AMP.
I know. There ought to be a law. I think there is
telling
one.
you.
So looking at Race Hero.
Mike talked me out of pressing charges.
This time, you mean?
Well, this time, yeah.
143 laps in. We've got door slammers leading by 75 laps over the rest of the field.
It's not quite that many, but it might seem like that.
Their sister car is in second place, step-sister car, according to Doc.
Yeah, well, it's a different make and model, so.
Sorry, I had to cough there. Roto Pluker's in third. We got Das Idiots in fourth. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is fifth. Then we've got Petroholic Racing in sixth. Barney and Fiends in seventh. USA Racing is eighth. Black Forest in their Porsche is ninth. And looks like the Colfab team just ducked into the pits in 10th place. And that is a wicked fast 330 they got put together there. Flying Hawaiians are in the pits. They're actually behind the wall, and nobody's touching the car. I think that car is hurt. So we'll see if they can get that fixed and get back out there. Maybe not today, because we're going to be going checker here in not too long. But what do we got? Another hour and 50 minutes.
Tomorrow's another
But tomorrow, tomorrow's a very good possibility for them. We'll see. We'll see if they can get that car put back together again. Sorry about all the noise there. And maybe they can get back out there for tomorrow's race. So something else I was going to bring up here, and it just slipped my mind. Which is very easy.
Derailed your train of thought, did you?
It's very easy to do. Door slammers with the FTD for the race, that 2.00.413. So a 2 flat.
Come on, guys. Couldn't you have managed a 1?
I'm disappointed.
A bit disappointed. I'm sure the driver is. He's like, God, come on. I could have found 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, it could still happen. Maybe the weekend's not over yet.
That's true.
We're out here at Fontana, California. It's the Auto Club Speedway, the 2.88-mile circuit. It's called a roval, which is part oval, part infield road course. 17 turns. Lap time's right around 2 minutes. And it's really been all door slammers in their Pontiac Fiero all day. They just haven't missed a beat with that car. And we've been following some of the other cars around, but boy, door slammers just really putting the hurt on everybody. It looks like their
field.
Well, their sister car is just shown crossing the pit loop, so their Miata has just come into the pits apparently. And this would be their final pit stop for that car. Should be. They should be able to make it on the rest of the way.
So, while our 2 leaders are out there on their own, the battle behind them is pretty heated. Rotopalooza has got 1 minute on the 4th place car, Das Idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Then you drop down a couple of laps to Zoom Zoom Kaboom. Petroholics a lap behind them, and then Barney and Fiends and USA Racing are a couple of laps down to them, and then Black Forest and Colfab. So really, the battle is for the final podium spot. That's between Rotopalooza and Das Idiots.
And as we look at the standings by class, this is what I wanted to do. It's Class A, sponsored by Krispy Kreme Donuts. It's Door Slammers leading with Das Idiots in second and Zoom Zoom Kaboom in third. Down to B class, sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. It's Door Slammers in the Fiero leading the B class and the overall, with Rotopalooza in second. Team Tango in the Volvo Wagon is third.
Yes.
Down to C class, sponsored by Money Shift Racing. It's USA Racing in their Nissan 300ZX. Then it's Black Forest in their Porsche 944. And then it's Colfab in the Colfab 27 Racers Club in their BMW 330, rounding out the top three. And we've got some D-Class cars here this weekend. D-Class is not currently sponsored by any company, so we'd invite you to talk to Tyler Pedersen about that if you'd like to get involved in sponsorship in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. But anyway, for D-Class, it's Petroholic leading with Barney and Fiends, and then Formula 33, the Pontiac Firebird, in third. So that's where things stand as far as the standings are concerned. By the way, as AutoZone is sponsoring the show again this weekend, Duralast parts are manufactured to meet or exceed OE quality, durability, and performance. Whatever make of your car you're driving, Duralast parts keeps your car driving tough. Duralast's full range of auto parts makes it easy to get the right part at the right time. Whether you're changing your oil or rebuilding your engine, Duralast gets the job done right. Shocks, batteries, brakes, starters, and alternators. Duralast is the way to go. Also, you can get specialty tools from AutoZone. But go ahead, Doc. We can come back to that.
I was just going to say, is Bill still on with us?
Well, let me open up that microphone. Usually he just unmutes it when he has something to say.
Talk to the floor and everything. He said, okay. And
Yeah, he's just talking to somebody.
I was
going
to pass along a little word to him.
Oh, well, he's not listening to us right now, which
that goes
to
figure.
That's normal for everybody.
Yeah, well, if they're smart and a veteran and viewer.
So,
haven't heard much today from the LOL ladies.
Yeah,
the legal little old ladies. My fan base has deserted me.
You feeling a little left out here? A little
a little less love.
Slighted. Yeah, it's too bad.
That's okay. They'll be enforced at Barber.
Yeah, Barber coming up. Not too far away. We've got it the 23rd and the 24th, just a few weeks out.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that's I don't have it written down here. That's an 8+7.
I believe that is an 8+7.
And then we're off to Virginia International Raceway, the 7th and the 8th of December. And
we're going to take Thanksgiving weekend off.
Laguna Seca the following weekend there, the 14th and the 15th of December. And then it's off to Sebring for the final race of the year, the 28th and the 29th of December.
Yep, that's always a fun race.
Barney and friends on board with them right now. Sorry, folks, this is the only in-car camera we have.
What's Bill doing out there?
He's speaking with someone. He's doing like 37 jobs or something at one time.
According to him.
He's not only my camera guy, he's like the everything guy.
He is like Renaissance man.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back in the garage, the Datsun, not a good day for Datsun.
No,
Not too. They got the left front up in the air, it looks like, and so, yeah, they are working underneath the hood of that car. So they got the screwdriver out. Bummer.
Sorry, Paulie.
Yeah,
I know
it's
you're
tough.
a big Datsun fan.
It's tough. Well,
It is tough.
That
The struggle is real.
The hit that Jay Leno took, that was really a heavy hit. You knew that had to do some damage, and Jay was a trooper. He just kept driving the car, but it was damaged. The shock was actually bent.
Did Doc just call you a big Datsun fan? That's just rude.
What do you mean?
I don't think that's
48 is in pit lane. That's the Fiero, our leader.
All of our car cameras have gone down, except for the one that's in the garage. That one's great.
So, Bill? Hello?
He muted himself again.
Hold on.
I was going to give you some news.
Oh. I think he's listening. Yeah, his mic is open. Go ahead, Doc. What's the news?
Well, Bill, the news out of Virginia Tech is beating Notre Dame with 4 minutes and 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter. They just had a tremendous goal line stand. So there you have it.
All right. You do know that I'm a big Virginia fan. Virginia Tech is our arch rival. We like to see them lose.
Oh, well, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. We don't want to see them win because when they win, they get all confident, and then they come out and kick Virginia's butt. And we don't want that this year.
All right.
We want them down and out.
You might have a little state pride, but no, okay.
No. There's no. It's like you. Do you have state pride in the team that's your
no
LSU? No. But you like LSU, right?
Yeah, I'm an LSU fan.
So who's the other team?
There are no other teams.
See? There's only one school in that state, right?
Well, one that counts.
Yeah. Well, Paulie's a big Notre Dame fan, isn't he?
No, I don't follow any college anything.
Yeah. You don't like those stick and ball sports, right?
No, I don't really follow them. No, I don't really. I like
So
racing.
what's wrong with the car, guys? Rod knock? Did you tell Rod to get out?
But I'm pumped.
Oh, they're gonna do an engine swap. They said motor swap, but I'm pretty certain it's an engine.
Yeah, because it's not an electric motor. It's not a golf cart, so it's an engine.
Not a golf cart. So yeah, they're going to get a different engine, and they'll get that working.
Bummer.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Thanks for
that update.
Grabbing the camera and seeing if you can find some other cool place to put it. It was great riding along with those guys, though. I mean, we've had a lot of fun on the show riding around with all these different cars, and but we're having a little trouble with some of the feeds for some reason. So, but that's okay. We've got a good race going on here. We've got looks like the Pit Garage team and their Miata. They were up quite a ways in the standings earlier today.
Yeah.
But they're in 17th. They're not turning laps right now. Roto Paluker and our leaders, neither one is turning laps. So they've come into the pits, it looks like. So our leader has pitted, no doubt, for the last time today. And Roto Paluker pits from third place to come in and do their last driver change and take fuel, most likely. And then they'll go out. And then that should do it for that team. And looks like Petroholic also coming into the pits out of sixth place in their Ford Mustang. So being that it's a 7-hour race instead of an 8-hour race, you don't really have to make the 2 hours, on every stint. You can short stint those, and that might make it a lot easier for these teams that are, they don't have the fuel capacity maybe to make it. The drivers can make it, but maybe they just can't hold up on the fuel side of things. So.
Yeah, and we've had no full course yellows to do any strategery.
Yeah, strategery. I was reading Marky's comment about Bill, so yeah. Oh, here we go. We got.
I don't know if he did. Did Bill do an interview with Jay Leno?
I imagine he did.
I can't imagine he wouldn't.
He's got pictures. I've got pictures. All right, so we're going into the number 37, which is Roto Palooker. And so I'll change that label. And we're going to head out with them. They're in third place right now. Oops, just tumbled to fourth as they've been passed in the pits. Oop, there we go. So we'll get that.
The camera from the 280 is in the 37 now. I still have to finish mounting it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Roto Palooker. I wonder where they got that. There's got to be a story behind that name. I mean, the Roto is obviously
Roto Palooker is a song from what was his name?
Okay, well that makes sense.
Hold on. Roto Palooker, what's the name from? Frank Zappa.
Oh,
That'd be Doc Sally.
I didn't listen to Frank Zappa. So that explains it. Okay. See, all right. I'm being cultured now. I'm expanding my horizons.
Well, I can't think of anything to say, Paulie.
They're trying to get every ounce of fuel in this car. It's a pretty thirsty RX-7. They're putting it in by the dropper full. They've learned a lot of lessons from Bill Riley and how much fuel to put in a car.
All of it.
All of it. That's right. And more if you can. So they're waiting it to bubble. They're putting more in. I just want to start yelling at them because they got to give me time to finish putting this camera in. I don't care about their fuel.
Always thinking about yourself, Bill.
I kid. I know.
That's Mikey. How do you pronounce his name?
Probably Mikhail.
Michael.
Okay, It is Michael. He's one of our ex-board members.
Okay. Now, just remember, whenever you ask somebody how do you pronounce something, it doesn't mean it's right. That's just how they pronounce it. Like people ask me how do I spell things, and I tell them how I spell it. It doesn't mean it's right. It's just
like
how
Paul,
I spell it.
P-O-L.
That's it. See, you've got it. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Doc, D-A-K.
That's Dak.
Talking to his crew there as they're getting them all settled in, getting ready to go finish this race with an hour and 34 minutes left on the clock before we go checker. Trying to fire up that Miata.
He's going to be taking Bill's right arm with him when he goes out.
Now that the camera's in there, the car probably won't start. That's the curse of the camera. Yeah, the car won't start. It's all our fault. Can you push start an RX-7? We're going to find out. I'm sure you
I
can.
would think you could.
There it goes. It does sound like a prop plane. He's right.
See, I told you. I help push. Normally, I wouldn't help push because I don't want to affect the outcome of a race. But since they let us put a camera in it, I gave him a little push.
There you go.
Way to go, Bill.
Way to take one.
I want that Chandler School Award.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bill gave it a shove. Can I get an award for that, please?
Yeah, or an award.
Maybe a gold star next to his name.
Thanks,
Maybe
sir.
he won't have to visit Human Resources on Monday.
I hope not. I haven't talked to anybody today.
No, you did. You already made the comment about the shape of the track in the infield. You're going.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't say what it was.
Oh,
you're going.
Doesn't matter.
My wife said, who designed the track? She brought it up.
You insinuated.
A nod's as good as a wink.
So what we're going to talk about to these teams about tomorrow at the drivers' meeting is a lot of them are going through the concrete patch. Instead of leaving their pit lane, they're just driving down the concrete patch for all the other pit lanes. So we got to talk to them about a proper pit exiting strategy, which is when you come into pit, which is, I guess, pit entry strategy, you stay to the right. So you give guys coming out of pit, out of their pit stall room to get out. And when you come in, then you just pull in, checking your mirrors, of course, so you don't cut somebody off if somebody's coming up behind you, and pull in. But you don't drive through everybody's pit stall to get to your pit stall or to get out. That's bad. That gets the wrath of Dana. which you don't want, which is
No,
sort
you
of,
don't want.
no.
That's scary.
Yeah. 184 is putting a new driver in or putting ice in their cooler.
That's,
the wind is starting to pick up here a little bit.
Zoom, zoom,
Tom's
kaboom.
down at the other end trying to move his tent around because it looks like it was going to blow away. Yeah.
All right. Well, Bill, I got to take us to commercial, so let's do that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Back
a
to
whole
you,
sponsor thing. And we'll be right back, and so stay with us. Thank you.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back to Auto Club Speedway. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series Wilwood Grand Prix here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're on board with the Roto, oh no. Now Rotor Pluker's going back behind the wall. Man, we need to stop putting cameras in cars. Every time we put a camera in a car, they break.
Yeah, people aren't going to like that.
Well, they were having trouble getting the car.
What's going on with this car?
So talking about brakes, I guess. So, oh, that's too bad.
That's our 4th place car.
Yeah.
So one thing I did want to bring up, Paulie.
Oh, no. Okay, well, let's face it.
No, it's safe.
Okay.
So next year, our annual meeting, the Champ Car annual meeting, where you get to grill the board of directors and the president, is going to be at COTA next year. So if you've never been to COTA, by all means, try and get there. So that race is, where's my schedule? Hang on a second. Hang on. Circuit of the Americas, June 13th and 14th. If you've never been to Austin, it's a delightful town. Great barbecue. It's in Texas Hill Country. It's a beautiful city. They got bats underneath the bridge and stuff like that. So if you get a chance, get to COTA to attend the annual meeting.
Yeah, we had a pretty decent turnout at Charlotte. Is that where we did it this year?
Yeah.
And we broadcast it live so everybody could see it. We'll probably do that again this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, I hope you come out. Texas, it's going to be a great race. I think it's going to be an important race. I know we got a lot of teams signed up already for it. Obviously, we want to fill the field. We want everybody to come out and enjoy it with us. So make sure you get signed up for COTA this year. Make sure you put that on your calendar. Obviously, COTA and Indy are big races for us this year. So make sure you come out and populate them well.
And, of course, this weekend, COTA is hosting the U.S. round of the Formula One Grand Prix. It's another little-known series, but they get some decent car counts. They're about the same car counts as we are.
Yeah. Yeah. More like 20 versus, 600. Yeah, we're going to get some cars out there this year. But what's really important to our listeners is that if you want to race there, you're thinking, maybe I'll put it off till 2021 or something like that. You really need to come out to 2020 because filling those fields is what dictates, do we go back?
Do we go back? Yeah, exactly.
And
so
these tracks are unbelievably expensive, like incredibly big numbers. So if you don't have the turnout, you can't. Business-wise,
keep doing this.
There's no intelligent business maneuver for us to go back. So
right.
Unfortunately, we need to. If we want to race there, we gotta show numbers. Got to show up in droves. So hopefully that works out for you guys. That you can come out and join us for that race too.
Yeah, I mean it's a rather central location, so mid-June's not too bad in Texas. It's a little hot, but I'm telling you, the Texas Hill Country is just gorgeous. Yeah. And the food's phenomenal. One of my favorite steakhouses in the country is there. I mean, the Lake Travis area is great. New Bronzefield's good beer there and stuff. So if you get a chance, come on out. Love to see you there.
Yep. It'd be good to have you folks out there. So we've got Door Slammers leading after 153 laps. They're up 6 laps roughly over their sister car in P2. And then it's Das Idiots, who's in the pits right now, in third. And then it's Zoom Zoom Kaboom. We've got quite a few cars in the pits. Roto Pluker looks like they're actually not just in the pits, but behind the wall, possibly working on the brakes. Although Bill thought the car sounded really rough, so something's not right there. Petraholic in 6th. Barney and Fiends in 7th. Sorry, we lost the camera feed on all of our cars. But we might be able to get some more cars up here before the end of the race on camera. USA Racing.
All depends on who stops.
Yeah, and it's
Bill's
not just that.
Near as fast as he used to be.
Hey, guys.
Well, he puts a camera in the car, but then they're going down so quickly that it's not.
Hey, guys.
Yes.
All right, so Roto Flukers went out. The car, we had to push start it. They came back in.
The distributor cap's missing off the car, but I think they don't run a distributor on that car.
Couldn't find
It's
it.
just used for timing purposes. But that was missing, and also the when that popped off, it popped the alternator wire off and blew a fuse. So they fixed that real quick. They brought it back in. It was popping and spitting and just really bad. They fixed that, and they left, and they're back out there now. But the 515 came in, which is their sister car, the green Miata, and that one is Das Idiots. They brought the car in with the left front tire flapping. They jacked up the right side of the car thinking that was where the flat was, but it was on the left side. They had to go back around and do that. And now they're fueling it, and they'll be back out in just a minute.
Okay,
well, he's got zoom, zoom, kaboom right on their tails, so they're just one lap down.
Well, they're just finishing up now. It looks like they're going to send the car out.
Okay,
yeah, they just popped the fuel up back on. Now they're getting it started. And, you can hear it rev really quietly, of course. And it's leaving. A Super Miata leaves pit lane.
Okay, the Roto Palooka. Hey guys, let me say something.
Yeah.
The Roto Palooka is not on the racetrack, Bill. It's behind the wall. They're working. I've got it on camera. They're
Say
having,
what now?
You said the Roto Palooka went back onto the racetrack. They did not. They're behind the wall.
They can be behind the wall. They're sitting right here. Oh, they are. They're taking their laptop back. Okay.
Yeah, they're in their paddock spot right now. So, yeah. So I don't know. Something's not right with that car. And I thought I heard them say something about the driver say the brakes were a problem. So, don't know. So that's the story as quickly as we get the information. What?
I was just laughing at the
Bill break another car.
Comment over on YouTube. Bill break another car.
Yeah.
It's the curse of the camera.
There was a wire running along the roll cage where we clamped the camera, and it blew the car up. My bad.
So another important date next year is Sonoma Raceway. That will be our 2020 National Championship. So that's going to be on February 15th and 16th. It's a test plus a double seven race, and that's going to be at Sonoma Raceway, formerly known as Sears Point, formerly known as Infineon. So that should be a fun race. I don't know if we're going out for it or not, Paulie.
For Sonoma?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd like to see the green grass in person. Just to believe it with my own eyes.
Well, for me to go, for one thing, there has to be enough money.
Yeah.
For another thing, there has to be infrastructure support. And that's difficult to find at a lot of racetracks. So
yeah, true enough.
You know, everything. And then my entourage, there has to be room for them.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And of course, the lint roller.
The lint roller I can pack.
Yeah. Does it pack well? I mean, it's got its own Pelican case, I'm sure, right?
Right. Oh, jeez. So, several cars in the pits here with an hour and 18 minutes left. Lord help us.
An hour and 18? How do they do it?
Oh, it's funny.
Starting to get a little goofy here.
It was funny when Bill was talking to Adam Carolla, and he said, "So you're going to get back in the car?" He's like, "No, I think I'm going to go home and take a nap something."
Just calling him like he sees
40 minutes in the race car, and he's ready for the bed. Yeah, it's endurance racing. It's not easy.
It's not for the faint of heart.
No, that's about a third of a stint.
These celebrities, they can't hang.
That's all right.
They've gotten soft. Now, we want to thank him and Jay Leno for making it out to the track today. That was kind of awesome.
I'm sure they're listening intently to the broadcast.
No doubt.
No doubt. Yeah, very interested in what's going on at the racetrack. But 156 laps turned. Yeah. Door slammers look good. Some of the cars that are in the pits right now, Roto Palooka, we know they're behind the wall. We got USA Racing in their Nissan 300Z. Then it's Flying Hawaiians. They're in the garage looking to do an engine change. Zoom, zoom, kaboom. I don't remember what happened to them, but they're in the pits back in 19th right now. That's the number 114 car. And I don't see anything in my notes here on that. So, zoom, zoom, kaboom. They were in for fuel and a driver last time I heard. So,
well, we got Dorsheimer's, their second car, that number 95, the Mazda Miata, just set their personal best with a 204.291.
There you go.
I think it's going to be a little too late to catch their stepsister, as it were, the Pontiac Fiero. They're leading up by 6 laps right now. They have set our fastest time of the day with a 2:00.4.
Right.
So just another 0.4 of a second, he would have been into the ones.
Right.
So.
You'd get underneath that. He'd be sub 2 minute.
Yep.
And it looks like it was at the 41st lap. So early on in the day's racing.
They pretty much never looked back. Well, still got an hour and 15 minutes to go or so, unofficially.
Yep. And we'll see if we can get an in-car camera working here. Well, actually, we do have one working, but it's in the paddock area. And then I ask Bill to go get it, and then he goes and gets it, puts another car, and then that car breaks, and they end up in the paddock again. This was the camera that was in the Z, which is now in the
It's kind of like a kiss of death.
I know. I was trying to put a camera in a car at Road America, and I put it in a car, and then I said, I decided to put it in this car instead of that car when I was, picked a car with Round 3 Racing. So that's okay. They're not going to let you put it in the lead car because
yeah,
because of the curse of the camera. Like, that's fine. That's all right. It's okay. But if you are heading to a race this season and you plan on live streaming, please let me know. And it's paul.veltum@champcar.org. And I would be glad to get that information and make sure we can get you into the show. So just all I need is your link if you're going to send it over to YouTube, your YouTube channel. Do some testing, make sure you got it figured out. That's the streaming to the YouTube channel is really could be really frustrating and difficult, and it's not something you want to figure out at the racetrack. You want to have it totally iced before you go. If you leave that till when you get to the track, it's just going to create frustration. You probably won't get it working, and you've got other things going on that are so much more important than fiddling with the camera. So
nothing's more important than ChampCar.Live, Paulie.
Well, that's true. That's true. But when you're running a team, it's like, no,
when we have thousands of viewers relying on us,
we really want to get our drivers their stint time.
Yeah, well, yeah, they kind of pay the bills.
Yeah. Speaking of paying the bills, you're going to have some. Well, let's see. What have you got on the docket for next year? You're going to be at NCM.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna launch off with Road Atlanta, our home track, as it were. So we'll be there with the full crew. Then we're gonna do NCM. Daytona, we're not so sure of. It's a quick turnaround to Daytona. We've never run well there, so we may skip that. Okay. Then head off to Charlotte on 4/25, April 25th, for that 14-hour race there, because Charlotte's a blast. Then we're going to head off to COTA for that annual meeting, and the what is that, a double 8 and a 7 probably?
Let's see here. What do we got? NCM is an 8+7.
Yeah. Road Atlanta, of course, is a 14-hour. Charlotte's a 14-hour.
And then which race were you asking about?
COTA.
COTA's an 8+8.
8+8, okay. And then we're going to head off take about a month off and head off to VIR for the 24-hour classic there.
That would be 24 hours, Doc.
What's that?
That would be a 24-hour race.
Yeah, that's 24. And then we're going to head to Indy for the Double 10 in mid-September.
Okay.
And then probably going to finalize the year with Barber on 12, 12, and 13.
Oh, wow. It's at the very end of the year here.
Yeah, it moved back several weeks this year. So it moved up this year and then moved back to even, well, I mean, it's a week later than it historically has run, as it were. But really looking forward to Barber. It's such a great looking track. There's the museum there. And, you know, it's just a lot of fun. It's the track's been repaved entirely.
Ah, nice.
So, and of course, you're going to join us there this year.
Yes, I shall be.
And hopefully you have a little bit of extra time where maybe you can pop your head in the museum because it's phenomenal. You just can't believe the scale of the place.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so expensive. It's another $88 for me to find a place to get. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't. I've thought about asking my brother, who lives in Nashville, Tennessee, if I could come in on maybe Thursday, spend the night. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Right.
That would give me all day Friday to hang out with you. I don't know how much time you're going to have, like what your availability is, or if it's just me going.
Me, I'm retired.
Yeah, I mean, but you're going to be you're going to be at the racetrack with your car, and
yeah, true.
I don't know.
I don't like to hang out with them though. I don't think they like me.
Well, they better.
I know. Yeah, well, I mean, typically our Friday night is we go out for a Mexican dinner where they play the gag where it's my birthday. So, you know, I have to do the sombrero and I get the free dessert. But it's an easy drive, an easy tow for us, and Matt's going to tow the car, so I can just freeload out there. I can loaf over there.
All right, I'll have to talk to my brother and see what we can work out. Maybe I can get out there early enough on Friday so we can check out the place.
Yeah.
There's no practice, so
nope.
I do need to
show up and run.
Yeah. Which, by the way, if you're like me and you're heading out to that track in a couple weeks here, you can always go out to iRacing.com and do some laps around.
Yeah, you've been doing some laps around Barber, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been trying to fit it into everything else I'm doing with the show. But yeah, after I get done with the show here and we do the recap, I do the recap. Then I'll have a little bit extra time. I can sit down and go over the track.
It's a pretty cool little track. I mean, it should kind of remind you of NCM. It's a little bit more compact, as it were, but it's got some nice flowing bits in it, some nice technical bits in it. The museum turn you'll have a blast in. It's a lot of fun.
I get this weird feeling it's going to rain. I don't know why.
No, it's not going to rain.
Okay.
No, it's supposed to be clear blue skies. 72 degrees.
Perfect.
A balmy 72.
Balmy.
Yeah. That's a technical term we use here.
And then Indy being in September, that's going to be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I would like to think so.
Yeah, it's not going to be hot. It's just going to be a really nice
Right.
time.
Well, NCM is going to be the one that's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, it's going to be a total turnaround.
Because if you've been to NCM in June, it's brutal.
A heat like you've never felt elsewhere.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I've been to Florida in the summer. I'm like, no way.
Yeah, it wasn't even that bad.
Florida.
It didn't seem like. But in March, it should be nice.
Kentucky, man. Yeah, March will be interesting because that's really early. That's even earlier than when we do Road America in April, which is usually just on the cusp of snow. So it's
right.
It's like, wow.
And if you remember
going in
correctly,
March.
2 years ago, the spring race in Road America was snowed out.
Yeah. Oh, it snows almost every time I go. It didn't snow. It hasn't snowed. I don't think it snowed this year at all.
Oh, yeah, it has.
When I was there.
I posted a picture over on Brew Crew.
Did it?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, it snowed.
Well, it snowed like crazy after we left. 10 days after we left. Yeah. But I mean, while we were there. There have been many times I've gone there and it was snowing when I arrived. In registration, it was snowing outside.
Of course, 2 years ago at Barber, it snowed heavily, like 6 inches the night before. When we woke up that Friday morning, I was sleeping in the cab of the truck, just happy as a clam. Fell asleep to a nice rain on the roof of the truck and stuff, and I woke up and it was silent, and it's like, oh, that's not a good sign. Sure enough, I opened my eyes and it was snowing heavily. But so we went over to the museum on Friday that morning and stuff, and Mike said, nah, this will be fine by tomorrow. And sure enough, they went out and swept off the track, and the next day it was perfect. The track was dry. Now, last year, not so much. It was miserable.
Now we're on board with Black Forest in their 1983 Porsche 944. And picked up a really good book at Barnes & Noble on Porsche, so I've been trying to study up on the Porsches a little bit.
Doing some learning, huh?
Yeah, it's not
some book
sticking
learning?
real good, but yeah, learning the differences between, like, they talk about all the different cars and the differences between the engines, the 944S and the 924. Because my friend Josh Collins, who's going to be racing at Indy this year, his first time racing in Champ Car, is going to be at Gingerman in 2020. It's a 924. It's an old spec car, so it's an S. And but man, you look at it and it's like, wow, it's really, really roughly not much of a spec car. The way it was assembled, the cage and everything really needs work.
Right. You helping him out?
Yeah. I've been talking to him. I've met with him several times. He's doing all the actual mechanical work. I haven't offered to help him with that, but he's
smart man.
But he contacted me by virtue of the show and figured, I don't know, I must have mentioned that I'm in Fort Wayne, and he's like, oh man, the guy's right here in town. So we've met several times, and I've been over to his house a few times, and
cool.
And we've just trying to get information, what he should expect and what he should be doing, and
right.
So it wasn't so much of me trying to convince him to go racing. It's like, well, I'm going racing, and if you can give me some information to help me along the way, great. But I'm going. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which is great. That's the way it should be. I've talked to people before, and well, maybe I should go racing. Well, no. I mean, I'm not going to need to convince you if you're going to go, because if you're not headstrong about it, you're not going to make it. It's too challenging. There's too many roadblocks that'll come up. You have to push through, and if you got to be convinced, it's not going to be for you. If you start
many roadblocks,
if you start counting the dollars and all this kind of stuff, it's not going to work out. All that stuff, because it's going to cost you more than you ever could have thought. And
no, you're kind of like, you should look at this like a lemming looks at a cliff. Just send it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way to halfway do it.
There's no way to halfway do it, and if you're keeping score on everything, you're just going to be frustrated. And look, you're either hooked on it, and it's what you really want, or you're not. And it's not. I like Mario Andretti's line. He said, at this level, just about everyone should be able to feel as though they can participate. So what it comes down to is more of, where's your priority? Where's your commitment? What is it you want to do? Because most of us in the United States do have some disposable income. We're just pitching it away on different things, which is fine. It's a matter of what you want. So if this is what you want, you'll find a way to make the sacrifices so that you can go do it. And so yeah, Champ Car is a great great way to get into it because it is so affordable. There's so many ways you can go about it to get into it. We talked about volunteering. You get money from that, you know. And there's several teams that'll take you for a one-day stint, so you don't have to plunk down, you know, $900 for a weekend. You could probably come up with $450 though, and do it for one day. Do a one-day stint, and then now you have to rent your gear. Maybe you've already got it. There's ways to get there. You just, you know,
right.
It's just planning and commitment.
But you know, it's just not for the faint of heart. You're going to have problems towing. You're going to have this problem, that problem, and you just really got to kind of punch through it and not get discouraged.
Yeah, and I guess maybe if you know going in that you're going to have those bad days, you're going to work hard for, you know, a week trying to get the car ready. You're going to get it to the track and it's going to rain all weekend, or, you know, there's going to be great times and there's going to be tough times out there.
Right.
But
it was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
And I found that, and I've been racing since 1986 in various series. I think Champ Car is the best because I came up through the SCCA ranks and vintage and doing all this stuff. I was racing open wheel and roadsters, and the reason that this series is so much better is because there's so many cars on the track.
Yeah.
For me, that's the key, because I've done so many races where you spend all that money and you're just out there basically driving around by yourself. You're at Road America. It's a 4-mile racetrack. It's
right.
You only put 23 cars on the track. You're not really going to see a lot while you're out there.
Right.
For 20 minutes. I mean, that's just doesn't make any sense, you know. But if you're out there for 2 hours with 78 cars, you're more likely to get into some nice battles out there. And for me, a veteran, I guess, that's what I kind of yearn for. Even more than the wins is the battles you can get into. And I guess that's why I like
and the camaraderie out in the paddock, you know, after the checker's fallen, cracking a couple of beers, telling some lies.
Yeah, all of that.
It's just the whole experience. Yeah. The weekends are great.
So door slammers, both those cars, looks like, man, they're having a heck of a day here. We're at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to split for a commercial break and back in just a couple minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, and it's door slammers leading the way. Back in a moment. Stay with us. Yeah.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. And welcome back to the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltzum, along with Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong. We're live at the racetrack for one more hour before we drop checker on this race to determine the winner of this 7-hour contest. We've got a camera in a car here. That is not the correct name. But,
well, he's got a Wilwood sticker on his
yeah, it's
helmet.
probably Wilwood. They just came into the pits. That's the number 470 most likely. So we'll get that label fixed for you folks. But yeah, we're just getting Wilwood in the pits. We got Roto Paluker behind the wall in 10th place, dealing with some things on that car. So, of course, Wilwood sponsoring the race this weekend. It is the Wilwood Grand Prix.
Looking up his cool suit there.
Yep. Quick disconnects so that you can stay comfortable out there.
Yeah, it's a little bit warm out there. High, I think, was in the upper 80s.
Mid 80s, yeah. And he's got a black suit on, so you know how that is.
Oh, don't start. A little inside joke there, folks.
So, yeah, the Wilwood racing team brought 2 cars out here this weekend.
They do not.
What's going on?
That is a fallacy.
Well, Doc, science says.
Science says.
Science is wrong.
Your science says that.
And that's based, for you folks not listening to our personal texts, basically I said that black suits radiate heat.
Yeah.
And it's a joke that goes back a while back.
Yeah.
It's
We're
not a
rehashing
joke.
the same material.
SR-71s are painted black because they could radiate heat away from this.
They produce heat.
No, it radiates heat. Produces heat. Just black. The sun produces heat.
The sun's not black.
Well, it's really warm here in Southern California. What's the temperature like up in the Great White North there, Paulie?
About 35, 38.
Is that in Celsius? Did you see Will Buxton posted a tweet earlier this week? Then he got really mad because he saw the temperature at like 36, and he was expecting it to be really hot, but it was 36 degrees Fahrenheit. He was really pissed because he didn't pack properly.
So you see the driver's got those armbands on. And
arm restraints.
Well, I was going to get to that. Tethers.
Armbands are what we show the corner worker or the put out when we leave.
Go ahead, Doc. I know you were trying to get to something
let
salient.
Bill finish.
Okay, Bill, please finish for Doc.
Okay, so basically the arm restraints keep his arms from flapping around in the cockpit if he rolls the car.
Or tries
he gets
to
upside
punch
down,
you.
gets sideways.
Right. Or reaches
and also
out
keeps him from doing stuff in the car, like changing the mirrors.
Or grabbing your throat. Yeah.
I hate him.
So that's what that's for, because he's got no roof on the car. So that's the rules. You got to wear either arm restraints or you have to have a net on over the roof to keep the arms in.
So they're checking the cool shirt, dumping some water out so I can throw some ice in.
Like a aim system up there on the top of the hood.
Where?
What's he plugging in?
Oh, that's their radio.
Okay.
They have it in a NASCAR type box.
Gotcha.
So they're checking the radio now, adjusting the sound. He's like from a foreign place, so nobody can understand him.
Nice.
This is the part where he tries to choke
New
Bill.
Zealand.
He's trying to reach out. This will be the part where he tries to reach out and choke you. But he can't because he's got his arm restraints properly installed.
He's got his arm restraints. He can't do nothing to me.
That's right.
You're safe for now.
Where's he from? England. Sorry, that's kind of like New Zealand.
Other than it's on the outside of the world.
He said it was one of the colonies.
So you should ask them if they're still sore. Yeah.
They have a really neat little wooden shifter knob on it. You know, all these guys go for high-tech stuff. They've got one made out of wood.
So give him a thumbs up as he rolls out and say, "Long live the Queen." See what he does.
Long live the Queen. Brexit, no.
Well, he's Brexiting the pits right now.
So, Mr. Alchemy, how's the race going for you today?
The test day is going spectacular. The race is not so much. Brand new car, brand new team. Well, not brand new team. Same old team. Same old crazy people up till 3 a.m. trying to finish a car. But it's a shakedown. We've never had this car out on track before. We're having fun. It's a beautiful day in Southern California. We love racing with ChampCar. You guys are, hey, there we go. We've been fighting chassis overheating problems because we leaned out the motor and the header got up to like 450 degrees. So the motor is at 160 coolant temp, but the chassis has been overheating significantly, and drivers are little whiny bitches about that type of thing. So, you know, driving with the hood off right now. And supposedly I put an old tune back on the car, and we're running it like 10.5 to 1 AFR, burning our eyeballs out, but the chassis is no longer overheating. So there you go. That's how our test day is going. Tomorrow we'll be kicking ass. That's today's plan, is that tomorrow we're kicking ass.
All right, man. Good luck out there.
Thank you very much, Bill. Have a great day.
All right, let's go down and Let's give Doc a break. You've probably been talking all day, right?
Yeah, Bill.
No.
Bill, you have to ask.
Car doing out there.
Hey, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
You have to ask Wilwood why what's popping up on their hood. What's that about?
So there's something popping up on your hood. You know what it is? Huh? Oh, that's a headlight.
Okay.
Oh, and he's just spun the
You
car.
just about lost control.
Just about spun.
Like that. You pay engineers a lot of money to do that.
Is there some reason why we don't put some duct tape on that thing?
It's distracting for the guy in front of us.
There you go.
Yeah, you get used to it pretty quick and don't see it anymore.
So, Bill, you guys are one of the sponsors of Champ Car. Wilwood. Wilwood.com is your website. You guys manufacture brakes and all kinds of other stuff. We were out there earlier this year. So, how's business doing for you guys right now?
Business is good. Racing's good. So, you would think, I keep worrying that the economy is going to collapse, but now we're doing good. Everybody's buying a lot of racing stuff. Must be a lot of racing going on somewhere because they're buying a lot of stuff to race with.
So, what's the benefit of using the Wilwood brakes versus the OE brakes in this type of racing?
Makes you go faster.
Well, it makes you stop quicker.
Yeah, you stop better. I mean, there's a bunch of cars out here that have more horsepower than our Miata, and they'll get power by me, and then where we turn into the track, I'm right on their ass, because I brake later, and sometimes I get inside of them and piss them off. I don't really mind.
So now with those brakes, you guys can make the pads thicker, thinner, whatever for the guys' applications to make them last longer for these things.
Well, we have different materials, different. We know, we do this stuff ourselves, so we know what it takes to do it. And you size the caliper to the weight of the car, get the right kind of pad material for it. We know how to do all that. So if you give us a call, we'll tell you what to do.
Now, you guys make brakes for pretty much anything, even if it's like an obscure car. Like Doc is really old, so he knows about a lot of really old cars that may not have brakes available, but you guys can do stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We make, like for Jay Leno, we made brakes for all sorts. I think we made brakes for a Stanley Steamer one.
Oh, yeah. He's got a Stanley
Thanks,
Steamer.
Bill, for talking to us.
Sure.
Not quite as old as a Stanley Steamer.
No, probably not.
Do you know what that is, Doc?
Yes, I do know what a Stanley Steamer is.
I thought it was something you cleaned your house with or something.
No. You're thinking of a blower Bentley.
Oh, okay. Paulie, do you know what any of this stuff is? Because I have no clue.
I know what it is only because I've seen Jay Leno's show where he demonstrated the it's a steam powered car.
Oh yes, the Stanley Steamer. I do remember that car.
Yeah.
It's
got a boiler on it.
To our leaders right now. We'll talk to them and see how they're doing out there.
You're going to get a favorable report from them.
They did corner me to find out where their rear bumper was that Jay Leno wiped off his car. So because something about it's being unobtainium or made of unobtainium. So how's the car doing?
It's excellent. It's a happy little car.
That's what we like to hear. Now that's not a normal Fiero. That has a different engine.
It has actually a smaller motor than it came with. Originally it had a 2.8 iron V6. Now it's got a 2.4 Ecotec in it.
That's just a 4-cylinder, right?
4-cylinder, normally aspirated.
It's really good mileage too.
It's a good mileage, and it's got kind of medium power. Doesn't have the most, doesn't have the least. It's kind of a happy car.
Kind of funny seeing it dice between the Mustangs earlier today, but they weren't exactly up to speed.
Yeah, I don't think they were trying real hard. So
that's what it is.
That's good. All right, man. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, walking down pit lane here. The Mustang the green and black Mustang that we had the camera in earlier, the V8 one, that sounds really good. He's now leaving pit lane. I believe that camera's down.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're all down except for the Wilwood one, but that's okay.
Sorry.
That's not your doing. That's okay.
We're walking down here. So we're down here in pit lane with one of the teams. So what car are you guys with?
Petroholic Racing.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we yelled at you earlier this morning, correct? Why?
Yes, open-toed shoes.
Yeah. So we don't allow open-toed shoes. I just wanted to make an example.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting on somebody's really big shoes.
You're welcome.
Petroholic's running pretty good. They're running up in 5th place.
Yeah.
But it's okay, you know.
So how's the race going for you guys out there?
Good. Going great. We're doing good.
So why aren't you ladies driving the car?
I can't drive a stick shift.
You need to have them make you an automatic race car.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Would you try to drive a stick?
Damn good. He tried and I cried, so it didn't work out too well.
That's funny. All right, guys. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Headed down to Black Forest with their they do independent BMW, Porsche, and mini service repair and performance racing. They've got the Porsche, the yellow one. Let's see who's in here. So your Porsche's doing pretty well out there?
Yeah, the Porsche's doing great. He's running real good, consistent lap times. We're very happy.
So where are you guys out of?
We're out of San Diego.
Okay, so you guys deal with all kinds of little German cars, Porsches, BMWs, Minis?
Porsches, BMWs, and Minis. Repair, race them, and restore them.
So where are you guys out of San Diego?
In Kearney Mesa.
Okay. So I grew up there, so I know exactly where that's at.
Yep, right off the 805 and the 52.
So what's the benefit of running a spec Porsche in this series?
Well, one of the things is they're super reliable because there's not a lot of parts to go wrong, and they're really pretty fast car from a momentum standpoint. So if we get a good groove, we can run really good, consistent lap times, which will put us up front.
So you guys haven't run with us before, right?
Not in this car, no.
Yeah. So how is the car doing out there?
Car's doing really well. We're really happy with the performance. It's running good, consistent laps, and so far the drivers have all done what they need to do and bring it to the next guy. So we're looking for the checkered flag here and see how we do.
Cool. You make it on fuel?
We can make it on fuel.
Do those things have like a 40-gallon tank?
No, I wish. They have about 19. So we can go about 2 hours max, but we can make the 2 hours, but that's about it.
All right, good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, go down here to another team, huh? ChampCar.Live. ChampCar.Live. That takes you to our YouTube channel. Everybody should know that. Why don't they know that?
I don't know.
Here's another group of folks that are down here watching. She's the
fire our media marketing guy.
The other one is she's the pit. Yeah, the pit.
I'm the pit bitch.
So what's a pit witch do?
Well, I just ran to get ice, and he left before I got back. So
are you gonna yell at him for that?
Nope. He forgot his school shirt. He wasn't even wearing his school shirt. So what difference does it make?
Yeah.
But he yelled at me. He yelled at me, so it worked out.
It's the stress.
It's the stress.
That's why my wife never comes to the races anymore.
I don't like to come to the races, but here I am.
Yes. So where are you guys at? What team are you guys, first of all?
Team Barney, I guess.
Barney Mustang guys.
Barney Mustang.
Fiends.
So where are you guys out of?
We're from Menifee and Nuevo, and
so I'm foreign from Virginia. So where is that?
About an hour and 10 minutes southeast.
Oh, where we're at now?
Yeah.
So I'm still in California.
Yeah, about an hour north of San Diego.
Riverside County. Okay.
Yeah. We're just right over the hill.
All right. So have you ladies driven the car before?
Nope.
Do you want to?
Nope.
No.
I'll drive the next one.
They were supposed to give us the BMW, but they ended up selling it instead.
All right. So how does that go over at home?
Well, it went over. I mean, we were kind of looking forward to fix.
Oop, I think Bill muted his own microphone. Let me see if I can unmute it. Nope. He's out there talking to people with his mic off again, Doc. What was that you said about firing the media guy? What was that you said about firing the media guy?
Yeah.
Well, there he goes.
I'm talking. I guess I muted myself.
Yes, you did.
We figured that out.
So go back. So you ladies, the boys are going to give you a BMW, but they ended up selling it?
Yes.
So now that's a Mustang. Don't Mustangs usually end up on like jack stands in your front yard somewhere? Or is that where you found it?
I believe that's where they found it.
It runs. We found it in somebody else's yard.
Somebody else's yard, and you bought it.
In your yard, it wouldn't run.
So you obviously just love Mustangs. I'll tell you, he sold that BMW so you could buy a Cobra Mustang. So now we have a Cobra, a little more horsepower.
Yeah.
They're putting the finishing touches on it.
Oh, so they're looking for a cheaty way of winning a race.
Pretty much. I mean, who doesn't want to win by cheating, right?
Yeah. So since he yelled at you, what kind of cheaty stuff has he done?
Actually, nothing. I'm just kidding. No, we're the only people that showed up at a Lemons race with a Lemons car, as far as I'm concerned, with a $500 car.
Oh, you're one of those people.
That's how we started. Yeah. But now, hey, we're here now. Don't give us a hard time.
No.
We're here
We're
now.
not at a Lemons race, though. This is Champ
No,
Car.
I know. I said, but we're here
But
now.
you're supposed to show up with a cheating car.
Oh, are we?
Whoops.
What you call it?
Also,
Rules.
see if you sign up for you go show up with a cheating card and it looks good and they like it, they can buy it from you. And
Oh,
you
no,
have
that's not
choice.
here. Not
No,
here.
not here,
Oh,
but
yeah.
at Lemons. And you have no choice. You have to sell it to them.
Yeah.
For $400, and we don't want to do that.
No. And we don't
No,
do
not
that.
after we put 6,000.
No kidding. Exactly.
Kidding.
So if you guys had a choice of cars that the boys drove, what would you choose?
I like the Mustang because it's cheap to fix.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
And my husband knows how to work on them. So
Okay, that's good.
the BMWs are a little more touch and go.
Yeah.
It's not a Camaro. I think the last Camaro we saw push drive shafts going down.
So you guys had a Camaro too?
No.
No, the one they were racing against.
At Willow Springs.
Oh, yeah. So that's tough. Somebody has to race a Camaro, Make the Fords look good. Yeah. Yep, that's right. We were there for that.
Yeah.
So cool. All right, guys. Good luck out there, and it's coming up towards the finish. All right, back to you, Paul. And
Okay.
who's the other guy? Doc.
Yeah, the additional announcer.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, the additional announcer. Door slammers.
Well, they sounded like they were having fun, if nothing else.
They are, even if they don't want to admit it. She's having a good time.
Yeah.
176 laps into the race. Door slammers leads in their Pontiac Fiero. Then it's their sister car in P2 with Zoom Zoom Kaboom in third. Das Idiots in fourth. Petraholic, you heard from their team. They're in fifth place. Then it's the Cole Fab 24 Club Racers in sixth. They're really moving that car up the field. Barney and Friends in seventh. Black Forest in their Porsches eighth. USA Racing in ninth. And Wilwood 2, whom we're on board with now, in 10th place. So we'll see if the curse of the camera strikes this car. I don't think there is such a thing.
Nah.
I put the camera in my car at Road America. We didn't have a problem with it.
It's Bill.
Yeah. No, it's not Bill.
Stop it with the curse of the camera.
It has nothing to do with Bill.
Stop.
If you listen to Bill,
It's not-
everything has something
There
to
is
do
no
with Bill.
curse of the camera. It's not real.
No, it's not like that.
We've been in car with many people that won races, so there's no such thing. But it is fun to kid around about.
Now, we've done so much racing over the last few weeks. I think I might have exceeded my data by a massive amount.
No doubt.
So, is the start-finish one still working?
Now that would be my fault. Yes, it's still working.
It is?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. That's because that's all I care about,
I know. I'm pretty sure you said back to me, but then you came back on.
Well, yeah. Well, we still had time before commercial. You guys sounded like you're running out of words to say, so I thought I'd join in. I just had some coffee, so
We're
I have
doing
a lot of
just
words.
fine, Bill. We're doing just fine.
I think I'm running out of battery, so I need to go get a
Okay,
battery.
that's what you should do. Go get a battery.
Yeah. You telling yourself that.
Paul?
Oh, jeez. Well, while we often see new racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they are all racers, participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel racing. To find out more information, go to www.ChampCar.org. We appreciate your attention to that and hope to see you at the racetrack soon. By the way, you get free shipping on all orders over $50 from Tire Rack. That's right. Tires, wheels, brakes, suspension, and all parts and accessories. It's the way tire buying should be. So how about some new wheels? Talk about transformation. It's the power of wheels. Take any vehicle and add wheels from some of the top brands in the newest styles and finishes and transform it into one sweet-looking machine. Try it with yours. Shop by vehicle or give one of our sales specialists a call at 888-541-1777 at TireRack.com. And those guys are great. They're experts in the field.
They race in our series.
They race in our series. I've been to the main Tire Rack campus in South Bend, Indiana. I've seen their test track. It's a big facility with dozens of employees and engineers. They do a great job of testing the tires that come in, so they really understand how well the tires work in a variety of conditions. So I would highly recommend you give them a call. If you're looking for tires or wheels or brakes, there's different things they have. They offer OEM replacement as well. Make sure you give them a call and get some expert advice from them and pick yourself up a set of tires. We're always needing tires for our cars, and the nice thing about Tire Rack, they've really invested in the series, the Tire Rack, the Champ Car Endurance Series. They're giving away free tires and all kinds of great stuff. So make sure you check them out.
I'm trying to remember who won the tires today.
Bill
Was it Wilwood?
Bill sent me the thing, and I'll have to go. I'm embarrassed because I don't remember, but he told me.
It is. Look, who won the tires?
Yeah.
Door slammers.
Door slammers. Okay.
Cool. So there you go. Door slammers won the tire. So that was before the race. So you don't even have to, it's they gave the award at the beginning. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, they need to send us their email so we can send them the info. And I'll go talk to them here in a few minutes. So they won $400 worth of tires from the Tire Rack.
That's pretty awesome. Speaking of Tire Rack, we need to go to commercial, folks, but if you'll stay with us, we'll be back here in just a few short minutes with 30 minutes of racing remaining. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Door slammers and a Pontiac Fiero lead this race. Back in a moment. Stay with us.
I'd buy tires online. But then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Wilwood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Wilwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Wilwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Wilwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from diversified cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back to the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, Wilwood Grand Prix, here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Velton, joined by Doc Waldrop and Bill Strong. And just to get you up to speed on what's been going on today in this exciting race at Auto Club, it was door slammers leading the way early in their Pontiac Fiero. Uncommon Friends, an unfortunate mishap on the racetrack with Jay Leno at the wheel, spelled the end of their day when the leader actually bumped into their car and bent the front strut. And then we had Flying Hawaiians that were strong, trying to get that car up to the front with an engine failure. And Arsenic Racing also with an overheat, apparent engine failure. And Roto Paluker also behind the wall with issues with their car, apparently related to brakes and some running issues as well. So a quick recap of what's been going on. For the most part, though, it's just been door slammers, and they have not put a foot wrong. They're leading the race by about 7 laps over the rest of the field. Even their sister car is in second place by 7 laps.
I'm going to park it right here.
They're currently leading B class and A class with their 2 cars, respectively. Leading D class is Petraholic. They're in 5th place overall. And in 6th place overall is your lead C-Class car. And that's the Colfab team, who was actually out for several laps at the beginning of the race, and they've worked their way up in a very fast BMW 330. And that's a snapshot of where we're at, folks. What's going on, Bill? You got your microphone open.
Do I? Oh, I do, don't I?
I thought, well, you opened it, so you must have, yeah. What's going on?
Yeah. I just picked up my phone. No, I'm just sitting here in the air-conditioned car, kind of reposition stuff for impound. I think I know where we're going to do impound, so I moved all my stuff down here, and we're just waiting for the cars to finish. Now, I noticed one of the BMWs coming down the front straightaway, and it was
sideways?
A Blackie 36, I believe, and he had smoke coming out the right side of the car as he was going to NASCAR 1. So, and it was a gray smoke. Doc, can you describe that for me, what that is?
Gray smoke? I have no earthly idea.
Okay.
The Wilwood driver got really crossed up trying to get onto the back onto the oval. Just about got into the wall.
He had his hands full, didn't he?
It got really, really wild there. I don't know if it's because the pylons are so juked up in that part of the track or what happened there, but it's crazy trying to get back on the track.
The pylons in the one section of track, it's a 1 lane only through there, and they can barely make it.
Well, I'm going to be spending the evening reconfiguring all those pylons and hay bales, which is not going to be fun.
Well, they're just going to reconfigure them tomorrow.
Well, they get black flagged for doing that stuff, and we've black flagged a few cars today for it.
Yeah.
Usually we didn't hit anything, and you go to look at the front of their car, and it's just straw like crazy through it.
They did.
Your car says different.
Yeah.
Well, they drove through what somebody else
had something in its grill.
Yeah. What else would you do with your time?
Was that you can't avoid hitting hay bales. They're all over the place. Well, yeah, we put them there on purpose.
Yeah, you guys quit putting hay bales out there. Won't be hitting them.
Yeah, normally the normal configuration for this track is to have that wide open. It's not really it's a kind of a kink.
Right.
But we want to slow the cars down there because they go into that other turn, and it just opens it up for the big V8 cars, and we kind of want to equalize everybody.
So that's
Plus,
where things stand right now. Looking at the standings. So feel free to comment over on our YouTube channel if you have any questions or comments.
217 coming down pit lane. Hey, Doc, can you guess the noise?
Yes. I know what that is.
The 217 is Glitch Heroes coming into the pits. As we're on board with Wilwood Racing, this is the Wilwood 2 car, as they call it. They've got 2 cars out here this weekend. And they often come out and not only race with us, but they also do quite a bit of R&D with their cars while they're out here. So they're checking a lot of things and testing and measuring and analyzing and tasting everything that's going on with that race car up in 10th
So
place.
somebody wanted to know, Two Brothers Racing wanted to know, ask Bill with Wilwood if they make brakes for an 86 Mercedes 190E.
Something tells me they don't walk around with a catalog in their pocket of all the different makes and models. You should be able to find it online. If they say
Bill
they
will
don't-
just look at me blankly.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't
basically,
think he would
all
know
you
that.
do is if you can look online. If they don't list it, you call a number. There's a whole bunch of
Something just came loose on the Wilwood
He's
car.
lost his radio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the radio.
He hasn't lost it yet, but it's dangling precariously.
It's got BNC plugged. To Vegas, and I'll ride there. Chelsea will pick me up, and tomorrow tomorrow they're setting up at Vegas, so I get to show up just in time to just move things around differently.
Bill, have you ever worked on a Las Vegas convention floor?
Nope. Oh, I'm not supposed to move anything.
You're not supposed to touch anything.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, it is what it is. Well, we'll figure it out. But yeah, so then basically, me, Chelsea, and Dave will stand around, look good, and answer questions, and show you guys what Champ Car is. Paulie's made us some really cool videos, and we'll be playing those, and we'll show you what it's like in a race car.
Yeah, it looks like we lost internet connection here in the studio. We just got it back to some degree, so we're not. System is a little bit confused in getting video, but let's see if I can get that working again.
Broadcast crew.
Yeah, we're all in tune here. Let's see, that looks like my feed's working, but we'll try.
Dang,
and get
that's a good-looking car right there.
That thing is awesome, isn't it?
I'm telling you.
Here's a look at the standings. We've got Door Slammers leading at 185 laps, both 1 and 2. Zoom Zoom Kaboom is in 3rd. Das Idiots is 4th. Petraholic is 5th. We got the Colfab guys up to 6th place, and they just turned a fast lap, although it looks like the system's a little confused, just like we are. It's showing a 2:13 as their fastest lap, and it's not. They've actually cranked out a 2-minute lap time. They're just a touch below the fastest lap time of the day, which is a 2:04. So they really are going to be strong for tomorrow. They're going to have a good chance of winning this race.
Well, of course, Door
too.
Slammer is going to be have
They'll
a
be
margin
allowed.
of victory
Penalized.
penalty laps.
Yeah,
So.
which they may not. I don't know if they even know that. They probably do.
Oh yeah, they do. They've won before, so.
Well, they won at Laguna Seca. If they won on day 2, then they wouldn't
that's
see
a
that
good
penalty. So I don't know. Sorry about the interruption in the internet there, folks. Let's see. Thanks for staying with us there.
Looks like we're back live now.
Yeah, just a little bit of an issue on my end here. Sorry about that.
He must have stopped and had the radio fixed.
Either that or it's flying out the window. I don't know. The cable's going out, and he's he's looked to the right a couple of times, but yeah, I don't see it. I wonder if he wrapped it up over around the top of the bar.
I don't know that he can reach over there.
Yeah, he's got those tethers on. Yep, you're right.
So I have a feeling he might have stopped.
So we're coming down to the last. So
whoops, there it goes again.
Oh yeah. Oh, he is. He is.
Oh, he can reach it.
You know, I don't think his tether's really connected on that arm. I don't think it is. I thought it looked a little loose. No, it's not connected. There's something wrong with his tether too. He just snapped it back in, so hopefully it'll stay up there.
What are those tethers attached to, Paulie?
Well, they attach to your belts. Yeah, they're laced into the belts. So
okay.
At the base of the strap there's a loop. So you take your shoulder belts and you send them through that loop, and then you attach them to the coupler. But it looks like it didn't get attached. Yeah, his has a hook on it. So they need to snap in, and it looks like it didn't get snapped in all the way or something. I tell you, they're really a pain. I mean, they really are, because it's just another thing you got to deal with, and it's both arms, and they're just really a hassle to work with. It's so much easier just to put a net on the car, and then you don't have to mess with them. They're terrible. I really didn't like racing with them. I didn't have a problem with the actual driving part. It's just a pain getting hooked in. But I was vintage racing.
Of course,
so
this harkens back to a previous administration where Miata hardtops were frowned upon.
Well, they weren't. Yeah, you couldn't really work it out to put them on the car, and it wasn't until, it's been about 4 years ago.
Yeah,
it was actually our team that campaigned for it and won. And once we put it on our car, then everybody put it on their car.
Right.
Because, you get the aerodynamic, even though the thing weighed 50 pounds, you get the aerodynamic from it. Plus, it keeps the sun and the rain off the driver.
Right.
So the happy medium is to just use a piece of sheet metal.
Right.
And that's what a lot of guys are doing. They just put something up there. So, yeah, it's the thing with the arm restraints. You got to make sure you're hooked in. That'll actually get you a black flag. I probably shouldn't say that, but it's true.
Well, I mean, these aren't doing him any good at all.
No, unfortunately. Coming down to the final 12 minutes or so of racing here, and well, it's been a very interesting day. We've had 2 more celebrities join us in the Champ Car Series, Jay Leno and Adam Carolla from podcast fame. CarCast is his podcast. I think he's the most successful podcaster in America. He's if you want to know how to do a podcast, you have to check out his masterclass series on it. I think that's what he did, a masterclass series. He's been extremely successful with it. He's done some television shows. He's got a video. He's got videos you can watch on YouTube of his show. He's been doing it for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And of course, both he and Jay Leno have been racing for quite a number of years. They've both raced in the Toyota Celebrity Series, racing Toyota Celicas, and with all kinds of Mary Lou Retton and William Shatner and all these celebrities that showed up to join them in those events. And Adam Carolla was pretty good. And of course, he's still very active in vintage racing. He's a big Paul Newman fan. Bob Sharp Racing cars. He's bought quite a few of his cars and has raced them, got them up and running again, and has been out.
Yeah,
racing
like I
them.
said, he was out here in Road Atlanta for the Midi this year.
Yeah, he races at Laguna Seca.
Might have been the year before.
Yeah. So he races at Laguna Seca, and I think he crashed the 710 into a wall and mashed up the front end of it pretty good. But I'm sure he got it fixed. Not a big deal. I think he sold at least one of those cars he sold recently. Coming down in the last 10 minutes. But it was fun to have them at the racetrack with us. I was listening to a podcast that Bill had sent over the link to me to listen to. He had never heard of Champ Car Endurance Series before. He just remembered the old Champ Car name where we got it from, the IndyCar Series. Gonna try and mute Bill there. And so anyway, yeah. So it's 7 hours of racing today, and then tomorrow they'll be back at it again. We won't be covering that race.
They will be back at it again.
They'll be racing, but we won't. We won't be covering the race. But yeah, they'll be racing tomorrow, maybe 7.5 hours, something like that. Then we'll see how it goes. It's California. It's laid back, so we'll see.
Yeah, they're just going to make it up as they go along.
A fun time will be had, and they're going to go racing. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
So, of course, as we get closer and closer to the finish here, this is when all the drivers, especially the guys up front, they start hearing noises they didn't notice before.
Yeah.
The car starts feeling a little softer than it used to. Something maybe not right with the car. And then you've got the guys that are nursing cars along, just hoping for the finish line. You know, that's what's so cool about the driver interviews that Bill does after the race and publishes them up to our YouTube channel and to our Facebook channel. You always get to hear what was the inside story with the team, what was really going on during the race. So really encourage you to check out Bill's In the Zone, AutoZone interviews with the teams, and he'll get those recorded and published after the race. We're not going to do that during the show, okay?
And some of those guys are very entertaining, and they lie like crazy, of course.
And
but they make it fun.
And you're very entertaining too, Bill. So it's a compliment between the two. Yeah.
So, folks, you know, reviews are coming due, and you know, Paulie is trying to. Employee reviews are due soon. I saw that email.
What? Checking my spam filter now.
We don't have employee reviews, except for Doc, of course.
I've been grandfathered in.
Literally.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to give a shout out to my son. He turns 18 this year.
Happy birthday.
What's today? Today's the 2nd. He turns 18 on Thursday.
All right.
So after that, he doesn't have to listen to any of you guys. I know how that goes because I got 2 of them.
He does if he wants to live somewhere. Other than a
overpass.
That's
great.
great.
Your kid's pretty good, though.
It's not Bill's Ozone interviews. It's AutoZone.
Ozone.
What?
They said Bill's Ozone interviews.
Oh, my Ozone interviews. Yeah, it's AutoZone.
Yeah.
And we can't thank them enough for putting up with our nonsense.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to get, more work. Woohoo! Hey, so our flagger has stood up. He's been sitting down most of this day. We've had a relatively, you don't ever want to say it before the race.
Uneventful.
Big one, free race.
Yeah.
So, there's been no full course yellows.
No.
Couple of local yellows.
Yeah, I didn't get to drive the pace car anywhere. I had to.
Maybe some damaged hay bales.
Yeah.
A few scuffed pine cones.
So I'll take a picture of some of the carnage out there.
The carnage.
I'll post that up on our Facebook page later today.
The hay bales.
You guys can give your feedback on it.
All the hay bales that were compromised, and man.
Yeah.
Like I said, some of those, the kind of directing traffic, so they're more like chicanes now. Like really tight chicanes. You watch these guys; they're really threading through them.
That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take advisement from Dana. We may reconfigure it a little better. not better, but maybe a little quicker. You know, it'd be kind of cool. So tomorrow, today's race was supposed to be an 8-hour race, but there was a contract issue. We could only do 7. So what they're going to do is we're going to 2 to go. So we're going to actually start the race a little earlier so we can fit in maybe 7.5 hours after the drivers' meeting. Everybody was for it, and so that's what they're going to do.
Cool.
So the
So
Wilwood.
I'm going to stop talking. We'll watch this, and we'll have the radio on next to so when Dana says 1 to go, you guys will hear it.
Okay. So with just about a lap and a half to go out here at the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval, it is
All right, when you guys come out, guys.
Let me get this muted. So Bill's talking to the folks that are in the pits there. Oh, he loses control within the final lap of the race and stalls it. It's got a little too tail happy. A tank slapper couldn't catch it. Got it started and got it back underway right away. That's good. But yeah, Bill's talking to the folks as they come out to the wall. One of the mistakes that makes sometimes out west here, the teams aren't as accustomed to racing with us as they are out east. And it's important they know they're not allowed to step over the guardrail that separates the outside retaining wall from the pits. So he's just letting them know, hey, you can't step over that. You got to stay basically on the pit side.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Auto Club. I would imagine it's, I would think it's open like most NASCAR tracks.
Now, because our camera's on the wall, so
that's right.
There's a safer barrier there, unlike Daytona, where you're actually exposed. Which is
Charlotte,
bizarre.
you're exposed.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You're standing there in the pits, and you're like, hey, a car could come right across here. Not that it would. It'd be very weird to end up there, but it's possible, I guess. I don't know. Oh, big lockup going into 3.
Big lockup.
Yep. From the Miata just up ahead. Don't need to push so hard, guys. We're almost done here.
Yeah.
Just about
Don't
one
blow it
lap
now.
to go. So coming up to the final lap, and the flagger's going to be hearing from everybody in the on the racetrack, the corner workers rather. They're going to call out where the number 48 is.
You guys got to stay this side.
And so as he comes around, the flagger will be told, okay, he's at corner 5. Okay, car 48, corner 6. Progressively around the racetrack, so that the starter, who's going to flag this race, will know when to expect the
car.
Yeah, so he doesn't get. Sometimes they can kind of get lost in the shuffle, and then suddenly the car's upon you, and they miss it. So that's why they call them out as they come around the corner. So just closing in on the final minutes of the race out here at Auto Club Speedway. And I'll see if I can get in a little bit closer, but the bandwidth we have, we can't really get too clear, unfortunately. A little bit closer there. You might be able to see the checkered flag fly. I think we will. So just moments from the finish of the race. Looks like we're going to finish pretty much on the dot from the start of the race. So 7 hours of racing at Auto Club.
So door slammers may be close to out of fuel. They were going really slow down the front straightaway here.
Oh, boy.
Well, you don't have to be running at the finish, and he's got a considerable lap lead. So
I didn't see any sandbags coming out the back. So
he wasn't sandbagging? Okay. Which I've never understood sandbagging in Champ Car. It doesn't really make sense. There's other series where it makes sense, but not ours. I don't know. I'm not much of a strategist. I'm just a driver.
I'm just an additional announcer.
You're just an additional announcer. I mean, life is just, I just towed the line. I don't know.
So he's on his last lap here. We should see him coming down the
Okay.
front straightaway here in just a minute.
Cool.
Well, you're going to have to call it, Bill.
Working through the infield.
I shall call it. We got the number 7 coming across, and he's got 1 lap to go. Number 7 is yellow, and it's a Porsche.
All right. We're on the front camera. We can see the flag stand there.
So we're waiting for cars to come. We've got a big blank space here. The starter has the checkered flag in his hand.
Car number 48, who has dominated the race.
48, he's coming across. He's getting ready. They've teamed up with their teammate. That's what it was.
They wanted to hold up for their team member.
The 95 and the 48, they crossed the line at the same time. He was waiting for his teammate. I think they're teammates.
Door Slammers takes the win at
First and second
Auto
place.
Club Speedway. The checkered flag is in the air at the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval, and it's Door Slammers in their Pontiac Fiero, the number 48, taking the win by 6 laps over their sister car, who's in P2 in a Miata. So it's Fiero Miata 1-2 with Zoom Zoom Kaboom capturing third in another Miata. Behind them, it's Das Idiots in their Mazda Miata. And then it's the Petroholic Racing Ford Mustang capturing 5th, the first D-Class car, American Iron, I can't get the words out, American Iron capturing 5th. Then it's the Colfab 27 Club Racers in 6th place in the first BMW, a 330 that rocketed up the field from the back after they were out of the race for a while early on. Then the number 446 Barney and Fiends 96 Ford Mustang in 7th. They crossed the start-finish line with Black Forest in their 83 Porsche in 8th. Sorry, we got some background there. Beyond them, in 9th place, it's USA Racing in their Nissan 300ZX. In 10th place, Wilwood 2 in the Miata that we were following along with. And they're just enjoying the cool-down lap there as they'll bring those cars up pit road. And they will be motioned accordingly depending upon where they finished. They'll have about 6 cars in impound. They'll have the cars that finished first of each class, and then they'll have like the top 3 cars. So they'll have 6 or 7 cars up there, which will go into impound, where the cars will be checked. The ruling is the car must be elevated and the tires removed. Then the tech inspector will check the cars over, checking the tech sheet supplied by the teams to make sure that they've claimed everything that they can see. Any protests that would be lodged would be done at that time. But eventually, the race will be called official, and that'll be the end of day 1 at Auto Club Speedway, the Wilwood Grand Prix on the Roval. So your B-Class winner is the overall winner. Door Slammers in their Pontiac Firebird. Your A-Class winner, also
Fiero.
Door Slammers. What did I say? I'm sorry.
Firebird.
It's a Fiero, not a Firebird. And then after that, the D-Class winner, Petroholic Racing in their Mustang. And the C-Class winner is going to be the Colfab 27 Club Racers. And you didn't have any EC cars here this weekend. You have to have at least 5 for a trophy to be awarded. So that's a non-issue. So there's a look at the unofficial results from the Wilwood Grand Prix. Unofficial as in not official.
Very astute, Paulie. I'm thinking you nailed that.
I think I nailed it too. Couldn't be more descriptive than that.
I love it.
Oh, good. It's getting late. We've been at it all day, folks.
Uphill in the snow both ways.
Oh, yeah. You know how hard it is. By class, Class A, sponsored by Krispy Kreme Donuts, which we all love and enjoy.
God, yes.
Door Slammers, Zoom Zoom,
death rings.
Zoom Zoom, Kaboom, and Das Idiots, the top three. To B class, Door Slammers, Team Tango in the Volvo, and Holy Rollers in their Mustang, the top three. B class is sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. C class, sponsored by Money Shift Racing. I did all that from memory, by the way. Colfab, 27 club racers, leading with Black Forest in second, USA Racing in third. Down to D class, Petroholic, Barney and Friends, Formula 33. That's great. Great race day. We got to ride along with a lot of these teams today. It's a shame that some of them broke and fell out of the race.
So that's kind of cool. The Volvo got second in B class.
Yeah.
Way to go, guys.
That is cool. So Bill's going to go down there. He will do some interviews with the team, hopefully the teams, and publish those up to the web. So you'll be able to see those. And then tomorrow we won't be covering the race. I'm going to be busy working. Bill has to go to SEMA, and I don't know. What are you going to be up to tomorrow,
Doc's going to be fishing.
Doc's going to be struggling with the championship results.
Oh, you're working on those
Oh,
results.
good. Yeah, that's right. Because people were asking me about that. So we'll have that up probably early in the week.
Yeah, well, I would like to say I'll have it done on Monday.
Yep.
He might be drinking as well.
All right, so I guess that's going to wrap it up for us at the Wilwood Grand Prix this year, for the show anyway. Still 7.5 hours of racing tomorrow, though.
And, of course, you can always follow that on Race Hero or Race Monitor.
Yep.
So you won't have our melodious voices to guide you through the whole process, though.
Yeah, that's true. But we're going to be at Barber Motorsports Park the 23rd and the 24th. And I'm going to let Bill run the show again. I'm sorry, but I'm going to be racing, so somebody's got to do it, right? So he's going to be,
I'll be there to let him hit me. And
yep, you'll be there.
Me.
Tiffany's going to be there. So, yeah, it's going to be
She's
a great
gonna
time.
be racing, too, so.
Yep. A good time's going to be had by all folks. So thanks for joining us so much today on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. So we're going to sign off for now, and we will check in with you and see you when we get to Barber Motorsports Park. All right? So we'll see you then. So for Bill Strong and Doc Waldrop, I'm Paul Veltum for the Passion of the Sport. We'll see you next time, everybody. Take it easy.
Bye.